Green Hill Zone 1998. That's the last place we saw him before the disappearance. He wasn't acting like himself though. Rumored ramblings of immense debt he was spiding after a field console launch, and after that, poof, like he never even existed. That was until 13 years later, where he miraculously returned around the date of his birthday.
We were so thrilled to see him again that we didn't even notice how much he changed. Since then, he hasn't left us again, showing up even when uninvited. I can't put my finger on it, but there was just something different about him. He wasn't himself. Like, whatever happened to him, it's just like the soul had been sucked out of him. I really just... I'm sorry, I can't...
Hearing all this got me invested. Just what was this thing? Could it really be the Sonic we knew and loved from all those years ago? Or could it be... Santiago? If you've been taking a peek around the Sonic fandom in the past few months, then you've probably seen this image pop up fairly frequently. A meme starring some artwork of classic Sonic from the Saturn era, paired against a classic Sonic render from Sonic Forces, with the latter being instead called Santiago to try and make a joke about this Sonic being some sort of imposter to the real Sonic. And what started as a simple meme poking fun at the subtle design differences between the two iterations of the character, is now at the forefront of the current discussions regarding not only Sonic designs, but also the way people believe that the fanbase are blowing nonsense out of proportion for the sake of arguing. How could such a basic and obvious joke lead to all this? I mean, under Santiago's bio it literally says, "can only speak Scandinavian, accused of several accounts of homicide, and my personal favorite, he hates you." Well, today I'm gonna explain all this, discuss why people like the Santiago meme, why a lot of folks don't, and even talk to the creator of the meme to see what they think of all this hoopla. I wasn't expecting it going in, but there is surprisingly a lot of stuff to talk about regarding this light blue rat. Even a story about how he literally saved someone's life. So without further ado, let's get into it. Santiago first popped up around May 19th of 2021 by a Twitter user known as Snick, where it received a fairly large amount of likes which helped spread it around. But his story actually begins before then, as Snick was not the sole person responsible for the image. That person would be Jinjin. I would show you their profile, but it has been deleted at some point in me writing this video. Luckily, I was able to reach out to the guy for an interview though before his deletion, where he says, "I based it off a similar meme that someone did with Yoshi. I found it to be a funny way to shit on the newer portrayal of classic Sonic. I don't know, something about turning new Sonic into this homicidal maniac who speaks a language that doesn't even exist was really funny to me at the time." The original post was on my old account, and only got like 300 or so likes. That was until Snick asked for the original image. I deactivated my old account at this time and it was basically lost media, so he made a refined version along with the hashtag #StopSantiago, and everything blew up from there. And blow up it did. With the meme being shared all around the Sonic community for months, people would try to expand the fake lore for Santiago. A lot of people would do their own take on it, as a way to discuss their distaste for certain iterations of other characters. But the most important part is that it was being shared around at a rapid rate. Everybody in the community was talking about Santiago, to the point where even the officially licensed Roblox game recently made a reference to him. But as the meme kept being posted over and over again, at every corner of the community, the natural thing started to happen where it got so much exposure that the joke began to get too old for many people, with a lot simply being sick of seeing it everywhere. But a bunch of others claiming that the issues with the classic Sonic design they're poking fun at are so minuscule to the point where they're not even worth mentioning. Is that true? You know, despite it being obviously very jokey in nature, by the creator's admission, there is a point trying to be made here about the way classic Sonic is currently being portrayed compared to his older Saturn self. So let's look at what the Santiago meme is trying to say about these two designs, and if there's even any merit to the very thing's existence. As we all know, the current design for classic Sonic in 3D was created back in 2011 for Sonic Generations, being the first time he's officially seen in a mainline Sonic product in a long time. So obviously certain things were gonna be changed. I mean, what Sonic models did they really have to go off? This guy? Ugh. Something worth noting though, is that originally Generations was going to lean way more into the American design for classic Sonic, mostly known for all the artwork done by Greg Martin, with the 3DS release actually keeping in some remnants of this model, showing us the goalpost featuring a look much more in line with that, you know, very pronounced eyebrows, more droopy ears, and even the mohawk. I'm glad they ended up tweaking it, as I believe the version we ended up with does a much better job at balancing the look of the Japanese and American Sonic. On the box art for Generations, we see them give him slightly more droopy ears and an eye ridge like American Sonic, but with the spikes more commonly associated with the Japanese version. Despite me not really liking that they made the shoes look all hard and shiny compared to the much more comfy looking originals, I feel like they struck something good here. Here being the operative word. Generations didn't have much of a story, so there are things you don't really notice as much when it came to the model, which can be much greater seen in Sonic Forces, mostly being when the characters are all lined up against each other. This classic Sonic appears way more cutesy. It was sort of charming in Generations having him look up to Sonic and try to imitate the air boost, but at the same time, that's not Sonic. Sonic's defining trait is his coolness, not the cute factor, and any attempts they take to try and present him as serious in these games is completely nullified through the fact that his design looks like it belongs in Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, not the end of the world. Compared to the classic Sonic that was starting to become the norm in the Saturn era, they had taken the style previously seen on the Japanese box art and only pushed it further. Everything about this design screams attitude and exemplifies his coolness to its peak. And it's not like this design couldn't have worked in a 3D space considering they were doing just that for games such as Sonic R, Sonic Jam, and hell, was even the original look for the Adventure Sonic before they went with the modern design. And now we have the most divisive topic of all, Sonic Shade of Blue. It's no surprise when I said both of these Sonics are entirely different shades of blue, with Saturn Sonic obviously being way more dark compared to the lighter classic Sonic. I think this was mostly changed to make classic Sonic stand out against modern, and evidently not many people cared or noticed at the time. Hell, you even had merchandise miscoloring him with that darker shade. Realistically, does it matter? Nah, not really. Again, it's a discussion about which color of blue works best on Sonic, it's not that serious. But at the same time, that doesn't negate the fact that people are allowed to have a preference over these things and discuss why they think so. If Sonic fans were only allowed to talk about the most important aspects of this franchise, then a majority of my channel wouldn't even exist. So are these designs the same? Pretty much, yeah. But they're completely different iterations of the same design, and those minute details are everything. Look at a character like SpongeBob and you'll see legions of people arguing about way more minute things like if his cheek should be facing up or sideways. But people only discuss it because those smaller details can add up to create a character that has an entirely different feel to the last. And the people trying to dismiss this by claiming they're the same and moving on are only serving to shut down any sort of discussion because this is a specific scenario in which your argument lies on you not thinking one is as good as the other. And the fandom is at a point now where they've been beaten and bruised so much that if everything in Sonic isn't praised as God's gift to Mobius, then it destroys their whole worldview. I think for me, personally, the worst thing that the Santiago meme has done is cause Sonic fans to go on super defensive mode anytime the slightest bit of criticism is made towards the franchise, or certain aspects of it they aren't a fan of. I recall seeing a post from this fan the other month simply pointing out how the Eggman logo used in Sonic Origins cutscenes was the modern version, which doesn't really make sense, as not only is this a point in time where that logo didn't exist, but also that there's a perfectly fine classic Eggman logo they could have used. I, along with I'm sure many people, looked at this and went, huh, that's an interesting fuck up. But to others, it was like their baby had just been killed. They immediately jumped in to dogpile this person simply for pointing out an inconsequential error.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
As if because it didn't affect anything major, it wasn't even worth saying. It's sad that this is the point we're currently at with this franchise. It's not everyone, but I see so many people act like there should be no, even slightly negative discussion around this series. Because Sonic fans deserve a break. And ironically enough, the response to the negativity is to be extremely negative themselves. I experienced this firsthand recently, and it was baffling to watch unfold. At risk of dating the video, the story trailer came out recently for the upcoming Sonic Frontiers, in which me, and by me I mean my friend, tweeted out joking that the story trailer really showed us nothing about the story. And the response to this was a flurry of people scoffing at the fact that I expected a story trailer to show the story, claiming that just because I wanted that, it really meant that I wanted the entire thing spoiled. Bit of a reach, right? It's this hyper-defensive mentality that only hurts the fanbase more because it shuts down any kind of meaningful discussion. And when looked at from an outside perspective, it's really just sad. Makes Sonic fans look like little babies who can't handle negativity. But if all this doesn't convince you of the importance of stuff like Santiago, then let me tell you a tale. A tale of how this wonderful meme literally saved someone's life. I'm not joking. So remember the creator of Santiago, Jin? A few months ago they got in a car crash as a result of a drunk driver merging into their lane and colliding with them, with the last thing he remembered being hitting his head off the steering wheel. After this he had gone into a coma for 2 to 3 days, and when they awakened they didn't remember a thing. What happened, who their family was, even who they were themselves. For around 2 days their family was desperately trying to jog their memory, trying anything to make them remember who they were. Playing music, showing pictures, telling stories, nothing worked. Nothing except for him. When they saw their 4-year-old brother playing with a classic Sonic action figure, he noticed that his brother referred to him as Santiago, in which everything came rushing back, remembering who they were and what had happened to them, dropping to the floor in tears as the memory of creating the meme came back to them. Santiago saved a life that day. I think that's pretty important to remember. Again, they deleted their Twitter, I hope they're alright. In regards to the current state of the meme, they told me that they feel people get way too angry over it, not understanding that a large part to what made it so funny was demonizing a character so much just because they had a shitty design. With them feeling most people misinterpret it as new thing bad, old thing good, while missing the absurdist part. Despite all the people claiming that Santiago has ruined character design discussion, they're glad it exists. And I am too. Mostly for showing me how insane people can get when trying to shut down fan discussion. Especially because the thought of people saying this meme and getting genuinely enraged at it is really funny to me. I think, despite being an imposter, we've got a lot to be thankful for and appreciate about Santiago. And I think a lot of you guys owe him an apology. So in conclusion, Classic Sonic is not a real person and he will not see people being mean towards him on twitter.com and get upset. If seeing somebody make fun of the new Classic Sonic design makes you genuinely mad, then you need to get your head checked.
Sonic is a franchise that's been criticized a ton for being too experimental, and one of their most well-known experiments was the sub-franchise Sonic Boom. It's just too bad it's well known for all the wrong reasons. Sonic was in a good place in 2014. Sonic Colors, Generations, and to a much lesser extent Lost World, solidified that Sonic could release decent games regularly. And just when his reputation started to rise above laughingstock, they immediately shove him back down that pit of despair. Why now? Why create a sub-franchise when it wasn't needed at all? After 06 I would get, they'd want to try distance themselves from that mess, but after some of the most critically acclaimed Sonic titles in history, now you want to start over? But was Sonic Boom always destined to fail? Well, let's look over its history, what went wrong, and more importantly, if it ever could have been good when looking at its prototype Sonic Synergy. Like I mentioned before, it would have made sense for Sonic Boom to shortly come out after 06, and coincidentally that may have been what Sega initially wanted to do. Apparently Sega were interested in having Western development studios revitalize some of their old IPs like Golden Axe and Sonic. Now this isn't to say Boom was in development for 7 years, that is a very not Sega thing to do. I have to assume they just put it on the back burner for a bit, perhaps wanting to focus all their time and energy on Sonic Unleashed to give Sonic one more chance, which clearly worked out in the end. In 2009, Bob Raffi and Jeff Lander formed their new company Big Red Button, which was made up of ex-Naughty Dog members who worked on franchises such as Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter. I'm gonna theorize here, but I assume they pitched themselves around to different companies to show what they were capable of, and Sega, being desperate for money, said, "Alright, perfect, here's our most precious IP, go make a game." One of the main reasons behind Sega wanting to make a sub-franchise for Sonic was the possibility of expanding the series to focus on being more of a multimedia franchise. It may not seem like it now, but back then there was a huge marketing push behind Boom doing well, with comics, toys, even plans to deck out stores completely with Sonic Boom related activities. But of course these never came to fruition because... yeah. So Big Red Button started work on Sonic Boom, initially being known as Project Apollo. And since it was a new universe, they decided to have it focus on Sonic's origins. But first, to separate this place from the regular Sonic universe, known by Sega as Legacy Sonic, they were going to have to give the cast some redesigns. Initially, they really wanted to push the more western look for Sonic, making him a lot more realistic and giving him more clothes. This is of course the first instance where Sega stepped in and pulled them way back, letting them know that while they wanted this to be different, they don't want it to be too different. I'm not one for limiting someone's creativity, but this was definitely a good move. The fans threw a fit over the simple addition of sports tape. Could you imagine how they'd react if we got this? Although there are some designs I liked, like I like this one where he's got pants on. I definitely wouldn't have minded this look. It does come off as them just trying to make pointless additions for the sake of making it look different. Like there's concept art of Knuckles with that beige stomach thing Sonic has, which looks so weird on him. Seems like they just kept adding and taking stuff away until Sega finally said, alright fine, just do that one. This was all done to really push the expressions of the characters, again wanting to heavily focus on a Western audience. And if you compare the animations in the Japanese developed games to the Western ones, I can definitely see where they were coming from. Although I don't think that has anything to do with his design. Sonic's regular design can be extremely expressive, it's just a case of Sega not wanting to properly utilize it. Eggman though? What did they do to you? So in this game we get the chance to see Eggman in the past, and so what we get is a really scrawny looking teen with some stubble on his chin, suspenders, and oversized goggles. This is not what I'd imagine Eggman to look like as a kid. Even Adventures of Sonic did a better job of that. I mean, this one looks more like a teenage Jimmy fucking Neutron than Dr. Eggman. And of course this leads into the story they initially wanted to tell with Project Apollo. Another working title they had for Sonic Boom was Sonic Origins, and of course it would have told us the origin story for Sonic and his friends in this new world. It would have shown us Sonic and Eggman being friends as kids, until later on in the future some time travel shenanigans caused them to break up and become enemies with one another. I assume this also caused his visual change to be more egg-shaped. Big Red Button wanted to put a lot of attention into the story of Sonic Boom, and these initial ideas were wanting to focus a lot more on the story than any other Sonic game before. You can still see some remnants of this initial idea of a more character-driven Sonic game where the casts go through arcs and change over time. I assume the game originally planned to feature the main 4 Sonic characters meeting for the first time, but since the final game didn't include that, Sonic just seems like a huge asshole to them for no reason. It's definitely in speeds though, he's got constant emotional whiplash. He'll be supportive one minute and a cunt the next. There's one part in this game that's really out of place, but it actually manages to be one of the rare moments of great character interaction that I miss out of Sonic games. So the gang land in a forest with Sonic congratulating himself and downplaying his friend's support, until Tails and Amy break off to look around, as Sonic and Knuckles continue down the main path. At first the two don't get along, arguing with each other along the way, until you get to this really charming cutscene after you defeat a boss. Well, bosses in quotes, you just throw stuff at it for 10 seconds.
We did it! Who brought the thunder? This guy. You said we. I heard it!
Nah, you have too much dirt in your ears.
But you did say it. I'm proud of you. That's what a good teammate would say.
This is one of the rare examples of this game naturally setting something up and then paying it off with a bit of character growth. It's just too bad Sonic's change was never once mentioned after this point, until this really jarring scene at the end where Knuckles says, "Chalk another one up for Team Sonic," and Sonic says, "How about just team?" Okay, where the fuck did this come out of? Funnily enough, the ending to the 3DS version is the exact opposite of this moment, with Sonic and Knuckles both arguing over who gets to name the team. And also the TV show.
I don't know. You're kind of
An egomaniac?
right. And there's no room for ego on Team Sonic.
And the whole time travel thing too is still seen in the final product, albeit in a very unfinished state. Like, the concept of traveling through time is at least explored for a while in a game like 06. But in Boom they just go back to the past, play some shitty games that suck ass, and there we go, back into the future. It's too bad they never got to fully realize this, as it could have gave the game great replay value. In the main hub you can find a turtle guy who will tell you of this big mistake that his family made that ruined his crops, saying something really on the nose like, "Oh, I know you can't simply just travel through time." So of course when you go back to the past you can actually find his younger self, hidden away in the stage, and if you talk to him you can help him fix his mistake of poisoning the crops. Then later on in your adventure you go to his turtle village, and depending on whether or not you helped him there, the way you proceed will be different. It'll either be overrun with plant life blocking you on a straight path with robots, or it'll be a big open area where you have to try and press all these turtle buttons to carry on. This is a really neat feature. It's just bizarre that it's the only place in the game where something like this happens. But why didn't they go with any of this origin stuff? Well, with a lot of the issues we're gonna soon see, the problems come from Sega themselves. While limiting what they could do for the designs was a good move, it seems that Izuka's mandates really screwed with what the story could have been. Not only was he demanding that certain original characters be changed, like saying Cliff can't be an inventor because only Tails and Eggman can, or possibly his stupid mandate saying they couldn't explain Sonic's origin story in case they wanted to do that someday. What? It's an alternate universe, what do you mean? I'd like to think Izuka also said this to Paramount, but they went, yeah alright sure, fuck off. So of course while in development, elements of the story had to be torn out, leaving stuff like Sonic's character growth to seem like it's coming out of nowhere, and the time travel stuff being reduced to one level. And apparently shortly before the game released, they had to do another rewrite of the story, as Sega partnered up with WeDo Animations to create a CGI TV show based on the new Sonic Boom world. Other than a few of the show writers being brought on board to help give the dialogue a more comedic tone, such as Alan Denton, this included making Knuckles a lot more dumb, which is a decision that I'm actually not at all opposed to, as it gives us some great moments in the show.
I didn't do it all myself. I had a lot of help. My manager, my agent, my stylist, that little goober with the 2 tails.
I think he's talking about me!
Other than that, the game staff and TV show staff had little to no contact. I guess it's still cool that they made the second hub world a fairly accurate recreation of the town that the gang lives in the TV show though. It also doesn't help that, like I said, they also put a 3DS game into development, created by Zanzaru Games, Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. But the handheld Sonic Booms are a story for a whole other day. So far we've seen how much Big Red Button were fucked over with in terms of design and story. But what about the gameplay? That's what really matters. Could Sonic Boom ever have been fun at all? Well, let's go over what changed and you tell me what you think. A couple of years ago, an in-house trailer for Sonic Synergy was made, and shown off to give the people behind it an idea of what they wanted to accomplish with the game. It'll give us the best idea of what gameplay features were being worked on, and also removed. But let's go over some of the other differences too. In the one from November 2012, we can see just how rough it all looked, despite still looking better than the final product. It shows us a lot of scrapped stages, including some of the ones that were featured in the original trailer for Sonic Boom, shown to the public. Remember when the gang were all falling and landed in some secret room to Skrillex music? Yeah, not in the final game, but we can see the gang briefly walking around that in this trailer, showing that this is all before Sega decided to change the story up. Meaning the first Sonic Boom trailer came out before Sega decided to make them switch up the story. We see some militaristic Eggman designs that I actually like more than his final one. As a matter of fact, all the characters had slightly different designs in this, showing just how strict Sega must have been with them, having to change the designs multiple times even during development. Amy originally had a scarf like Sonic. There are certain designs that show Knuckles also had pants at one point. And apparently Tails was also to wear pants and had no goggles and this creepy pervert face. Ew. There's even a brief cutscene with some dialogue never seen in the final game, and while it looks shitty and the Sonic model is creepy, it's only because I assume this cutscene had to be completely redone, because in an earlier trailer, we see a much more finished version of it with nice lighting, better animation, and a more finished Sonic model. His fur was more defined, he had bigger eyes, but uh-oh, we can see his fingers, Sega doesn't like that, so all of it had to be redone. Anyway, the gameplay changes. Originally, Big Red Button had aimed for this to be a 4-player co-op game, whereas the final game could only handle 2 players. Ever wonder why almost every level starts with 2 in the main 4 being like, alright, you go do that, we're gonna go over here now, definitely not because of any gameplay restrictions, see ya. Yeah, this is why. A large focus was placed on the use of the Enter Beam in this game, for cooperative play. In the final game, what you could do with it, you could grapple blue things, pull switches. Yeah, I think that was it, wasn't it? Well, initially, you were able to grab onto your fellow players. As we see in this piece of concept art, maybe it was to help your friends if they were to fall off an edge, but I could also see a lot of fun stuff being done with this. Like maybe you could grab your friends and swing them around into robots and stuff. We can also see this cool abseiling gimmick, where you latch onto it and travel downwards and hit buttons like you're on a bungee cord. This could also be used to swing yourself high in the air, or catapult yourself along pits. Or one of the coolest additions looks to have been a Sonic jet ski type thing, where Sonic runs on water with the other 3 grappled on behind. There was a big marketing push behind the Enter Beam, and I can see why now. Looks like it would have been a lot of fun. And this is just what they had to show off after a year or 2 in development. Imagine what else they could have done if given the time. Even the TV show forgot about it. Once every 20 episodes a character will whip it out and I'm reminded that they were ever even a thing. In terms of genre, the final Sonic Boom product feels all over the place. Is it a puzzle game, an exploration game, a brawler, a platformer? It had no idea what it wanted to be. But at first they had a very clear goal on creating an exploration game that still featured Sonic-y elements. They even wanted to make sure the environment Sonic runs around in looked as natural in the world as possible, as to not make the transition too jarring. I think they said they wanted it to be 80% exploration and 20% speed, which sounds kinda pointless actually, and as we later find out, this was a decision made by the fine folks over at Sega, because the kids might not buy the Sonic game if he always doesn't run fast. A spin-off? What's that? But with 80% of your game focused on exploration, you gotta make sure your characters have some fun mechanics and abilities. In the final game, every character has like 3 moves, I think. A regular attack, a special attack, and an aerial. But of course they had planned for much more in terms of combat. You know how rings do next to nothing in the final game? Well, at first they were supposed to be used to unlock extra combos and moves for your characters. When you entered a new area, each character would have been given different missions to complete, catered towards them specifically. So the more you got to use the character and like playing as them, the more you could upgrade them to become even stronger. We can even see some of these moves in the trailer, like Tails shooting a bazooka at some robots and shooting some firework looking things downwards. But it's clear this combat expansion did not get very far. I recall around 2014 a lot of the Big Red Button staff had left the project, and one of their job listings included work on the combat system, so with limited staff available it had to be simplified a lot. I've mentioned this in a previous video, but the game would also originally have Chow, known as Chow sprites. It looked like they would have been able to evolve and help you out during gameplay, but it's unclear whether or not there would have been a specific garden for them. These designs were later however used in the mobile game Sonic-2 Sonic Boom as little upgrades for your character, so at least it didn't get completely unused. Throughout your adventure you can get this weird looking ancient boat thing and go through this top-down perspective taking down mines and enemies. But there was actually another vehicle planned for inclusion, Cliff's Plane. There are unused voice lines and animations that hinted towards there being a level where you can chase after Lyrica and Cliff's plane, piloted by Tails. And in the trailer we can see it briefly, but apparently it was cut due to being too boring. You know, you could just try and make it not boring, I guess. But on a schedule like theirs, that wasn't really an option. Strangely enough, this plane is seen in the first episode of the cartoon, but mysteriously gets replaced with a more Tails-themed plane later on. Weird. These aren't the only unused voice clips, though. There are tons and tons of voice clips you can find that went up unused, so I won't go through them all. I just want to highlight the infamous lines which feature the characters swearing, like Knuckles saying,
You guys must have really pissed him off.
or Sonic almost saying shit. This was most likely still when the game had a more serious tone, and even if they kept that, I'm sure Sega would have demanded they change it. They'll say damn all they want, but they draw the line at piss. So what happened to all these cool game features? If they already had them in the game, why were they taken out? Who could have possibly fucked over Big Red Button again? You guessed it, Nintendo. And Sega, naturally. Alright, I think it's time we finally talk about Sonic Boom's final nail in the coffin, Sega's exclusivity deal with Nintendo. During its development, Sega signed a deal with Nintendo that stated they'd release 3 new Sonic games exclusive to their consoles. This would come in the form of Sonic Lost World, Mario and Sonic at the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympic Games. Title's a mouthful, I know. And seeing dollar signs in their eyes, Sega thought this would be a great place to dump Sonic Boom. Big Red Button had been developing the game with the assumption it would be releasing on modern hardware such as the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. So this game is quite a shock to them. To put it simply, they couldn't get it to work. They had used CryEngine 3, which was not built to be used on the Wii U. They had to get people from CryEngine and Nintendo in to help them get it working, and hey, they did it. It's gotta be worth something. But remember, each day they spent trying to get the engine to work is a day they could have spent adding in more features and optimizing the game. At this point in time, they started working 6-day weeks, the staff was getting reduced by a ton. They needed to start removing features, combat was simplified, 4-player co-op was reduced to 2-player, and probably worst of all, while the in-house trailer running on a PC looked gorgeous and could have been one of the most detailed and lush Sonic games of all time, textures were simplified, terrain was altered, lighting was worsened, and overall, the final product looks like shit. And they were aware of this. I remember being so optimistic for this game after seeing them improve the graphics. They got a lot of backlash after showing the game off at E3, and decided to take on that criticism saying it looked like a PS2 game, and fixed it up a bit. Finally, it looks like a slightly brighter PS2 game. I'm just joking, of course I know it wasn't their fault, they were just doing the best they could. Sonic Boom is a case that shows just how shitty of a company Sega really can be. Big Red Button came in with the hopes of getting their big break, and Sega continuously kicked them while they were down. Remember, they spent 2 whole years developing their vertical slice that showed Sega what they wanted to accomplish. Imagine spending 2 years on something just for Izuka to come in and spit in your face. They were forced to remove the exploration, add more speed sections, get rid of a lot of nice scenery as it was too distracting in place of more obstacles. Eggman had to be removed as a playable character because of them being forced to ditch the origin stuff. Swimming was originally going to be a feature, but because they don't do that in the mainline games, they had to remove that too. Combat was altered, villagers were removed because Sega didn't like their designs, and probably one of their scummier tactics, they made them add in Shadow and Metal Sonic. I can only assume to make a trailer out of it so more people would want to buy the game. Might I remind you, this and so much more, and the news of the Wii U partnership was dropped on this small studio with only 8 months before the game was to release, with no signs of being allowed to delay. This is why I don't like giving Sega a pass. Sega of Japan at the very least, they have such little care for this franchise over there that they would completely fuck over a small studio and the chance of getting a good game because they thought it'd result in them selling more copies. And guess what? It didn't work. At this point in time, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric and Shattered Crystal combined are the worst selling Sonic games in history. It's weird. It's almost like people enjoy good games. So of course the game came out in time for Christmas of 2014, when just a few months prior at E3 it was still in its pre-alpha stages, and of course naturally everyone hated it. People said it was the next Sonic 06, Sonic was in another dark age. Me? Well, I was 12 at the time, and while I didn't love it, I definitely didn't think it was 06 bad. It's just a sad case of one small team being overly ambitious. In interviews they claimed they wanted to make a game that combined the best parts of Sonic Adventure, Heroes, but at the same time doing something new to revitalize interest in Sonic, as they were big Sonic fans too, and I guess it was just too big a task. And also having to work with Sega, yeah, that was a huge part too. The response to Sonic Boom was so bad that members of the team got death threats over the game. And the company's reputation has been forever tarnished as the guys who made Sonic Boom. Although it seems that since Boom they've had great success working on VR titles, so at least something good has happened to them since escaping the clutches of Sega. There's a lot more minor stuff I could show off, like the tons more concept art, beta logos, how Lyric started off as an owl, all the scrapped villager designs, the stuff they planned out with the ancients who are only referenced in the final game. Okay, yeah, there's still a ton to go over. But honestly, we'd be here all day, and I wanted to just give you a general idea of what could have been. Maybe another day I could do a really in-depth deep dive on Sonic Boom's development, showing every single thing that was removed or changed. So comment that if you ever want to see it. And with that, we're only left wondering, what could have been?
Look what I found at the flea market!
Dude, is that Tomatopotamus too?
That's the best one in the entire series! Tomatopotamus never worked in 3D.
Game companies always ruin their beloved franchises.
And they never should have changed the color of Tomatopotamus's legs.
An important aspect of a game's story that I often feel is overlooked is the prologue. Now, this could mean a number of things. A simple tutorial or a single cutscene establishing the plot, but what I'm referring to is when a game goes out of its way to just start slow, ease the player into this world and these characters before throwing them into the meat of it. When I think of moments like this, I think of the openings to games like Mario Galaxy, where you run around the Mushroom Kingdom during a big festival, only for it to get ambushed by Bowser. The bright and colorful area you were just starting to become immersed in now engulfed in flames as you run to rescue the princess, before revealing you were too late and getting launched into space for the planet-hopping adventure to begin. Here's an example from a game that isn't even that good. Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots. You open with a simple cutscene showcasing SpongeBob and Patrick approaching a new factory in town, only for Patrick to get kidnapped. And so as SpongeBob, you have to run through the place, which results in you falling further into the factory, where you meet a new character and start to traverse it together. Not amazing or anything, but hey, they're allowing you to get a handle of the characters and the controls before the main game starts. You get to experience this moment firsthand. It's so much more immersive compared to a basic cutscene that's trying to get you to level 1 as fast as possible. One franchise I certainly don't think about when it comes to great openings is Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, that's not to say no Sonic game has had a good opening before, because that's just not true, and I'm gonna highlight some very soon. But something I certainly thought while playing through Frontiers for the first time is, damn, Sonic openings have not been good lately. I think that's mostly due to these games being so rushed in general. You know, let's make sure we get the main story beats down before worrying about an opening to introduce it. And because of that, in the most recent Sonic games, mainly being Lost World, Forces, and Frontiers, we've seen them resort to the fine but pretty lackluster opening of short cutscene, first level, and then you're just in it. I think overall it highlights a big issue I have with Sonic games, and that it's when you're trying to release these games in a reasonably quick time span, you don't have the opportunity to truly flesh out the story, which more often than not results in the stories feeling as if they're either rushing through a bunch of story beats super quickly, or there ends up being a lot of story at the beginning, a lot of story at the end, and the middle portion is just meandering around until we get there. So today I wanted to showcase some of the best and worst openings to Sonic games, why they work, why they don't, and how I think they can be improved upon, because I really want to see that effort return with whatever mainline game comes next. A Sonic game that aims to be more cinematic in its story structure. Let's start by going over some of the best openings to some Sonic games and go from there. I have to give an honorable mention to Sonic CD, of course. Being on such primitive hardware, there obviously isn't a whole lot to do without straying away from the classic Sonic Act formula, but that opening animation carries it hard. It is the best first impression any Sonic game could possibly give you, giving you a sense of Sonic's attitude and speed as he rushes through this vast open landscape, running on walls, water, loop-de-loops, rolling down hills, all before seeing Little Planet chained up in the sky at the hands of Dr. Robotnik, until he starts running up to put a stop to him. It's fucking badass, and I'm sure most agree on that. And if you don't, then get the fuck out. Sonic Unleashed is like an even better version of this in my opinion. Honestly, now that I think about it, Sonic Unleashed just may be the best opening to any 3D Sonic game in terms of spectacle and scope. A prolonged 6-minute CGI cutscene showcasing Sonic as he tears one of Eggman's armadas to shreds, eventually turning super and getting the Doctor on his hands and knees begging for his life, before he sucks the emeralds out of Super Sonic, uses them to blow up the planet, and then launches them out into space, hurtling towards Earth. It perfectly establishes the general setup to the game without giving us too much story. Like, there's barely any words used here on what this beast is, why Sonic turned into a werewolf, what ramifications this is gonna have in the world. They're all left open to be explored further later. I feel like if this were done in a game with Forces or Frontiers kind of storytelling, we'd possibly get the tail end of this cutscene, like the last 30 seconds or so where Sonic gets transformed and shot back to Earth, in which Tails would call him on a communicator like, "Sonic, that was quite the fall. It looks like Eggman has blown up the planet. If we want to get it back to normal, we're gonna have to find the 7 Gaia temples in each continent. Let's go!" And then that's as far as the plot goes until the credits. Now, that's not to say your Sonic game needs a 20-minute cutscene setting up mysteries and drama. Previous 3D games have shown us that a simple cutscene can work, it just depends on how it's executed. The original Sonic Adventure has a pretty smart one where we see Sonic freely jumping from rooftop to rooftop in Station Square, before seeing a bunch of police cars chasing something in the distance. And upon inspection sees this weird goopy thing that the police can't do anything about and end up fleeing from, leaving it to Sonic to put a stop to him. It's strange to open your Sonic game with a boss fight, but I understand and appreciate the approach. Controlling Sonic in a 3D space probably came off as quite the daunting task around that time, and so I think this boss was mainly put here as a way to teach you how to use the new homing attack ability, and a confined space against a clear objective, you know, his giant fucking brain. It's a real shame Adventure still hasn't gotten the remake treatment, because with a couple tweaks this opening could be stellar. If you take a look at some of the storyboards they created back when the game still featured classic Sonic, you can tell they had something much more ambitious in mind compared to what we got. Showcasing all these dynamic shots of Sonic looking through the town before getting stomped on by chaos, then dodging all the police cars before chasing after them. I really hope that if Adventure got that elusive remake someday, they would revisit this instead of just copying the original point blank, because if all the cutscenes had this much effort put into them, I think it would give folks a lot more appreciation towards that game's focus on narrative. Adventure 2 also has the perfect opening. It's weird because it's very much in line with how they do them now, just a short cutscene and then you're thrown right in, but it is completely carried by how fucking cool it is, how everything within the stage adds context and meaning behind your actions. We open on a helicopter claiming to have captured Sonic before he takes out everyone on board off screen and jumps out, us getting just enough time to see that he's broken out of a pair of goddamn handcuffs, before grabbing a piece of the copter to use as a board, makes a fucking lame-ass quip and then falls to the ground, freezing in place to smile at the camera. It works because of how quick it is. It's like when you walk into a movie theater late so you missed the opening. You have none of the context, but you just walked in an action scene so you're entertained and invested. I always loved when Sonic just did whatever he wanted. The government guys here are just doing their jobs, but we don't even see Sonic trying to reason with them or explain himself. He just kicks their shit in and jumps out. I want to see that kind of personality return. I love corny Sonic. It's further elevated by the gameplay, which features you boarding down the streets of San Francisco as you hear police reports telling everyone to fucking get you. It's so hectic when you hit a car and it sets off this massive chain reaction where they all pile into each other, the gun robots showing up to shoot you, and of course, the truck chase at the end, before you finally get to the goal and meet Shadow. Sonic being so amazed by what he's seeing that the police have time to catch up and surround him, with the next time we see him being when he's on Prison Island. It's perfect. It's only the first level, but it still tells a story with a start, middle, and end. And if there's something I appreciate about Adventure 2, it's that it provides context behind every stage. There's always a reason for what you're doing. Trying to get out of gun territory with Metal Harbor, escaping the island before it blows up with Green Forest, sprinting as fast as you can to get to Dr. Eggman before he shoots Amy in the head with his pistol, with him constantly warning you that if you don't get there fast enough, that bitch is as good as dead. It goes to show that as long as the story is there and as long as the gameplay complements that, your opening can be as short or long as you want and it'll still be insanely memorable. So, where did we go wrong? Well, again, I think it's mainly down to how stories are approached with Sonic games now. It feels like they're trying to get you into the meat of it as quickly as possible. The best example I could probably give here would be Sonic Frontiers. After a short cutscene showcasing Eggman getting sucked into cyberspace, we see Sonic, Tails, and Amy looking for the Chaos Emeralds while flying over the Starfall Islands, before they all get sucked into a portal. That's all you get before gameplay. There's nothing all that cool about it. It doesn't showcase any of these characters or their personalities to you. It just kind of expects you to already know, which is a shame because, despite liking how he's written in some cases, the Sonic in Frontiers is just kind of boring aside from a couple of funny quips. Because they want to make him the hope and influence for his friends, he comes off a little too mature for my liking, compared to
Talk about low-budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here.
Sonic and the Black Knight. I think is a pretty stellar case of writing Sonic as a mature character who does right by others, but he still has an edge. He still thinks he's the coolest guy in town and isn't afraid to let others know it. I mean, he spends the whole game arguing with his fucking sword. The IDW comics feature that kind of Sonic pretty well, so I'm hoping with the next game Ian Flynn writes, we get to see a bit more of this edge return, because Frontiers Sonic is just a bore. And I think this more standard and safe approach to openings is only reflected further in the first level and how it directly contrasts with Sonic Unleashed. Because if for some reason you haven't played Frontiers yet, it and Unleashed open with the same level, like exactly the same, except one control is way worse. In Unleashed, we get this level after about 10 minutes of cutscene establishing the general setup, where it's treated as more of a quick tutorial so you can get a hang on Sonic's new controls, since it's the first Boost era game. Act 2 then has way more going on. It's longer, harder, there's more shortcuts, more set pieces, it feels like an expansion on the first. Whereas in Frontiers you do this 40-second level and then you're thrust back into the open world to do a 20-minute tutorial where you slowly walk around a linear path doing basic puzzles. Being an open world game, it's going to be harder for Frontiers to have as high energy of an opening as Unleashed or Adventure 2, but really, it's just too long without much variety to break it up. And at this point, the story is, albeit intentionally, paper thin, and because of that, it results in one of the weakest openings to any Sonic game in my opinion. Which sucks because once the world opens up, it becomes way more fun to run around. I just wish they would trust you to do that from the start because it makes revisiting the thing a nightmare. This was a definite improvement from the past couple entries, however. Lost World and Forces both followed the exact same formula, where you get a quick basic cutscene, then the first level just throws you into it. But despite being so similar, Lost Worlds is infinitely better than Forces. See what I did there? I mean, hey, it helps that it also looks nicer than Frontiers opening, I'll give it that. Also, just look at how much better this opening is to Frontiers visual-wise, what the fuck heck. But we see Sonic chasing Eggman in the sky trying to rescue some animals, before the doctor lets them go, falling down to the ground, which is preceded by Eggman shooting down the tornado, the two of them landing in the mysterious Lost Hex. And then we play level 1. It's a much more traditional platformer, so the basic intro is expected and doesn't come off that bad. Whereas Forces is abysmal. So we get a short cutscene of Eggman hyping up this new villain who's gonna take Sonic down. And then we're Sonic, running around Green Hill for all of 0.5 milliseconds before Tails calls in a communicator to inform him Eggman has been attacking the city. And so Sonic needs to get there ASAP. That's not a bad idea in theory, but the execution is terrible. Why are we in Green Hill? Why isn't there at least a little bit of time to breathe before Tails calls us, thus making things seem way more urgent? And the only visual difference is Green Hill looks a lot more like Sand Hill, with the worms from the Lost Hex in the background. It's this weird mishmash that wants to be weird, but it can't commit, resulting in a first level that's just confusing and boring. Then in the next cutscene, we see said attack, and it's just like 5 robots gathering a half-dozen citizens into a corner. This was the start of his world takeover, and it worked? How about, I don't know, we're running through the peaceful Green Hill Zone as Sonic. We're not just stuck on a linear path floating in the sky, we're on the ground and we can see the Flickies smiling all happy and shit. But as you're running, Tails calls Sonic on his communicator after a bit to catch up. Throw in your long time no see because I know you want to, but have Tails get cut off. His audio starts glitching as you hear screams and explosions. Sonic shouts for Tails but gets no reply. Then off in the distance, a giant explosion goes off. Debris from the city starts launching into the air and landing in Green Hill. Sonic having to rush to rescue the Flickies from being crushed. You keep running, but the city doesn't appear to be getting any closer. The fire starts to expand, and the more you run, the worse the terrain gets. The green grass is singed, the palm trees collapse as you have to avoid them. Loop-de-loops get chopped in half, so when you run up them, you get launched into the sky, where you look over and you can just barely see the city in the horizon. Screams and Eggman laughing can be heard in that direction. And then out of nowhere, a giant Death Egg robot falls in front of you. Eggman had planned all of this, it was an ambush. And so now you gotta fight it in order to move on. And then that's how the stage would end. I don't know, in my opinion, Sonic levels should always end on a set piece instead of just ending at a certain point like in Forces. And at least then, the first time you see a Death Egg robot isn't just when it's destroyed in the sand for no reason before Eggman's attack. That's the kind of shit I want to see from my Sonic games again. First impressions are everything, so I'd much rather an opening that tries to blow you away instead of acting as a simple tutorial and nothing more. Like, thanks Sega, I know how to jump. Ugh. With the success of Frontiers, I can only imagine the budget for the next game is going to go up. At least a little. And so with that, I hope more effort can be placed in having the story and gameplay complement each other. I know his dog shit catchphrase is, gotta go fast, but maybe an opening that takes it slow wouldn't be so bad either.
One of the most unique things about the 2005 game Shadow the Hedgehog that makes it stand out among other entries in the Sonic series is the use of weapons. A controversial choice for sure, but that's all. The game was universally panned, citing the game's lack of polish, poor level design, unrefined controls, dumb convoluted story, and tone deafness as reasons for it further tarnishing the reputation of the Sonic brand. I liked this game a lot as a kid, despite not even really wanting to buy it in the first place. I recall being in the store and having the choice between this and Garfield 2 for PlayStation 2, and naturally, I chose Garfield. But it had a big old buy one get one free sticker on it, so I thought, why not? I picked up Shadow too. I was a big fan of Sonic at the time, but I really wasn't that into shooter games, and I think that's what turned me off of it at first. But when I got home and played it, I was surprised at just how much I loved it. Beat it that day, not realizing that I then had to go back and try the other missions for a different ending. Wow, only 7 levels. Short game. I decided to go back and play it for this video, and I was very surprised to see just how much I hated it. Guys, like, this game is complete shit. Before then, I simply thought the game was mediocre, but it's terrible. The controls are some of the worst I've ever experienced in a video game. It's clearly built off the Heroes engine, but in an attempt to slow the speed character's gameplay down, they made Shadow so slippery and hard to control. I can never anticipate where I'm gonna go with him. He reaches max speed in like 2 seconds, yet stops on a dime. He's way too fast for his own good. The level design is genuinely awful. It either traps you in a bunch of tiny maze-like rooms, or just asks you to run in a straight line or do really basic moving platform challenges, the laziest way of creating level design. That's not even to mention the dumbass choose-your-own-adventure shit, where depending on whether or not you do the hero, villain, or neutral mission in a stage, the outcome of your story changes, despite the game having a final canon ending, so it doesn't even really matter what you pick. And some of the completely asinine things this game has you do for certain missions, like destroying all the enemies of a specific alignment in a level, or the worst one where you have to go around the space colony arc with Maria and tediously look for and kill 35 artificial chaos, but the stage is so fucking massive, meaning this usually takes like 30 minutes to do, without meticulously following a guide. Fuck this game. Anyways, carried over from Heroes is the fact that enemies now have health meters, a decision I didn't really mind in that game, as it incentivizes you to go and switch to other characters to utilize their unique abilities, and to try and level them up as soon as possible to do more damage. But with no alternate characters in this game, how did they make up for that here? Well, Shadow actually received a couple new moves not seen in a Sonic game before, some of which would actually end up being used later on in the series. Of course, he's got the classic spin dash, and oh boy is it as shit as ever. Then there's the new slide ability, which would go on to be used in Sonic 06 and the rest of the Boost Formula games. And who could forget his dinky little punching kick that stretches his limbs out to all hell. Like, Jesus guys, there's squash and stretch, and then there's making Shadow look like he's made a fucking putty. But to make up for these shitty additions, the big selling point of the game would be that we get to see the Hedgehog wielding a variety of guns and weapons throughout the game, a decision which did not go over well with the general public. Are you that desperate to get hips with the kids, Sega? Do kids even respond to this? Yes, I was one of them. I thought the game was more adult and cool because of the themes and gunplay. Criticize Sega all you want, but hey, it worked. This actually wasn't the first time Sega considered giving a Sonic character a gun. Gamma from Sonic Adventure was conceived from Yuji Naka being requested to give Sonic a firearm, and then later on, while not thinking it would work for Sonic, they felt it could also suit a character like Shadow. And I'm not quite sure if this is a controversial opinion, but I kinda liked the gunplay in this game. The game overall is still a heaping pile of shit, but it's weird that the most controversial thing about it ended up being the best and most polished feature. It aims onto enemies, meaning all you really gotta do is press a button and whoa, look at Shadow go. Sadly though, some weapons are more useful than others. Like, how many of you out there unironically use the speed limit sign to defeat enemies? How about the survival knife? What the fuck? That's what I decided to do here today. We're ranking every single weapon in Shadow the Hedgehog. Yes. I love the idea behind the egg gun. The previous game, Sonic Heroes, introduced Eggman's new robot minions, the Eggpawns, who are like the best Eggman robot designs in the series. I love them. So it's really cool that they let you take one of their guns after destroying them. These guns have actually continued to appear in other Sonic games, such as Generations and Colors, so hey, that's gotta be worth some points. And as a weapon, it's pretty useful. Just your standard gun with 20 rounds. Not the most unique thing out there, but as it is, I think the design and general coolness of using an Eggman's robot gun makes up for it, and puts it at the highest point in my list so far. Because it's the only one. The Flash Shot belongs to the Black Arms faction, and is actually one of the better guns in the game. It's got a pretty cool design, kinda looks like the Starship Enterprise actually. The Black Arms being aliens means they could really get creative with these gun concepts, but as it is, it really just works the same as the Egg Gun, 20 rounds. But what elevates it to god tier status is the fact that it's got a super fast firing rate. If you manage to fill up your chaos meter, which gives you infinite ammo, you can just go to fucking town with this. Destroys everything in sight, it's great. And the cool purple light effect it gives off when shooting also looks neat. I'm sorry, Egg Gun, but your reign of terror as number one was fun while it lasted. The Gatling gun is fucking amazing, I love it. First of all, it has 40 rounds, double what these other two had. And that's all because this thing has an insanely fast firing rate. You can clear out all 40 bullets in like 5 seconds if you hold the shoot button down. Although that can get a little annoying if you accidentally hold the button down for longer than a split second and end up wasting more ammo than you needed to. But that's not why I love it. Oh no. Just why do I love this gun so much? Just look at the fucking size of this thing. It's like 10 times the size of Shadow. He's got some impressive upper body strength because this thing is massive. I don't know how this even got in the game to begin with, because simply running at your normal speed will cause this thing to clip through the ground because of its size. It's just how did they not fucking fix that? Just look at me spin dashing with it. It's just constantly going through the ground. The Gatling gun is the best in the game so far without a doubt. It's so goofy, I love it.
Heavy machine gun.
The heavy machine gun is just kind of a worse version of the Gatling gun, sadly. It's only got 30 rounds, and the design is nowhere near as cool, being based off the M60 machine gun and M1919 Browning machine gun. Don't ask how I know that, it's because the Sonic Wiki said so. These guns are only really cool when you're using them as part of the gun turrets. If you break them, you can get the gun to carry them around, but it's not really that worth it since you get infinite ammo when it's part of the turret. I can understand wanting to be like the Gatling gun heavy machine, but you can't top the original. Stay in your lane, fucko, bottom of the list. We have another Black Arms gun with the heavy shot, and hey, it's definitely got one of the more unique designs out of the bunch. It's not to say it's good, but hey. Considering these are aliens, I definitely would have preferred them getting more creative with the types of shots you could have. Like, so far, everything has just been generic bullet or laser. Why not take the Ratchet and Clank approach and get more out there? Well, I guess that would contradict with the whole serious aesthetic they're trying to go for, but still. As a weapon, it's fine. Middle of the road. Dropping it onto the egg gun, at least that one has a fun design.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
What creative names? We just did the heavy shot. Now we have the light shot. It's just a pistol with a really awful design. Look at this thing. The shape is cool, but then it's got this dumb fucking looking hole in the front of it for the bullet to come out of. Like, it just doesn't look like something that would be efficient at shooting out bullets. I just don't see why you'd ever want to pick this over something like the flash shot. Weakest so far.
Hamburger.
It's just a pistol. Like literally just a pistol. What more is there to say? Actually, you know what? This is 100% the worst gun in the game so far. Not only is it incredibly short range, not only does it only have 10 rounds, but it also does fuck all damage to enemies. No wonder the gun enemies have such shit aim in this game and are so easily taken out. They're practically fighting you with Nerf guns. I'm noticing now just how shit the balancing is here. In a shooter, it's important to give each gun its own pros and cons. Like, maybe it does a lot of damage but has really bad recoil, or maybe it fires fast but has a long reload time. But in Shadow, we have something like the Gatling gun, which has a lot of ammo, long distance, and does a fuck ton of damage. But then there's the pistol again, which has no ammo, is short distance, and does no damage at all. Like how did they not realize this? Yes, this is the worst gun in the game so far. Moving on. Whoa, what is this? An actually kind of creative weapon? What are the odds? This is actually a really good gun. It shoots out a giant purple ring, as the name implies, giving it the biggest radius of any weapon we've looked at so far. On top of that, it's decently strong, and gives you a respectable 20 rounds. It's even got a cool design that fits with the theme. Being more circular and the ring shape on the front implies what's going to shoot out of it, meaning it's easy to see from far away. As we're going to see later on, it gets kind of hard at times to make out which gun it is until you're picking it up. That's why having unique designs is so important in a game like this. So yeah, this is one of the best guns in the game. I'd put it right below the Gatling gun, since that one was still strong and again had that really fucking goofy clipping shit going on. But second is nothing to scoff at. Remember what I said about making each gun look unique so you can make out what it is? The semi-auto rifle has nothing special about it. Gives you an alright 30 rounds, has decent range, and does decent damage. There's nothing at all amazing about it. I don't know why they'd even bother putting it in the game. This one is going right above the light shot. I mean, anything's better than a pistol, I guess. The submachine gun is okay. It's definitely meant to be used up close and personal with the enemies, given its low damage and short range. But I think it makes up for it with the fast firing rate. You know, it does a good job at shaving down health bars. I guess this brings up the issue that happens in a platformer like this, trying to adopt the guns from a first-person shooter, because, like, there's no real benefit to using this over, again, something like the Gatling gun, which does more damage and works just as fine from close range as it does long. Again, many aspects of this game were just not thought out very well. This one's going right under the heavy machine gun. And that's all we got for standard guns. Overall, a lot of these just seem to be variations on the same 3 weapons. Like, here's a pistol. Now here's an alien pistol. Now here's an Eggman pistol. But there were times when we got some great ones that stood out. Like the ring shot and my personal favorite, the Gatling gun. I mean, how could you not love it? But for now, let's move on to the laser guns.
Unmanned drones. Fucking laser sight.
Here we have the laser rifle. The thing about laser guns in Shadow that give them a benefit over regular guns is that they can bounce off walls for the chance to end up hitting an enemy again for extra damage. Which surely is useful for more enclosed areas. It's not very great for large rooms or the outdoors though. But the trade-off for it is that, well, I guess there really isn't a trade-off. There's more powerful guns. I really want to know what the process of balancing these things out was like. It's pretty powerful. It stands out as being one of GUN's only guns in the game to have a hint of color on it. It looks cool and does a lot of damage. Great gun here. I'm going to drop it right under the ring shot. What the fuck is this design, dude? Who came up with this thing? It's the most obvious joke ever, but it really just looks like a big red alien dick. It's gross. What are these weird spots on the front of it? And look at that handle. How is anyone supposed to grip that? This is another fairly powerful one. Does just about the same amount of damage as the laser rifle, but dude, I have to dock so many points for that god-awful design. This is going right below the egg gun. Let's hope these guns get a little less phallic. I don't even know what to say. I just have to make the dick joke again. Someone clearly had a lot of fun designing these things. Almost too much fun if you ask me. This one is kind of cool though, as it fires out this like straight laser slash. Although there's nothing straight about this. Go kill stuff. It reminds me of the Egg Emperor from Sonic Heroes with his whole take this attack. You know the one. I have to give it points for how practical it is and how the attack at least looks unique. But as for the design, it's like I said, yeah, it's unique. I'll give it that. Right above the egg gun. And that's it for laser guns. Surprised there's no Eggman one, but 2 Black Arms ones? But hey, what can you do? Guess they just couldn't choose between these 2 gems. On to the cannons. I don't know if I should say this, guys. I don't know if this is too controversial of an opinion, so please don't get at me too much for this, but here it goes. All the cannons in Shadow the Hedgehog are fucking shit. The bazooka is generic and boring. It's just a fucking bazooka, what do you want me to say? What I will talk about is the most awful feature all these guns share. None of them automatically lock onto enemies. Instead, you have to manually aim with a shitty crosshair to shoot at your targets. In a game that, in theory, is supposed to be fast-paced, and that has enemies that can float in the air above jumping height, what is the benefit to using this over a gun that does just as much damage, gives you way more ammo, and locks on? Worst gun in the game. Most of this is going to come down to the design at this point. The big barrel is shit. It gives you 2 more rounds than the bazooka, but it also doesn't do as much damage from what I could tell. Fuck this gun. It's the new worst in the game. Oh boy, we had the big barrel. Now we have the black barrel. How different. I can't really tell what the differences are. I want to say it does more damage but has worse range. Maybe, possibly. I don't care. But I'm still going to put it above the black barrel and normal bazooka solely for the design. Both of these are part of the Black Arms weaponry, but this one fits so much better than this brownish greenish piece of shit. I like the bright pink and this darker purple color, although I really am not a fan of these more circular gun designs they keep doing. They just look bad. I think this gun is literally just the exact same as the regular bazooka, but it's the egg bazooka. Oh boy, what a difference. My thoughts on it are basically the same as my thoughts on that one, but I'd still put it above the normal bazooka because of the colors. I don't know, I always liked that mix of different oranges the Eggman weapons went for. I wish his minions had more variety, because other than these 2, I think there's only 1 more weapon from his faction left to go, which is disappointing. Hashtag justice for egg pawns.
So, Phil, is it?
I like and appreciate the idea behind the grenade launcher. Hey, it's something other than a gun finally, but it really does suck dick. It has awful aim, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and its range is fucking pitiful, some of the worst in the entire game. Again, I get what they were going for. I'm always down for them trying to have more creative weapons than just 50 variations of the same gun, but like, now all they gotta do is make them fun to control. Big Barrel, you're very lucky the grenade launcher just saved you. It is now the worst gun in the game. I love the tank cannon as a concept. Just being able to pick up the end of a tank and use it as a gun is hilarious. Again, Sega, you should have done more shit like this, it would have been great. Funny enough, Eggman actually refers to this thing as a vehicle, which suggests that Shadow would have been able to ride a tank at one point, which I'd say is disappointing if all the vehicles in this game weren't utter shit, so that was definitely the better outcome. Worst part is the gun is super powerful, destroying most enemies in one hit, but sadly you can only get it behind a secret door, meaning you can't really use it for long. I didn't even know this thing existed until making this video, so that's not a good sign. But I'll put it above the Egg Bazooka for the concept alone. And there we have the cannons out of the way. They're shit. Lock-on weapons are like an in-between of the regular guns and cannons. They sort of work like the mechs in Sonic Adventure 2, where you have to hold in the button and aim at all the enemies you want to attack, and then let go and see the destruction, which is cool. So let's see if any of them manage to surpass any of the regular guns finally. The 4-shot RPG is actually pretty decent. It does a lot of damage, has pretty good range. Honestly, the only downside is that it only has 12 rounds, and that you have to manually lock onto the enemies. Again, I think in a game where you have a majority of guns that auto-lock on, why would I even want to do it myself? What's the point? Still though, for what it is, the 4-shot RPG is alright. I'm putting it above the light shot. There's only one thing I can think of being better than that. Firing double the shots of the previous, why would you ever want the 4-shot over the 8-shot? Again, a big issue here is ammo, meaning unless you can find a ton of these close together, you're only going to have it for a few seconds. But 24 is still a big improvement over 12. For the time you have it, it does plenty of damage and has great range. I'm putting this one above the 4-shot, obviously. Here we have the Big Worm Shooter. Ugh. Dude, what the fuck is this design? What is the yellowish, ugly brown color and the unsettling fleshy bit in the middle? It looks like a... Like, you know, we're not even gonna talk about it. It's about as useful as your average lock-on weapon. The other two are better for sure. And the usefulness is sort of negated because this thing only has 6 fucking rounds before running out. So if you ever run across this one, you're better off skipping it. I'm dropping this one below the tank cannon. In terms of design, this is as basic as you can get. It's just a simple RPG. Although I am a fan of the stylish red and yellow stripe.
And this racing stripe here, I feel is pretty sharp.
But other than that, it's just a GUN version of the Big Worm Shooter with 6 measly rounds. I'm putting this one above it though for the, you know, design improvements. The Wide Worm Shooter is pretty great. In terms of design, it's sadly just a purple version of the Big Worm Shooter. Still not great, but I'll be honest, the color change does wonders in taking away that uncanny feeling. Thankfully, that's not the only thing that's better. This thing has 18 rounds of ammo, meaning it's lasting a little bit longer. But the trade-off is that it doesn't do as much damage. But I'll take that any day over this piece of shit. The Worm Shooter. Seriously, what the fuck? Who decided on these names? The Worm Shooter. Big Worm Shooter. Wide Worm Shooter. The creative juices were surely running over at Sonic Team that day. So many of these guys are just worse versions of previous ones that I really don't see why they didn't just have an upgrade system. Like you start with the Worm Shooter, then you can upgrade it to the Big Worm Shooter, and then you can then upgrade that to the Wide Worm Shooter. Like why? Why not just do that? If I ever see the Worm Shooter and the Wide Worm Shooter next to each other, why would I never just not go for the Wide? Either way, this one is just the exact same as the Big Worm Shooter. Good damage, but shit ammo, only 6 again. What a waste of a slot, it's just a blue version of a pre-existing gun with some shit in the front of it. Going right above the Big Worm Shooter.
No, 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 go. Let go.
I like the idea behind the lock-on weapons. I understand wanting to reference the gameplay of SA2, but these are so unneeded and unwanted in a game, where again, there are more than enough guns that auto-lock on. Such a waste of development time. Speaking of... The vacuum pod is really only useful for the mission with Tails, where you have to collect 400 rings since it draws them all in without sacrificing ammo. But the trade-off is that you can only suck in smaller enemies, not larger ones, which levels are full of. So at that point you might as well just take a regular gun. And I know you can fire the small ones at the larger ones, but at that point I may as well just take a normal gun with regular bullets. Vacuum is kinda shit. Again, other than the one mission, but there's no need to pick this thing up. Skip this shit, I'm putting it under the pistol. And that's all we have for vacuums. Yep, just one. Moving on. Just for clarity, I don't think any of these close combat weapons are going to be anywhere near the top. If I can get a gun that kills a target in a couple hits from a mile away, why would I ever want to grab a melee weapon that not only do I have to be up close and personal to use, but that also has a fucking ammo meter? Yes, the melee weapons have an ammo meter. Why? Maybe if these things could be used forever, it incentivizes the player to use them, but nope, you don't have any ammo to reload your fucking tree branch.
Shut the fuck up!
The black sword definitely has a neat design. I like the dark shade of purple used, and the asymmetrical design with thorns coming out does look cool. Although again, and you're gonna be hearing this a lot, it only has 6 fucking rounds. It should have way more than that. Wait, no, it should have no fucking rounds. It's a sword. You can only attack 6 times with this thing before it's gone forever. Why would I ever want to use that? This is at the bottom of the list. A hammer is a cool idea, although I am surprised there's no point in this game where you're able to wield aimies. You know, Sega should try making a Sonic Brawler game like Dynasty Warriors or Bayonetta, where you can finally utilize all these unique weapons and abilities that Sonic characters have. Anyways, the Dark Hammer is shit. For something with dark in the name, you sure are a pretty bright shade of blue. This thing looks fucking lame, it looks nothing like a hammer. Neat idea, but again, this thing is shit, going under the black sword if that were even possible. Again, I'm going to be pretty lenient towards the third and final Eggman weapon, just because I think it's a cool idea that you gotta carry and use the sword of an Eggman robot from the previous and best Sonic game, Sonic Heroes. The cons of this one is, again, it's the 6 ammo count, but in terms of pros, it's got a cool design. Putting this one above the big barrel. Environmental objects are all listed under the same weapon because they're basically reskins of each other. Really, they're just weapons in the game that you either find laying on the ground or by destroying a part of the environment. No shit. These can come in the form of traffic signs, torches, tree branches, shovels, etc. There are a ton and I don't really care enough to go into all of them. All you need to know is the tree branch is the best because it has that Gatling gun issue of being way too fucking big for Shadow and I love it. It's the worst in the game. So here we have the survival knife. A fucking what? Wah, Shadow has a gun. Wah, Sonic has a sword. Yeah, how about we talk about how there's an official Sonic game where you can wield a goddamn knife that you can use to stab humans. This weapon has the shittiest range in the whole game and isn't very strong, but like, it's a fucking knife. I'm putting it right under the Gatling gun. Fuck off, this is my list. Make your own. What a waste of development time. These things were clearly just added for the sake of marketing. You can use guns, and swords, and knives, and spears, and hammers. What variety? Only to realize they all play the same and all suck. Speaking of suck, the final string of weapons in the game, the special weapons. You get these for meeting certain requirements like beating a specific level or the entire game. They're mostly references to other Sega franchises, which is cool, but you can only get these from special Shadow crates, which are fairly uncommon. Based off Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, the vacuum gun basically just works the same as the regular vacuum. However, the more stuff you suck in, the larger the egg at the back fills up and eventually just straight up bursts. Surprisingly, this is one of the only guns in the game that can be upgraded. By completing the final stage, it's now at level 2, which really just allows it to store more enemies. What an improvement. I like this thing for how weird it looks, but honestly, it's just another vacuum. It's going right above that. The heal cannon is an interesting but fucking pointless concept. So get this. If you shoot it at an enemy, it restores their health gauge instead of depleting it. And if you hit them, the enemy is now on your side, with the black arms becoming neutral to you and the gun soldiers standing to salute Shadow, but like, that's just the fucking same as if I were killing them. So get this, I can either press the square button to shoot the enemy which kills it, or I can press the square button to heal the enemy, which neutralizes it. What's the fucking difference? They're not gonna bother me anymore at the end of the day. What a fucking waste of a cool concept. This is the new worst weapon in the game. It has literally no fucking functionality. The Omo Chow gun is genius. I'd like to think Sega were receiving complaints about how annoying he was in the previous games, and so just made a gun where you get to shoot him out at enemies. And beyond that, it's also super useful. He's got a giant fucking head which gives it a ton of range. And it also bounces off of walls, meaning one can do a ton of damage in enclosed areas. Imagine if the whole game had creative Sonic-themed guns like this. Yeah, alright, point taken. This one goes right under the Gatling gun. I mean, come on, that's still hard to beat. The Samurai Blade is fucking dope. Look at the length of this thing. Oh yeah, now we're talking. This means it has alright range compared to other melee attacks, but when upgraded it can also send out a shockwave that harms any enemy in its path. The biggest issue though is it only has 3 rounds of ammo before going away, making it pretty pointless. I was gonna put it above the knife for the design alone, but that kinda ruins it. And for that it's gonna have to go under the knife. The satellite gun looks so dumb. What the fuck is this even supposed to be? Does this scream satellite gun? But then you get it in the game and it looks like this. This gun sucks. Again, cool concept though. Remember in Westopolis how a bunch of lasers drop from the sky causing an explosion? Well, it basically is a smaller scale version of that. Except it locks onto the enemy, meaning if they move, which most do, they're gonna be out of range of the blast radius by the time the laser hits. What a fucking waste. This is going right under the bazooka, which sucks again because it's a cool idea. And finally, we ended on the Shadow Rifle, which you receive after completing the last way, the final level of the game. The Shadow Rifle is really cool. First of all, just look at the size of this thing, it's huge. And even the design is neat. I love the colors, and having the Black Arms logo on the handle is a neat touch. Beyond that, it also kills most enemies in one hit, making it the most powerful weapon in the whole game. The only real issue with this gun is that you get it for completing the final level in the game. I'll be fucked if I'm playing any more of this piece of shit game just so I can use this slightly stronger gun. So Shadow Rifle, you're cool and I appreciate you, but I'm never ever going to end up using you. You're going right under the Elmo shotgun. There we have it. All the guns in Shadow the Hedgehog ranked. But the swords and stuff aren't gone. They have an ammo count. They're guns, motherfucker. Fight me. If you want to know what we ended up with, here's my list. The Gatling Gun, Omochao Gun, Shadow Rifle, Survival Knife, Samurai Blade, Ring Shot, Laser Rifle, Flash Shot, Splitter, Egg Gun, Refractor, Heavy Shot, Heavy Machine Gun, Submachine Gun, Semi-Auto Rifle, 8-Shot RPG, 4-Shot RPG, Wide Worm Shooter, Light Shot, Pistol, Egg Vacuum, Vacuum, Black Barrel, Tank Cannon, RPG, Worm Shooter, Big Worm Shooter, Egg Bazooka, Bazooka, Satellite Gun, Egg Spear, Big Barrel, Grenade Launcher, Black Sword, Dark Hammer, Environmental Weapons, and Heal Cannon. And now after all this, we're only left wondering, why did I waste my time on this?
So, the other night I was laying in bed trying to sleep, but I just couldn't shake this discussion out of my head. I needed to think about it all night to once and for all figure out which Sonic game has the best homing attack. This is not a joke. This came to me while I was trying to sleep at like 3 a.m., so you're just gonna have to listen to this now. You're welcome. Now, we all know about the homing attack, right? How it wasn't present in the classic Sonic games, but added to the 3D entries as an integral part to Sonic's moveset, because if not, it would make attacking Badniks a goddamn nightmare with how precise you'd have to get, especially with a character as fast as Sonic. Well, if you didn't, you do now. But despite being present in almost every Sonic game for the past 25 years, there have never been more than 2 releases in history where it remained consistent. It's always changing, and some of them are without a doubt better than others. Looking at you, Shadow the Hedgehog.
You scum.
So today I thought it'd be fun to take a look through each and every mainline Sonic game to figure out which version of the homing attack is best, and also, which is the worst. Oh crap, yeah, I completely forgot. This game exists. Yeah, so while not a part of Sonic's natural moveset, you can break open this unique yellow item capsule that practically gives you the same ability as Sonic's regular homing attack. Now, as we're all aware, Sonic 3D Blast is not known for its precise movement, which is especially difficult in a game where the aim is to defeat every enemy in a stage, so a homing attack in a game like this is a freaking godsend. Because of that, it makes getting this thing almost mandatory unless you want to pull your hair out, which makes every level a slog until you find one, which sometimes is incredibly fucking tedious. I only wish they had the foresight to make this a normal part of Sonic's moveset, but I guess I can't really dock the move itself for that because really it works perfectly well. I'm not a fan of the ugly yellow aura that constantly surrounds you when you have it, but it makes the game way more fun once you obtain it. And so, I guess I'll say it's pretty good. Probably the only nice thing I can say about that game. Next we have the Hedgehog's big jump to 3D, Sonic Adventure, which saw the homing attack become a staple of his moveset. Personally, I think Sonic Adventure is the closest we've ever gotten to a Sonic who controls perfectly in a 3D official game, and the homing attack is no exception here. First of all, it helps that Sonic in general just has a super floaty jump in this game, which already gives it an edge over 3D Blast. Allows for much more precision, so you're not overly relying on the homing attack, but I love the way it's handled here. Like, this may not even seem worth mentioning, but trust me, we'll be coming back to it later on. I really like the nice arc it has. Like, the dash you get from it doesn't take you super far or anything initially, but Sonic continues to fall forward afterwards, which means you're not just restricted to falling right under where the homing attack ends. Again, trust me, we'll be coming back to that later. I also really love that they added some context-sensitive changes after you actually attack an enemy. Mainly being if you just normally tap the button, then Sonic will hit it, but not go very far as a result. But if you continue to hold in the jump button, he'll get much greater height in his next jump, which easily allows for you to further correct any jump you make, as well as lets you travel a little bit further to hopefully attack the next enemy in a homing chain, which they fucking love to do from this point onwards. With all that and a great little smear frame effect while in the air, I'd say this is a pretty top tier homing attack, certainly better than the last. Let's see how they switch it up in the sequel. Despite being a direct sequel to Sonic Adventure 1, there's a lot different about the way Sonic controls here, especially when it comes to the homing attack. Although sadly none of these changes were for the better. Like, look at this jump animation. I do like that we get to see Sonic physically turn into a ball, and the blue aura is a nice way to simulate him transforming into a perfect sphere, but I don't know, I just much prefer SA1's more exaggerated way of visualizing that. That's not even to mention how much slower it feels to me. I don't know if it's just me or anything, but the homing attack in SA2 just feels so much more nerfed compared to last adventure. There's so many instances in this game where I feel like I should easily be hitting the enemy, but the reach is so piss poor that I wind up missing and falling to my death. Especially in Final Rush, which is practically all bottomless pit. There are some positives worth noting, like them keeping that nice little arc Sonic has, and chaining the homing attack off other moves such as the Bounce Bracelet feels great, so it's not completely unbearable to use or anything, but I just think it was a major step back both visually and mechanically. No, this isn't my bias or anything, but I actually think Sonic Heroes has the best homing attack out of any game we've looked at so far. First of all, they keep all the good aspects of the previous incarnations, like when you bounce off an enemy while holding in the button you get extra height, except here you continue floating in the air for way longer, which greatly helps against enemies that may have spikes coming out of them at certain points, are the later stages where you have the pumpkin ghosts, where you have to wait until they're completely opaque to hit them, or else you just go right through them. He even does this cool little animation after you hit an enemy. Look at him go. The effect also looks great. Sonic is a much lighter shade of blue in this game, which I very much prefer to the darker shade of Adventure 2, and while I do miss the more cartoony effect from the first one, it still looks alright. Where Heroes starts to exceed the others in my opinion, is with its unique level up mechanic, where each character can upgrade their abilities up to 3 times per stage, each of these level ups not only making Sonic's homing attack stronger, eventually being able to wipe out most enemies in a single hit, but each level also adds another cool effect to the homing attack animation. For example, at level 3, Sonic's homing attack adapts the same effects used for Sonic's Rocket Excel and Tornado attack, which not only looks cool but also reflects in the gameplay, as Sonic's homing attack now has the same attributes as those attacks. Now instead of tornadoing up the poles, you can simply homing attack them. It's one of the only times Sonic Team has tried giving the homing attack a little more depth. And for that I think it currently stands at number 1. Cry about it. Dude, the homing attack in Shadow the Hedgehog fucking sucks. Despite using the exact same engine as Sonic Heroes, they switched up all the physics and made it way worse. It really takes experiencing this game for yourself, but even from looking at the gameplay, you can see how slow it all is. Nothing about this feels natural whatsoever. Once you press the homing attack button, it's like you can feel Shadow rigidly turn to face them and very slowly start to lunge towards them. At a certain point, I'd rather just use the gun, which I guess was probably the thought process from the developers. One thing I can't stand, however, is that this is the start of the super long waiting times between homing attacks. In SA1, it's like bang, bang, bang. But in Shadow, it's just whoa. Wham. I much preferred when I was given the option to decide how long I wanted the cooldown to be. All of these combined, it just gives us the worst homing attack by far as of now. Sonic 06 unfortunately follows in the footsteps of Shadow the Hedgehog. Everything I hated about it is present here in full swing, and in some cases, made it even worse. Like, what is this effect? This strange purple and white aura surrounding Sonic? It makes no sense for a simple homing attack, especially as it doesn't disguise Sonic at all when he's jumping, which only makes it more apparent how bizarre he looks when rolled up into a ball with this more lanky modern design. And if you're gonna say it's to attack enemies, then guess what? The jump ball doesn't even do damage in 06 for some reason. The cooldown has somehow been made even worse. If you check out the E3 demo, he chains off these enemies in no time flat, super reminiscent of SA1. Yet in the final game, there's this long-ass wait time between attacks, and they managed to fuck it up even beyond that, as during that cooldown, you can only move Sonic like a fucking millimeter in the air. There's no opportunity to try and correct yourself before landing to avoid bottomless pits or stage hazards, meaning you're at the game's mercy, which is not a good thing when the game game is Sonic 06. You basically have to rely on doing another homing dash, but for some gravity-defying reason, the homing dash just sends you in a straight line instead of an arc, before dropping you like a fucking rock. So it becomes super frickin' finicky to land yourself. I don't understand who decided the homing attack would send you straight now, but get used to it because it's here to stay. He doesn't even roll into a ball. Sonic Unleashed is where things start to pick up. Sonic still shoots straight across the screen, which isn't exactly my preference, but given the focus of including 2D gameplay as well as 3D, I suppose it does fit and help you out more in those situations. One improvement worth noting is that Sonic actually has more than one animation that can play after doing a homing attack, which is nice because when you spend an entire game just spamming the X button, it's nice to see a little variety now and then. Oh yeah, that's right, the X button. This was the first game where Sonic's homing attack wasn't just mapped to the same button as jump. A controversial choice for sure. Because it was a bad choice. As we're going to see later, Frontiers has a double jump, so it makes sense as to why they'd map it to a different button so you can avoid doing a homing attack when you want to double jump, but there's just one issue though. Sonic Unleashed doesn't have a fucking double jump. Although you know what it does have? A bloody air boost. So now there's the issue that sometimes when you want a homing attack, you just boost off into the stratosphere and kill yourself. Perfect. I will say though, it was a smart inclusion to finally give the player a reticle so they know what they're going to be attacking, so there's no surprise if you wind up hitting something you didn't anticipate. So while Unleashed homing attack is certainly a step up from the last couple, it's definitely nowhere near the top. It's the exact same as Secret Rings, except even worse because it doesn't even fucking hurt enemies. It's to encourage you to use this really cool buzzsaw attack where you swing your sword around while doing the homing attack, but really, that just adds an extra thing to consider just to do the same amount of damage a regular homing attack would have give. This move does not belong in a 2D game. I'm glad they brought back its arc and all, but there is such a long cooldown time between attacks that it completely breaks the flow of the game. This shouldn't have even been here. Okay, so imagine Sonic Unleashed, except instead of an air dash, you have a double jump. That's Sonic Colors. Also, this is when the homing attack started to have this weird bright solid blue ball effect. I don't hate it on its own, but I do prefer the others where we could at least see Sonic while in said state. Okay, so imagine Sonic Colors, except instead of a double jump, you have an air dash. Wait a minute. Isn't it just crazy how much Sonic's moveset flip-flops between games? I can't think of another franchise this inconsistent. Basically, it's just the same as Unleash's, except the air dash you do is much shorter, which thanks to the level design isn't an issue. Always feels like the perfect amount to make most jumps. Honestly, I'd say I like it a little better. I just wish you could carry your momentum after attacking an enemy like in Sonic Unleashed. When you hit those balloon things, it carries your momentum. I don't know why the enemies can't be more like that. It's just the same as Episode 1's, except there's tails now. Lost World has quite possibly the most interesting homing attack of any Sonic game, and no, that's not a good thing. First of all, I love the squash and stretch. If you're gonna have Sonic turn into this big cartoon ball, then at least animate him like one. Secondly, this is the only homing attack where you can not only lock onto multiple enemies at a time, but also stack hits against them for greater damage. Just too bad both of these mechanics fucking suck. The lock-on is completely up to the game. There's no telling if you're actually going to hit the enemies in the order you want. And the last thing I want to do before fighting a robot in a Sonic game is to sit around and wait for the homing reticle to stack. Especially in a game like this where sometimes the game will just not stack him for a while. You know, having to fiddle around to find the position you need to be facing to do the stronger attack. I appreciate the effort, Sonic team, and it definitely has good ideas, but in execution, no. I really hate the way Sonic's homing attack looks from Forces On, lighting up like some cheap rubber ball toy with a 2D razor blade PNG surrounding him. Also, how was there a downgrade in terms of the animation? Why does Sonic only have one homing attack animation? Half of what you're doing in this game is homing attacking. Why couldn't they simply transfer over the animations from Generations and Unleashed? The model isn't that different. I do like how quick it all is though, like it's the fastest yet, but I really am not a fan of how he just flies up in the air and stays there for a couple seconds before dropping straight to the ground. Did they not realize the appeal of gaining a lot of airtime from a homing attack was not only that it was up to the player and their inputs, but also helped with air movement? This shit's bad. And finally, we have Sonic Frontiers. The first time that the homing attack can be used from the ground. No need to jump. Now, this wouldn't work in a more simple Generations or adventure-style Sonic game, but for an open zone experience focused on combat, it works extremely well for quickly closing the distance between you and your enemies. Great for dodging attacks as well. The fact that it also opens you up to using a plethora of air combos also gives it the help it needs to be an essential move for Sonic in this new era of the series. And there we have it. It's bizarre to see how all over the place one of Sonic's staple moves is, but I think it goes to show that no matter how many different ways Sega tries to make a Sonic game, the homing attack will always remain a necessity.
You know what's confusing as fuck? Continuity in the Sonic the Hedgehog series. And of course, by continuity, I mean in the sense of how this game leads to this game, leads to this game, while still managing to make this feel like it all takes place from the same universe. Now, there are probably going to be a select some of you out there wondering why this would even matter. It's a game about a fast-running blue hedgehog. Is continuity really an important thing to worry about? Yes. For the 30th anniversary, Sega's releasing a Sonic encyclopedia that promises to go into exhaustive detail about every main Sonic game and its lore. And let me tell you, the writer of this book, Ian Flynn, sure has his work cut out for him, because whoa boy, it feels like what is and isn't canon in this series changes every week. Don't believe me for some reason? Well, I figured we could go through the Sonic series, and I could point out not only some of the biggest inconsistencies in regards to its canon, and makes it almost impossible to fit cohesively together, but also some of my favourite attentions to detail that almost makes it seem like they're trying to make each game fit. Surprisingly, between the time of Sonic 1 to Sonic 06, the franchise managed to stay fairly consistent, despite each game seeming vastly different from the last. Sure, you might say that transitioning from the bright, colourful, exaggerated settings in the classics to the more realistic nature of the adventure era creates this sort of disconnect, but honestly it's nothing out of the ordinary for this series. Adventure strikes a great balance between realistic landscapes mixed with more Sonic-y surreal type terrain like with Emerald Coast, Windy Valley, Speed Highway. Not to mention it perfectly ties itself and makes itself familiar with the franchise's history by referencing a ton of past events. You know, you can believe this game takes place after them in the same universe. Things like Amy referencing the events of Sonic CD with a brief appearance from Metal Sonic, how in an early version of the script a kid in town will make reference to the events of Little Planet and Angel Island, and how, more obviously, a large chunk of the story revolves around how Angel Island is once again fell from the sky without the Master Emerald, which of course was something established back in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That may seem minor, but stuff like that goes a long way in helping you believe this all takes place within the one world. Like in Sonic Adventure 2, they needed a way of shoving Knuckles into the story without devoting part of the plot to his home, so he just walks around with the Master Emerald in his pocket shrunken down for some reason. See, this is where things get a little confusing. I get why it's done. The Master Emerald has some level of importance to the story, and is the entire reason Knuckles is even here in the first place. But since it's basically glued stuck to an altar we're not visiting in the game, you have to make some dumb workaround like this. Not a decision I was fond of, but for the most part Sonic Adventure 2 manages to keep things in line with Adventure 1 and the rest of the series. Even then, you'd think in the next, and best Sonic game, Sonic Heroes, it would cause things to get muddled, like how do we go from this, the sort of realistic setting of Adventure 2, to the more cartoony, classic Sonic Heroes. But no, it still manages to flow relatively well. Something that's more so been implied than flat out stated in the video games is that Sonic lives on a world where there are humans in one area with cities and such, and a place called South Island, which is inhabited by anthro-animal creatures. We see this sort of hinted at in the SA2 level select map with where Green Hill is placed. But despite being kind of a lazy workaround, I don't really care, Sega. I'm down to clown if it means mixing the surreal Sonic worlds with human stuff. Why is Sonic Heroes so aesthetically different to Adventure? Well, he's just in South Island now, it works. But the writing can also go a long way in making things feel connected. Like, we all know that Shadow dies in SA2 and comes back in Heroes, but even though they don't really spend any time establishing what happened in SA2, it's not really what Heroes was trying to accomplish, they still throw in some lines here and there to still make it fit. Like when Sonic first meets Shadow and is surprised.
Oh, hey, isn't that...
Sonic!
Talk about being stubborn and full of surprises.
Or one of my favourite things being in the introduction to Hine Castle, with Knuckles scaring Tails by saying it was the ghost of Shadow they just saw. I don't know, that's just really charming to me. Heroes has a lot of great callbacks now that I think about it. I mean, of course it would, it is the greatest game in the series. But we have shit like referencing the egg carrier in Final Fortress, or in Casino Park when Amy calls back to Casinopolis from Adventure 1. This is just a quick little tangent here, and I know I'm never gonna be able to talk about this ever again because it's so fucking minor, but it's been bothering me for years, I just gotta get it over with. In the introduction cutscene for Team Rose's Casino Park, Cream says something like,
I can't believe he did that just so he could get away. Mr. Sonic must be really...
and then Amy says,
Really? What?
to which Cream laughs nervously and says, but the delivery is all wrong. Whoever directed this scene clearly had no idea what the joke was. Cream was going to say how Sonic must really hate Amy, but she interrupts her by saying, really what? Like, you know, egging her on to, like, fucking let her know that she's pissed. But Cream just gets nervous and doesn't want to finish it. That shit pisses me off. Who directed that? It's still a great game though, good job, Sega. You know what really annoys me? When some dumbass internet reviewer who doesn't even play Sonic games makes some overdone joke about SE2 like, wait a second, the first prototype of the ultimate lifeform was some big stupid lizard, and the second is a tiny little hedgehog? How did Professor Gerald come to that conclusion? Geez, game designers, make up your mind. Now listen here, folks. I hate Sonic Adventure 2 as much as the next guy, but the creation of Shadow the Hedgehog, whether intentional or not, is so fucking clever I would be shocked if they did it on purpose. So obviously by the giant Master Emerald altar on Space Colony Arc, we know that Gerald had been studying on Angel Island, and through the artificial chaos enemies in the space levels, we know that he in particular had been studying chaos. Which makes it completely likely that he saw this mural from Lost World in SE1, not Sonic Lost World, it's confusing, and then he interpreted the mural as the ultimate life form and therefore tried to create it, leading to the creation of the Bio Lizard, which is not only very similar in appearance to Perfect Chaos, but even shares the same roaring sound. But we know the Bio Lizard didn't work out and he moved on to Shadow. Did this just come out of thin air? Not at all. To further connect us to the classics, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles and Hidden Palace Zone, we come across this mural of Super Sonic facing off against Eggman, which is obviously just foreshadowing for the final boss of that game. But since we know he was already researching on Angel Island, it's entirely likely that Professor Gerald came across this and interpreted it as the real Ultimate Life Form and based the creation of Shadow off of Super Sonic. Which would explain why Shadow and Super Sonic share the same hairstyle and stuff. Again, I don't think this was ever officially established because I don't think Sega is competent enough to come up with this genius callback. But if so, then brava, Sonic Team, my hat's off to you. There are a couple other small lore callbacks I could talk about, like how on one of the soundtracks from Team Sonic Racing, they have a symbol that oddly resembles Solaris from Sonic 06, or how Black Knight has this really fucking cool callback where Sonic faces against a dragon and says something like, "This reminds me of this other time, except I was with Shadow then." Like, this game is about Sonic facing off against King Arthur in Arthurian times, and it still manages to include a Sonic Adventure 2 reference that fits in with the rest of the games. But we all know that's not why you're here. You're here to see just how poorly they fucked up this franchise's lore, and how much of a mess it currently is. And you know what? So am I, so let's just jump into this. Let's see what the bright folks over at Sega did with this franchise's story. The biggest source of confusion right now in this franchise is the whole two worlds concept that Iizuka came up with on the spot. And might I say, Iizuka, sometimes less is more. If some random fan walks up to you on the street and asks about something you have no clue about, then just don't answer him. Because now we have such brilliant quotes, such as how the moon that was blown up in SE2 just turned its axis so we're never seeing the blown up side, or my personal favourite, when someone asked about the inconsistencies with Blaze and how she was originally from a different dimension in Sonic Rush, but in Sonic 06 she's now from the future, where Iizuka then came out with the beautifully poetic quote. Basically, what happened is like everyone had amnesia. Iizuka, you're a hard man to love, but you're harder to hate, I tell you what. And that's not even the last time they did that shit. They did the exact same thing with Eggman Nega from Sonic Rush to Sonic Rivals. Like, how do you fuck that up twice? But anyway, with the two worlds shit. From what I can tell, this is something that started around the time of Colors. If you can remember, around the time of the first Mario and Sonic Olympics game, Iizuka wanted to overhaul the franchise so it could be, for lack of a better term, Mario. So in the Colors interview, he's asked about the setting of the new game, to which he states, "We have two different worlds for Sonic games. One is human, and one is set on the non-human side. Sonic Colors is set on the non-human side." Yep. Never once has this ever been hinted at before, but apparently according to Iizuka this has always been the case. Amazing! How does Sonic travel between these two worlds? A space road? A portal? The train to the Mystic Ruins? Who knows, because Iizuka has never actually went into detail about this thing, because it's most likely that he was caught off guard in the interview and pulled some shit out of his ass without realizing that he is the head of Sonic Team and can mess with the continuity at any given point. See, I wouldn't mind this decision if, 1, they didn't already have the perfect South Island excuse, or 2, this shit was actually explained in the games. You have no idea how much lore of this franchise has only ever been explained through goddamn interviews. And for fuck's sake, don't even get me started on that classic and modern Sonic shit. So I felt it was fairly understood for years that classic Sonic eventually just got older or some shit and became modern Sonic. I mean, that's how the comics handled it, and that worked out well. And it was the entire basis behind Sonic Generations, time travel shenanigans. But apparently now that classic Sonic is actually from another dimension and not the past, And this is stated in Forces by Tails, who only knew this Sonic because he was from the past, and they directly reference the events of Generations in Forces, and fuck, this makes my head hurt. So yeah, all those great callbacks I talked about before in Adventure didn't happen. I know they exist. I know at the time they were part of the same continuity, but now, nope. With the snap of his fingers, Izuka made it so. And again, it just sucks so much because Sega had such an easy workaround for it. All they had to do was say that the events of Generations caused the timeline to split, creating a classic Sonic world and a modern Sonic world. Simple, piece of cake. But I guess it was just too simple, right, Sega? Because whenever they make some random change to the lore, they always have to act like this was something that was always canon. And you're just some kind of idiot for not realizing that. And man, don't even get me started on Sonic 06. So going into Sonic 06, it was made known that it would be a bit of a soft reboot. All the characters had slight redesigns, the setting and tone was a lot more realistic and serious, and it threw out a lot of the previous stuff. But again, the issues came in terms of Sega not properly communicating with the audience what was changed and what wasn't. So Team Dark is still a thing. That's pretty cool, that doesn't need an explanation. But like, did Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes happen? Is this the same Shadow from that game? Does Maria still exist? That's something they're still very on and off about. In promotional art to TSR and random social media posts still reference Maria in the events of SA2, but funny enough, in the recent Mario and Sonic Tokyo Olympics game of all places, I'm pretty sure in Shadow's character description they call the events of the Space Colony arc rumors or something similar to that. So it seems that not even Sega are sure about whether or not it's canon anymore, and just have it in this state of limbo ready to be added back into the lore whenever they see fit. Anyways, back to 06. Shadow in this game is working as an agent of Gun alongside Rouge, but previously it was only Rouge working for them. In fact, they were actively trying to kill Shadow in the very last game, and I highly doubt the Shadow from SA2 would ever even dream about working for Gun considering, oh, I don't know, they fucking killed Maria. And this would be fine if Maria wasn't canon now in this new 06 reboot, but we're never told, that's the issue. See what I mean about Ian Flynn having his work cut out for him with this encyclopedia coming out? There are multiple parts of this franchise that actively contradict other parts. Why have the ending to your big reboot be a time reset? Are we still rebooted now? Did we reset the timeline into the old canon? A new canon? Who knows, because they're just silly little animal games. Sega has no need to go any further with that. Perfect. And even if 06 was made non-canon, doesn't matter because whoa, Sonic Generations plopped it right back into the series continuity, yippee. But should I even be surprised? I mean, they can't even decide on whether or not money is something that exists in this universe. Yes, money. Ian Flynn does this podcast called the Bumblecast, where as you can guess, he's frequently asked questions about the Sonic series. It's where we've gotten some great gems such as Izuka stating that Shadow is not allowed to have any friends, again despite him literally being the leader of Team Dark. But recently we got the amazing inclusion to the franchise that currency doesn't exist in the Sonic universe. Why? Was it really creating that many issues for your stories that you had to get rid of money? But hey, it's all good, it's not that big of a deal. Money has never been a big thing in this series anyway. It's not like any of the games feature shops where you can buy items with money, or casino levels where you can try and win money, or even a character who's obsessed with honey. Oh, and also Vector. Okay, things are getting a little heated right now because thinking about this franchise's lore makes my fucking head hurt. But my point of all this being, Sonic needs a soft reboot where they re-establish the characters, their personalities, and backstories, and especially the world they live in. Whether it be an animal world or a human world, they need to make a decision and stick to it. But let's be honest, a human world is just obviously the better choice. It seems Sega, and more specifically Izuka, are way too willing to change major aspects of the series on a whim based on what people do and don't like. And while in the short term it may have worked out, it's created the mess that is the Sonic series we see here today. And they need to establish what they want to do, and stick to it no matter what. Anyways, thanks for watching today's episode of Why Izuka Should Be Fired. Tune in next time when we're going to discuss why Izuka's career peaked with Sonic Heroes, and if you don't like it, then maybe it's just because you're wrong. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog has had, like, what, a bazillion games on different platforms such as consoles, handhelds, arcades, and even fucking watches. If there's something the Sonic franchise is known for, it's the varying degrees of quality each game in the series has. If you look at a franchise like Mario, Mega Man, or Crash, you can sort of break apart the series and find a definitive dark age. Like Crash started pretty great, then went into a dark age for a few years, and is now back to being great again. But with Sonic, it's not that simple. We call the era from Shadow to Unleashed the Dark Age because of what, like 3 or 4 games. I could name that many Sonic games from any era that are fucking abysmal. Sonic has never been a series of consistent quality, good or bad. Sonic and Knuckles was followed by Knuckles Chaotix. Sonic Heroes was followed by Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic Lost World was followed by Sonic Boom. Both of those eras have some of the worst Sonic games to ever be released, but I don't see anyone calling those the Dark Ages. Sure, let's keep referring to the age where we got games like Sonic Heroes, Sonic Rush, Sonic Riders, Sonic Unleashed as the real Dark Age. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so are there any Sonic games not even Sega would release? Well yes, quite a few actually. From the signs of it, you'd think there were just a small amount of Sonic games that never saw the light of day. Like every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows about Sonic Extreme or Sonic Crackers or Sonic Extreme. But there are quite a few more games that never got released. Some that I haven't even seen mentioned in these cancelled Sonic game videos before. So if you're coming here in the year 2034 and are about to comment about me not mentioning the recently discovered Sonic Maid Cafe Simulator, then please make sure to check the date and not be an asshole. With that being said, let's get on with the cancelled Sonic games. One of the earliest cancelled Sonic games was actually not for consoles, instead being made for release on arcades. It was called Sega's Sonic Bros, and would have been a puzzle game designed by Fukio Mitsuji. Just as a disclaimer, there's like a lot of Japanese names in this script. I don't know. I don't know in general. Who is the creator of Bubble Bobble? In the game, you would have had to create lines and loops using different colored Sonics, either getting them across, diagonal, or above. Kinda like Connect 4, except you're fusing Sonic recolors together. This was probably made at a point before Teal's design had been finalized, so all I had to work off was Sonic. It reminds me a lot of the Game Land feature in Sonic Colors, where you could play as multicolored Sonics, and I do like this red one right here. I don't know, he's just got a winning smile and I like him. The game takes you through each level from the original Sonic the Hedgehog, and after completing each you get a Chaos Emerald. It's hard to even consider this game as cancelled, like, they finished it, it technically got released, just not widespread. Sega's arcade games were given a location test before being released internationally to gauge interest, and apparently Sega Sonic Bros failed that. Because of this limited release, the game was forgotten about until a working PCB was found in 2016, and since then the game has been leaked online in 2018, so at least the game's history has been preserved. But it does bring into question what other Sonic games could have been quietly released and forgotten about to the sands of time. Maybe Sonic Adventure 3 did come out after all, and we just never knew. Next up was a game known as Sister Sonic. Again, this is another one that's sort of in the grey area for whether or not you could consider it as being cancelled. This game was originally a port of the Japanese game Pop Full Meal for Sega CD. Instead of releasing the game as it was, I'm assuming they felt replacing the game with Sonic assets and characters would improve sales since the world was still in a state of Sonic Mania. This included replacing the main protagonist of the game with Sonic's sister. Unfortunately, no concept artwork of what Sonic's sister would have looked like has ever surfaced. But it exists somewhere in that Sega vault, and I swear to God someday I'll find it. After fans heard about this, they made it apparent to Sega that they wanted the game as originally intended, and thus we'd have to wait until 1999 to see what Sonic's sister truly looked like. And Sonic fans have yet again proven that they can always bitch as hard as possible to get what they want. Now since its release, Sega have ported Sonic 1 onto every computer, TV, and houseplant imaginable, but its first 16-bit port was going to be for the Amiga and Atari ST, with potential 8-bit ports on the Commodore 64, ZX Spectrum, among more. This would have been published by US Gold, who had picked up the rights to port it over to home computers. But due to the success of Sonic, and therefore increase of sales of the Mega Drive, Sega pulled Sonic back in hopes of it being exclusive leads to more sales of their own system. Only 2 known screenshots of the game exists. This one of what appears to be the title screen, which is very different to the Genesis one, and a screenshot that was shown off in an Italian gaming magazine that gives us a glimpse of how the game would have looked, although it isn't clear if this is actual gameplay or just a mock-up. But that's not the only cancelled port of Sonic 1. At one point, Sega had planned to release updated ports of Sonic 1 and 2 on their new Mega CD add-on. There isn't a lot of definite knowledge as to what this would have been, or why it didn't come to be. Some speculate it would have been the original version of Sonic CD, until Sonic Team split into 2 to work on both games separately, and was thought to have been axed because of Sonic 2's seal figures in Japan. Again, none of this is definite though. It isn't even truly known what the port would have added. Some say it was going to be called either Super Sonic or even Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Escape from Ring Zone, although that was probably just a botched translation. Various sources claim different additions such as CD quality audio, cutscenes between levels, and more stages, possibly the many that were cut from the actual release of Sonic 2. Some people have used this image as footage from Sonic 2 on the Mega CD, and I really don't know where they've got that idea from. I mean, where in Sonic 2 would it make sense for Sonic to be standing on top of a CD 10 times the size of Robotnik? Use your brains, people! Now, I'm sure we all know the story of Sonic 3 at this point. That it was getting too big and was taking too long to develop, so Sega split it into two different games, Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, where you could use lock-on technology to play the complete experience. We got that? Okay, cool. So after that, they had planned to release the two games as one complete Sonic 3, as God intended, calling it Sonic the Hedgehog 3 Limited Edition. Ultimately, it was cancelled. I can only assume Sega realized they were already charging double the price for what's essentially one game, and then later releasing it together would have made people feel ripped off, so I can understand why this one was cancelled, although two prototypes were released in 2008. It was mentioned in a couple gaming magazines at the time, and even in the script for Sonic Mars. But I guess that's a story for later on, isn't it? Something that has always confused me was why the characters from the Sonic comics and TV series never appeared in the games besides a small cameo in Sonic Spinball. Like, kids came here for Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, but all they saw was Cheapy McCheapskate. Well, there was originally an STI tech demo for the Sega Mega Drive, creatively called Sonic 16. It was based off the Sonic SAT-AM series, and would have been a much slower and more story-driven game, although it was said to have featured some faster segments. Yuji Naka disapproved of the presentation Peter Morwick and John Duggan put together, and was then scrapped. Why can't all these histories be as simple as that? You know what kids love? Sonic. You know what else kids love? Education. That's what Sega assumed at least. Sonic Edgesoft was a game for the Sega Master System, developed in 1991 by Tiertex. It drops you in a hub world where you can walk around and choose different educational levels to play with Sonic, such as matching letters, finding the word, addition. It even featured some minigames such as Green Hill, Trampoline, Balloon. Exciting! The ROM was dumped online in 2008, and you can play it right now if you so choose. But why was it cancelled if it were complete? Well, I honestly don't even think Sega greenlit them to make it, and told them to shut that shit down when they found out. And thus, kids around the world would never get the experience of doing schoolwork with their favourite blue hedgehog. God damn! Sonic Crackers was an early prototype for what later became the dumpster fire that is Knuckles Chaotix. It featured Sonic and Tails connected by the same elastic rings with the same kind of physics. There are no rings or badniks in levels and was most likely just an engine test. The most interesting part of it is the world fields, where you could work around with an isometric view akin to Sonic Labyrinth. My guess is there was originally going to be a hub world in Chaotix, where you could walk around each attraction to enter stages, but was scrapped because the developers of Chaotix hate fun and probably also babies and sunshine and happiness. Now you're sitting at your computer right now, stomach fat overflowing onto your desk, with your glasses getting fogged up from sweat and heavy breathing. So I think we can all agree. Sports suck. And in the 90s, Sega thought the same thing, as they cancelled a Sonic sports game called Sonic Sports in 1995 for the 32X, with the only mention of it being in a Game Player's magazine where it mentions that you could play as Sonic, Tails, and Rystar, among other Sega characters, at events such as basketball, volleyball, and soccer. Something else worth noting is that this magazine also mentions the Sega Neptune, which would have basically been a standalone 32X console before being cancelled, because nobody bought a 32X. Moving on. Sonic Ride was a creepy virtual arcade experience that got cancelled because it was created by demons whose only goal was to embed this fucking song into the souls of children around the world. Anyone remember the Sega Pico? It was a system that tried to get babies into video games, kinda like a V-Smile. Did anyone have a V-Smile or was that just me? Anyways, a handful of Sonic games were released for the Pico. And by a handful I mean two. Tails and the Music Maker and Sonic's Game World. But a third game called Sonic Jr. was initially planned for the system, that would have featured a younger version of Sonic, similar to what they did with Echo Jr. Now this game was never officially announced, but Sega did say they wanted to release more games featuring younger versions of their characters. And I think it'd be weird if one of these ones being considered wasn't Sonic. Okay, now here we go. The good shit. These next couple games could just be summed up as being simple mock-ups or concepts that never got very far, and a lot of them did lead into the other, so for the sake of time I'll quickly go over them while getting across the general information. Untitled STI Sonic game was one of the first stepping stones that eventually became Sonic Extreme, created by Chris Sen. Now obviously this is an actual gameplay, just a mock-up of what the game could have looked like. Funnily enough, this was created before Sonic 3D Blast, and was originally intended for the Sega 32X. The game could have been fun, but if you're going to make a 3D Sonic game that looks like it would have mostly been straight lines, then at that point just make a 2D Sonic game. In 1995, Peter Morwick, remember him, designed a project known as Sonic Saturn. This would have taken a more realistic approach than the one in Sonic Extreme, but Yuji Naka didn't like it and therefore the project was scrapped, with the only public pieces of concept art being this one of Sonic running across a wooden environment and a badnik idea. Not wanting to lose the work they had done on their engine, they attempted to create a bonus stage for Sonic Extreme, and the Saturn port of Sonic 3D Blast, being Sonic Pool. There are actually quite a few screenshots of how this bonus game would have looked, but because of time constraints it had to be cut. Sonic Mars was a concept design for the 32X in 1994, made by Michael Kosaka, and once again, my man, Chris Sen, who eventually helmed the project after Kosaka's departure from Sega. There are a few pieces of concept art for this game, including an animated title screen concept that was instead titled Sonic on Mars, despite the game supposedly taking place in Sonic's world from the SatAM show. You got me, I don't know either. More interestingly, there are 2 animation tests made by Chris himself that showed what he wanted to achieve with the game, and after being shown all these, Yuji Naka shook his head and could only say, "Good luck." I mean, can you blame the man? It looks like Bubsy 3D. But this game didn't entirely disappear, as it eventually evolved into what is now known as Sonic Extreme, possibly the most famous cancelled Sonic game of all time. Okay, so there is just too much to go over with Sonic Extreme, and it is such an interesting story that I really want to give it its own video at some point. Just know after Sonic and Knuckles, Sega really didn't want to slow down Sonic's momentum, and after some lame spin-offs, they were tasked with creating the true follow-up to Sonic and Knuckles. This was met with tons of complications, failing demonstrations, struggles to port the game over to the Saturn, having to start from scratch multiple times with different companies being brought in and out of production, developers getting sick from overworking and being threatened with death if they didn't keep it up. Chris tried to work more on the game after cancellation, hoping it could have a PC release, but Sega declined and Sonic Extreme had to stop development, meaning no true Sonic game would appear in the Sega Saturn, leading the console to fail, and Sonic to fall into irrelevancy. There is like way more to talk about, but let's move on for now. Did you know that there was going to be a second Sonic X compilation on the Game Boy Advance called Chaos Emerald Chaos that would contain another 2 episodes? Well, now you do. See, wasn't that so much more simple? When you think about the Sonic games that could use a sequel, what comes to mind? Sonic Rush Adventure, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Pinball Party. Yeah, how about Sonic 06? Sonic the Hedgehog Awakening was in development between 2006 to 2009, and since there was never any definite proof of it existing, it could still be proven to be fake. The only reference to it was a credit on Pete Capella's website, the then voice actor for Silver the Hedgehog. Since it was only credited on his website, it's led fans to believe it would have been a game centered on Silver, possibly a prequel to Sonic 06 showing how his future became the way it did, but was cancelled due to the poor reception of 06. Which is a shame, as since Shadow the Hedgehog we haven't seen any more spin-offs that focus on other characters from the Sonic universe. But I guess when they can't even guarantee a Sonic game will be successful, then there's no point in developing a Vector the Crocodile game. Sonic Extreme, this time spelt correctly, was a prototype created by Visionscape Interactive in 2003, which makes sense as they animated the cutscenes in Sonic Heroes, so after finishing up the work on that game I guess they tried their hand at pitching their own to Sega. This would have been a hoverboarding game that featured Sonic and Shadow skating around a Green Hill Zone-esque area, where you could collect rings, do tricks, and hit boost pads. There was also a mission, combat, and race mode. When discovered on an Xbox development kit and shown in 2011, critics slammed the game for looking predictable and compellingly awful. Like what the fuck dude, they made it in a week, what were you expecting? Just another case of video game journalists having it out for Sonic. Interesting that around the time where this game would have been presented to Sega for approval, and despite Yuji Naka seeing the potential in it and wanting to go forward, they declined to pitch, and only 2 years later announced Sonic Riders, which similarly featured the Sonic gang riding hoverboards. Am I saying Sega declined their idea and proceeded to rip them off? Yes. Now this one I don't get. At E3 2004, Sega showed off a short demo of Sonic running through Seaside Hill from Sonic Heroes. You could rub the screen to make Sonic go faster, and tap it for him to jump over the few platforms it did contain, before telling you to keep an eye out for Sega titles on the DS. This was clearly just Sega affirming their presence on the handheld, not an actual game they planned. I mean, it's got as much depth as a Mario and Sonic Olympics event. So here's a game not too many people have heard of. Sonic Origins. That's all I gotta say. Only info I have is that it was a pitch created by Climax for the PSP, and this image here of Seaside Hill was a part of it. Thankfully, much more is known about their second pitch, Sonic the Shadow World. No screenshots for the game exist, I don't believe it even entered development, but we do have a pitch bible that describes Sonic being trapped in the Shadow World, which is the home of Shadow the Hedgehog, and must escape. I'm guessing these guys never played Sonic Adventure 2. The game would feature lava and dead trees, and instead of badniks, Sonic would battle creatures. There would have been multiplayer and you could play as Sonic and Shadow. Honestly, this sounds like a bad creepypasta and I'm pretty sure of why Sega declined this pitch. Because of their complete disregard for Sonic lore. Seriously though, it was probably just because they had Sonic rivals in development and didn't want multiple games coming out in the PSP. Nobody liked Sonic 4. If you think you do, you're lying to yourself. Not even Sega liked Sonic 4, when they cancelled the third episode of the series. Sega were projecting losses that year, and cancelled some games because of it. And with the former brand manager confirming the existence of a scrapped third episode, planned from the beginning, it's likely episode 2's reception wasn't what they had hoped for, and therefore the series remained a duology. And finally, Sonic Generations was gonna be on the Wii, DS, and PSP, likely with their own versions that were scrapped, in favour of its release on the Nintendo 3DS, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3. Supposedly an early build of the PSP version was found, but the disc is badly damaged, and the few screenshots the owner has are being kept to himself as he doesn't wish to upset Sega. So yeah, it's probably a hoax. Anyway, that's all the cancelled Sonic games that we know of to date. Do you agree with our picks? Be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
Green Hill Zone. 3 words that when used separately are harmless, but when put together can send a shiver down any Sonic fan's spine. What started as one of the most iconic stages in all of gaming has since become a groan-worthy inclusion to any recent game it's featured in. Sand may be included.
I don't like sand.
At this point when a new Sonic game is coming out, the one question on everybody's mind is, well, other than will it be good, is will it start with Green Hill Zone? Then we all collectively facepalm as for the past 10 years or so the answer has been a resounding yes. Its repeated inclusion has become a hotly debated topic in the community. Is it overused? Why do people love Green Hill so much? Why do some people now hate Green Hill so much? What separates it from other iconic locales like Wispy Woods from Kirby? All these questions and more will be answered as I once again don my deep-sea diving suit and wade my way through the septic tank of Sonic discourse. There's a clip of a guy in a septic tank I could use, but I don't think I should use it. So anyway, Green Hill Zone. What is Green Hill Zone? I think for me, Green Hill is what helped set the stage for Sonic as a franchise, a brand, yada yada yada. It's as much a character as he himself is. The first thing you see before even playing is Sonic wagging his finger in a cool looking emblem, as the beautiful Green Hill background scrolls by. Then, the title card appears, and boom! And then, that's obviously boom is like you pressing start and being. It's a very well established, well constructed shot. The flowers help contrast Sonic from the blue sea, the trees and plants help funnel your vision towards him. Notice the density of flora near Sonic as opposed to the further side of the frame. This is all talking about the first frame of Green Hill, by the way. While also providing multiple layers to help give a sense of depth. The colors are bright, they pop. It's all amazing. I don't know about you, but I immediately want to start running through this level from the very first frame. In fact, you can even start running as the title card is disappearing. Sonic's so fast and impatient, he will even outrun non-diegetic elements. That's not to even mention the use of CRT televisions to help blend the pixels together. Hell, they even use this to give the waterfalls a misty rainbow effect, something that is sorely missed in the HD era. The art direction is one of the first things you'll notice in any video game, and they do an amazing job at captivating you from the get-go. And none of this is to even mention the level design, which throws you into an exciting playground that perfectly explains everything you need to know about Sonic and the way he controls, and what makes him stand apart from other platformers at the time. There are multiple paths, there are secrets that utilize Sonic's abilities to their fullest, there are even some momentum-based puzzles, like using the speed shoes to land on top of this shuttle loop to get the life monitor and rings. How about this set piece, where he rolls through these 2 tunnels and gets shot sky high into a parade of dazzling gold rings? It teaches you that going fast is great, sure, but maintaining it is important. And that's where the game's challenge comes in. Most of the time. The only real detriment to the level design I can think of is that exploring the levels feels a bit stop and go. Some secret areas are sealed off in corners of the level which force you to double back, killing your speed. And certain power-ups are on peaks that you have to do slow, blocky platforming challenges to ascend to. A choice that's pretty antithetical to the general conceit of Sonic. Ultimately though, the negatives are small and far outweighed by the positives. Sega spent most of its dev time on Sonic 1 perfecting this level, and it shows. There are so many details and brilliant design decisions here I could spend hours talking about, but I don't need to. Its success as an opening level is in the seals. It was a stage so good that it sold to Genesis. Sega was so confident in it that their advertising involved them setting up kiosks in malls with Super Mario World and Sonic right next to each other, and letting audiences just play them. It was that good. I'd argue the Green Hill Zone was just as iconic as Sonic was at the time, and of course, due to this popularity, not to mention it being the most perfect way to start a Sonic game, a game heavy in themes of nature versus mechanical progress, it would only make sense for them to bring it back in the future. Right? Right? From here on in, Sonic games' opening levels became less about Green Hill and more about the feeling of Green Hill, the ideas and emotions it invoked. Emerald Hill is probably the most derivative level in the classic trilogy, but it feels like Green Hill's final form, kinda like Dragon Ball. You know, it's over 9,000! I've never seen Dragon Ball. Emerald Hill is a lot more focused on keeping your momentum. It ditches the verticality of Sonic 1, and even helps alleviate the problems of the secret areas, by having them be hidden tunnels that keep you moving forward. Additionally, it streamlines the design by making the level have two easy interchangeable paths, a top and a bottom. Whereas Sonic 1 kinda devolved into a basic platformer as it went on, with levels being fairly slow, linear, and boxy, here Sonic 2 helped establish a sort of unspoken rule in its level design that the games would carry until adventure. The higher path is faster, but trickier to stay on, the lower path is slower, more dangerous, but easiest to stay on. Emerald Hill perfectly displays this by giving you multiple opportunities to stay on the top path, or get back to it again, before Chemical Plant really cements the idea in your brain hole. Angel Island in Sonic 3 and Knuckles keeps a lot of these same ideas from its forefathers, keeping lots of secrets, top and bottom pathing, emphasizing maintaining your speed, but expands upon it by having the level go up, down, and all around, in a way that doesn't halt you in your tracks. You know, unless you suck at it. It's very seamlessly done too, and conveys certain hazards very well to the player. You have bottom routes that take you underwater, which slows you down and leaves you susceptible to traps, but you can also climb up a massive waterfall, where water hazards don't pose a problem, ergo, the top path remains faster. And it's so seamless that, if you're skilled enough, you feel no loss in your momentum. It feels like they went back to Green Hill's verticality and incorporated it in a way that feels organic and smooth, as opposed to stopping what you're doing to do a series of platforming challenges to climb up random peaks in the level. Point being, despite these stages clearly being derivative of Green Hill, they still managed to form their own identity and stand apart from their predecessor, through iterating on what worked, ditching what didn't, and in Angel Island's case, giving it an entirely new aesthetic. They keep the original level's design goals in mind, and iterate upon them to the point where Angel Island is probably one of Sonic's best opening levels in the entire series. Break it down to its core components and you can see the resemblance, they just got so good at their craft you didn't notice. Once Sonic made his jump to 3D, Green Hill Zone took a pretty big backseat in favor of slightly more realistic zones for Sonic to traverse. The levels were now being built around the story, and I don't think the plot of adventure calls for Sonic to take a detour back to this random forest. The most they'd use it for were mainly in spin-offs from the time, where they would still follow the same theme of taking what worked about the original and doing their own spin on it, such as Sonic Advance's Neo Green Hill Zone, featuring a nice beach area, or Advance 3's Sunset Hill, which literally uses a remix of Green Hill for its theme song. The first time we really saw Hill of Greenland in 3D was in Adventure 2, where it remained nothing more than a secret bonus level to reward the player for collecting 180 emblems, and getting A ranks. Get A ranks in not only every level, but all 5 variations of the same level. What the fuck, dude? But even this was nothing more than a neat way to celebrate the franchise's 10th anniversary. Really, in the 2000s, Sega had a completely different stage they were obsessed with reusing. Way more than Green Hill, with the perpetrator being Seaside Hill. Dude, I don't know if everybody collectively forgot or something, but Seaside Hill Zone was fucking everywhere. For like a decade. It, of course, got its start in Sonic Heroes. Ironically, the first 3D game in the series where the story took a backseat in favor of creative level themes, like Future City, Frog Forest, and Boo, Haunted House. And then have a long pause on his face, and then just play a green screen FNAF jump scare of Freddy Fazbear. But since then, it went on to be reused in Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympics, Mario and Sonic at the London Olympics, all 3 Sonic racing games, Sonic Generations, because of course, and was the main area in Sonic Dash, which is very sadly the most popular Sonic game of all time. Be sure to get the Angry Birds characters before he goes away forever. Ugh. I can only imagine that Sega figured Seaside Hill was looking a lot more like Sand Hill, right? Sonic, shut up, fuck off, we're done. So Sega figured Seaside Hill looked enough like Green Hill to the point where the general public wouldn't notice. Therefore, they don't have to spend their quality time and money redesigning, modeling, and retexturing Green Hill for a 3D space. Never change, Sega. Just kidding. Please change, for the love of God. Seaside Hill would soon be dethroned as the poster child for Sonic-themed nostalgia pandering when Generations came out, and we got to see Green Hill Zone in glorious high definition. Oh, and like I said, Seaside Hill's there too, but don't worry about that. I'd argue that Generations is the closest Sonic has ever came to recapturing that feeling of witnessing a technological evolution of Sonic since Adventure 2. Generations Green Hill is just as lively and exciting as the original was, but with more spins and additions. If you want to see more of that, check out my video on Generations Classic Sonic and its subversion of the series' tropes. The baseline is the Green Hill was back in the forefront, and a mainline Sonic, and people fucking loved it. To the point where, at the time of this recording at least, over a decade later, it's still the Sonic Twitter banner. Strange because, you know, Forces and Frontiers also have a Green Hill, and yet they still use Generations. Almost as if they know those ones look like shit. Generation's successful throwback started the trend of constant nostalgia pandering. Lost World starts with Windy Hill, which looks exactly like Green Hill. No real substantial gimmicks or changes other than thorns. Oh wait, the original had that. And sheep. Bouncy sheep. Boing. Whoa, hold the phone. The grass, it's square now? Then Forces, see my previous video, shameless plug. Then Frontiers, more mobile games, and more mobile games. It's everywhere. It's just everywhere and it hasn't stopped. It never will stop. So you see the problem, right? It became less about Green Hill Zone's broader design ideas and goals, and more so just aping the aesthetic. Very badly. Green Hill slowly lost all of its details spark, and was replaced with more economic aesthetics for faster dev time. It's a real shame too. In the current era, we could have had a lot of more cool iconic zones be realized with the technology on hand, or remix other lesser themes if you really want to, but instead they regurgitate their old ideas to keep people invested, to the point where those people are starting to feel fatigued and burnt out. Like I said before, Green Hill was considered just as iconic as Sonic, so I guess it makes sense they'd want to reuse it so much. If this was the mindset Sega always had, though, then we would have missed out on so many of the franchise's most iconic stages like Emerald Coast or fucking City Escape. There isn't a level before or since that has featured a more iconic musical sting. Green Hill is now just a gimmick in and of itself. Instead of a celebrated iconic location, its reuse feels cynical, cheap, and an afterthought. Unlike Wispy Woods, or Mario's level motifs, Green Hill was never meant to be a tradition. It was a one-and-done zone meant for a specific place at a specific time. It was a level meant to sell Sonic to a new audience, and compete with the most titanic and oppressive gaming company on the market. That time has long since passed. You know, Sega lost. While they have brought it back successfully, and made improvements and fun spins occasionally, it feels played out and tired. It's no longer a warm welcome from a friend, but like seeing a tacky clown at a birthday party year after year, who used to do cool magic tricks, but never bothered learning much else after he peaked, recycling the same stunts in hopes that kids would still be impressed.
Oops! I guess I ripped my pants again!
Sure, it may have been neat the first time, maybe even the second too, but after the 100th, it makes me wonder who they're doing this for. It can't be for nostalgia's sake, because when it's in every Sonic game, it's no longer nostalgic, it's just the status quo. Other platformers bring back level themes. Wispy Woods from Kirby is a recurring boss character in almost every game. Mario's level motifs were trope codifiers for the genre. What makes their repeated use different from Sonic? Kirby's Wispy Woods is a tradition. He's a recurring character meant to appear in every game, and even then he's had fun spins put on him. Mario has long since abandoned repeated level tropes with Odyssey, the only instance being a complete remake and redesign for the Super Mario 64 castle. In fact, it's so different that it barely constitutes as a rehash. For Mario, the future looks as vast and unpredictable as ever. With Sonic? I can't see a new Sonic game without Green Hill. And knowing it's just gonna be a soulless Generations rehash makes me sad. People talk about Sonic and its Dark Age. Green Hill has one too. An incredible, iconic, literally game-changing vista has become a soulless, never-ending relic. With all this being said, I think it's clear to see that Green Hill Zone isn't the problem. We've seen them take what was good about it and successfully emulate it while still doing something new. Green Hill isn't the problem. Sega and how they use it is. It's a systematic problem that festers the Sonic series. Sega doesn't care about quality or artistic integrity. They just seem to care about getting fat fucking wads. According to a recent interview, Iizuka seems to be pushing back against this, and really wants to take his time with Frontiers, even going so far as to claim it a third evolution for the Sonic series. Iizuka, if this is true and Frontiers is good,
I will apologize for every running joke about you, I swear to God. But we'll see in a couple months if it lives up to the promised hype. If anything, it's comforting to see the team push back against Sega's bullshit, and show some confidence in a project that doesn't feel like corporately structured PR speak. But who knows what will happen? All I know is, I can't wait to run through Green Hill Zone. Again. So, we're finally here. Reaching far across these new frontiers, you could say. After a lengthy 5-year wait, a longer wait than I think we've ever had for any mainline Sonic game, the newly released Sonic Frontiers is finally out. The only comparison I could even think of was the gap between Sonic and Knuckles versus Sonic Adventure. Dude, okay, realize that these two games are just as far apart as Forces and Frontiers. Isn't that crazy to think about? Okay, we're not even a paragraph in and I'm already getting sidetracked. This is a big video, fair word of warning. I've had a lot of thoughts building for these past few years about the state of Sonic and what I've been expecting from this game, so be prepared, this is going to be a long video. I don't think I've seen a Sonic release in forever that's been as mixed as Frontiers. I see some folks saying it's the best Sonic game ever, while others are claiming it to be one of the worst. For what Sega was expecting to be the biggest and most successful Sonic release ever that is going to set the series up for the next decade of games, and to have Sonic Team be revered as a AAA studio in the eyes of the public again, it's safe to say the reception could have been better. Not that it's bad, but it's very inconsistent to say the least. Which boat do I fall into? Well, I wouldn't say it's my favorite Sonic game. Top 5? No. Top 10? Nah, I don't think so. But you see, I had to think about that one, so clearly there's something here that I think works. Which I do. I enjoyed my time with Frontiers and had a lot of fun with it. But every time I try to describe this to someone who asks me about it, all I can seem to think about is what could have been done better. How it all doesn't come together very well, but I enjoyed it despite that. Which confuses the hell out of me. And so I want to cover all my grinds and talk about each and every aspect of Sonic Frontiers. What works, what doesn't, and overall what I think hurt this game the most with general audiences looking in. That being the unimaginable hype. That this was going to be the Sonic game to end all Sonic games, and it's going to get 10s across the board. Is it too late to say that reviews don't matter? Before we begin, I gotta mention that I was given a review copy for this game, which is how I've managed to get such a lengthy video out so soon after its release. I've had it for quite a bit now, which has allowed me to do multiple playthroughs and beat it 100%. I wasn't even expecting to get it early. I was literally just pulling in my new Sonic the Fighters arcade cabinet when I was randomly messaged on Discord with a Steam key. I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. So here we go. Let's get started with the video. Sonic Frontiers. Expectations versus reality. Or Sonic Frontiers and the state of Sonic, or Sonic Frontiers, the problem with hype, whatever goddamn title I settle on. I think every single person out there had a right to be so skeptical about Sonic Frontiers before its release. Sonic Team and Sega have proven time and time again that your trust in them should not be a guarantee. Throughout the 2000s, we were consistently getting multiple releases every year that varied wildly in quality. Same year we got Shadow the Hedgehog, we got Sonic Rush. Same year we got Sonic Unleashed, we got Rider Zero Gravity and Chronicles. Things were all over the place, and so leading into the 2010s, Sega realized things needed to change, and let it be known that they were focusing on quality over quantity. Then they ruined everyone's trust on that with the next release, and once again told us that they were focusing on quality over quantity.
The mouse.
See, Sega had fallen into a pattern where they tell us they're doing something that isn't reflected in the actual games. And so when I'm waiting 5 years for a game where it's completely up in the air whether or not it'll be good, I end up longing for the days where shit is constantly being flung at the wall. Because hey, eventually some of them stuck. With Frontiers though, you could really tell Sega had a lot riding on this. They allowed Sonic Team to delay it further despite knowing it would cost them more money. They specifically said they're targeting high reviews, as opposed to not, I guess. And most importantly, that they wanted to lay the groundwork for the next decade of Sonic, much like Adventure did back in 1998. Judging by their current release schedule of one game every 5 years, the next decade of Sonic is looking to have one more mainline release, but hey, who am I to question the almighty Sonic Team? From my buddy SplashDash's videos, it was apparent that I didn't hold much hope in Frontiers from when it was first revealed. It seemed to be plagued with fundamental issues that couldn't simply be fixed in the few months before release. The abysmal pop-in, the barren world, and a Sonic that just didn't look all that fun to control. I think this just may have been the most painful Sonic game cycle for me personally, mainly because of how much I was burnt from Forces. Luckily, that game was being shown off when I had just started my YouTube channel, so you can see the hopes of a 15-year-old Mark be slowly crushed in real time. I was defending that shit hard until it came out.
praying that any glaring issue would be fixed upon release. But when I realized that, yeah, the game came out with the exact same fucking issues, I was not gonna cut Frontiers any slack. And after getting Vietnam War flashbacks, from seeing fans give Sega the pass and using the exact same excuses of, well, it'll be fixed when the game comes out, this is just an alpha version, I was not having it. It's strange, because the same people who said pointing out stuff like the broken animations wasn't necessary and was nitpicking, became the exact same folks to later praise Sega for fixing them. That's weird. I wonder why Sega went back and tweaked them if there was such a non-issue. Really makes you think. Anyway, sorry for the rant, I'm aware I actually have to talk about the game first. All that stuff about the state of the Sonic fanbase and their obsession with hype culture can be saved for the end of the video. For now, I'm going to give my thoughts on the entirety of Frontiers, from the story to the gameplay, presentation, and music, letting you know exactly where I stand and if I think it was worthy of the 5-year wait. Spoilers, I don't. But that doesn't mean the game is bad at all. Quite the contrary. I think the story is one of the major things people were interested in with Frontiers. For over a decade now, the stories of these games have been pitiful, ranging from almost non-existent like Generations to laughably poor like Enforces. The main thing I had been wanting from a modern Sonic story was a sense of pride, an earnestness that we hadn't really seen since Sonic Unleashed, where the game was able to take these characters seriously and not feel the need to jangle keys in front of your face every 10 seconds with lame jokes. Or have cutscenes where characters just spout whatever exposition was needed to get you to the next area as quickly as possible, so that critics couldn't bitch about Sonic and Friends being annoying. It's really sad to see just how much hate was given towards the stories of the 2000 Sonic games, which, don't get me wrong, weren't perfect. But I think that was mostly down to the execution. But all reviewers could take from this was, Sonic shouldn't take itself seriously, and these stories are only bad because they're serious. I'm happy to see that the influence that criticism clearly had over Sega, given the subsequent games, appeared to be gone with Frontiers. It seemed like Sonic Team were aiming for a story that harkened back to the days where Sonic wasn't afraid to have scope and be cool instead of funny. They were unusually proud of it, putting a lot of focus on this mystery element, not even officially showing any cutscenes in full, because they wanted the player to go in blind and uncover the secrets of the Starfall Islands themselves. What further had people excited was that they hired Sonic veteran Ian Flynn to write the English translation. For anyone unaware, he's a genuine Sonic fan who got a job writing the Archie comics back in 2006, being one of the folks responsible for getting that mess back on track. And has since gone on to continue his work on the new IDW comics, which have been solid, and even wrote 2 episodes of the Sonic Boom TV show, which I know of because I'm one of the 4 people out there who's seen every single episode of that thing and not just the few repeated meta clips people post on Twitter. But him writing an official game? Hell, anything's better than the goobers they were previously hiring. But to see this level of understanding of what fans were looking for in a writer, you know, somebody who actually cared about Sonic? Damn, Sega. Okay, you've piqued my interest. So, does Sonic Frontiers have the best and most epicest story of any Sonic game? No. First of all, I want to state my biggest positive when it comes to the story before getting into what I didn't like so much, as well as the finer details. But the biggest surprise that I was delighted to see is how instead of simply adding to the lore such as Lost World and Forces, Frontiers instead chooses to expand the already existing elements, building off previous games and using that to tell their own tale, with the big thing answered here being, where do the Chaos Emeralds come from? Would be easy to say, who cares, you know, they're just video game collectibles. But I really appreciate how they have the balls to try and set some sort of official backstory behind them, which fits in with the rest of the series perfectly, given how much it pays respect to the other games, whereas the previous recent entries seem to act like none of them ever happened. Saying all of this though, Sonic Frontiers' story has a plethora of issues from poor presentation to awkward pacing, and it's not bad per se, don't get me wrong. If anything, it's the best any Sonic story has been since Sonic Unleashed, I'd say. And I think the dialogue itself is some of the greatest we've seen from any Sonic game out there. But the way the story is presented here only leaves me wanting more, as the big mystery the entire marketing campaign was revolved around wasn't all that intriguing to me. Which is a shame because the idea is wonderful, I love it. But I think maybe a tad more could have been done to make it all feel a bit more rewarding. Again, I want to stress that it's not the story itself I have a problem with, it's all about the way it was executed. But I'll give plenty of praise where it's due, and believe me, there's plenty of praise to be given. The game opens with us seeing Eggman approaching these strange ruins, before using this new device he's created to upload an AI to whatever this is. This was all for the purpose of activating it so we can find out the secrets of the Ancients, which had me confused as fuck as to why they'd choose a name like that because Sonic Boom uses that exact same name for their long-lost civilization. But hey, I'll give Frontiers this, unlike Boom we actually get to see what they were. Once they're activated, Eggman's AI turns on a protective initiative and forces him into this strange place known as cyberspace, whom we later learn can take on a physical form, being Siege. And during all of this, Sonic, Tails, and Amy are approaching the Starfall Islands to track down the Chaos Emeralds. They're also thrown into this place. Oh yeah, Knuckles is also trapped there, but you can only see how that happened by watching a YouTube video. It's wonderfully animated and all, but I sure do miss when story stuff like this wasn't something that I had to go out of my way to find out. From here, Sonic manages to escape cyberspace, where a faceless voice in the sky lets him know that he needs to find the Chaos Emeralds and destroy the Titans in order to tear down the walls between real life and cyberspace, freeing his friends. And from there, he goes on his merry way to do just that. At this point, the story becomes very formulaic. Again, not in what's actually happening in said story, but instead in how it's piddled out to us over the course of the game. Each island, except for one, I'll get to that, has the exact same structure. You find one of your friends trapped in cyberspace, you rescue them, they claim they're gonna help you find the emeralds, but let's be real, they don't do shit, and then you proceed to do 3 or 4 story missions with them that revolve around the new Chow-like creatures introduced, the Coco. Each of the Coco that our characters pair alongside reflects them in some way. Amy's is looking for their lost love, Knuckles is our soldiers trying to protect their civilization, and Tails is a sidekick who's lost their hero. I think this is very smart, as it further allows us to see these characters shine through how they relate to their respective Coco, how it brings out their own struggles and insecurities. But much more emphasis is being put on the Ancients and what happened to them. Around halfway through the island, you get to see a cutscene where Sonic and Fran get a flashback of what happened all those years ago, with each making it clearer and clearer that they were wiped out by something. But other than those single cutscenes, that's all we get for the first 3 islands. The mystery revolves around each character asking the same 4 or 5 questions over and over again, giving their own take on it. What was the Ancients' technology for? What did they want with the Chaos Emeralds? But all of this is only done through optional story stuff, where you walk up to the character at random parts of the island and watch them discuss this, which in some ways I understand. There are a lot of people who genuinely don't want that much story in Sonic, and so to simply have it there as an option I think is a great idea. But the problems start to form when you realize this is all just assumptions. By the final island, the optional story dialogue with Siege just tells you what everything was for. They spell it out for you. And you don't have to have heard any of the other optional character stuff to watch these scenes. So I have to wonder where's the fun in this mystery if I can just skip all the character stuff until the last island, because by that point I know I'm just going to be given the truth. It doesn't feel like I'm uncovering these mysteries at all, and instead waiting for the game to finally tell me what's going on, which doesn't make for an interesting way to present your story, especially when what's here really isn't that deep. In Island 4, we get the big info dump. It's basically just one big exposition cutscene that was split into 6 parts and dribbled out to you throughout the island, where we learn the reality behind what really happened on the Starfall Islands. So there was an ancient civilization from another planet to use the Chaos Emeralds for their power, but when it was blown up by this strange being, they were forced to escape, being drawn to Earth by the Master Emerald. Earth or Mobius or whatever the fuck they want to call it, I don't know if they've backtracked on that yet, where they use the emeralds to power their new defenses, such as the Titans, which they quickly have to use, as this thing has come for their new home too, in which all the Ancients were wiped out, leaving their history behind in these things they created called cyberspace. So when Eggman activated it in the first cutscene, everything was turned back online, with the voice in the sky being revealed to have been the planet-destroying entity itself, wanting Sonic to tear down the walls between cyberspace in order for it to escape. It's done in a similar way to Sonic Adventure, where you're interrupted now and again to get glimpses of what happened in the past, how Chaos came to be and what wiped out the Echidnas, but at least there, the structure of every character having their own standalone story allowed it to be that extra thing that pays off when you select the final story, which focuses solely on that. But Sonic and Tails just wanted to defeat Eggman, Knuckles wanted to restore the Master Emerald, Big wanted Froggy. Again, it was all extra stuff that later comes together, and so I can't help but look at Frontier's story like it isn't an incredibly basic idea that's stretched out as much as possible for the purpose of having a big mystery angle in the marketing. What doesn't help either is that we have a whole other island to explore after this, and so we go from its slowly drip-feeding story to us, to suddenly shotgunning it all at once, to then once again slowly strutting along to the endgame, occasionally talking to Siege to clarify what we had just seen in the previous island. And Siege knew all this stuff the whole time. When she was uploaded to cyberspace at the start, she learnt about all their history, so there's an infuriating amount of cutscenes that just consist of, hey, this is all pointless, you need to leave or you're gonna die. Why? Why the fuck would I tell you, asshole? Why say anything then? Sonic collects all the Chaos Emeralds, defeats the last of the Titans, and Siege sacrifices herself to destroy the big entity, creatively called The End. And so Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy go off into the sunset, Eggman mourning the death of his daughter. Wait, what? Can I just say, that shit came out of nowhere. Eggman suddenly treating Sage as though she were his child, and Sage calling him father. There are hints of Sage's affection for him throughout the cutscenes, mainly being when they cut from the Sonic stuff to show what Eggman is up to in cyberspace, which 9 times out of 10 consists of, well, floating around and doing nothing. But Sage seems excited about the idea of meeting Orbot and Cubot, her brothers, and even has a heartfelt flashback montage of their time together, paired with humming babies in the background. I liked all that stuff. But Eggman caring for her so much to the point of considering her a child comes off completely out of nowhere. Unless you went and got the 25 or so voice memos that are only available to purchase in the optional Big's Fishing minigame. Great! The game wants to have its cake and eat it too. We don't really see him grow attached to her in the cutscenes, but the ending acts like it's obvious that you'd know this. If you didn't listen to these like me in my initial playthrough, this shit completely comes out of nowhere. And I liked those memos. It's nice to see him compare her to Maria. Those do a wonderful job at showing why and how he begins to care for Sage, but I still think some of that should have been reflected in the cutscenes. I think maybe there should have been more of an attempt to change up the story depending on what you do in the islands. If I don't get the memos to see their bond grow, don't show me the ending shot of Eggman looking out to the sky mourning her death and calling her his daughter. Make it so I have to actually do something to inspire the change in Sonic's friends that they talk about at the end. Therefore, if I choose not to do that, the ending reflects how that wasn't the path I chose. I mean, at the very least, when I pass that island, don't have it so I can still go back and see that optional dialogue, because at that point, I go back to have Tails questioning to Sonic whether or not he's a burden, after I had already seen him get over that in the story. Extra polish like that can go a long way in making you feel more immersed in this world, and makes me want to engage more with your extra story stuff, instead of knowing I could ignore it all and still get the same outcome. And those memos do highlight an issue I have with Ian Flynn's writing, which for the most part is stellar, but I'll get into that in a bit. To conclude in this stuff, I'll say for sure that Sage has been the strongest villain from any Sonic game since, well, I want to say Shadow in Adventure 2. She's nowhere near on that level, but the way they went about her was something I really enjoyed. Such as us actually getting to see how she takes in Sonic's conversations with his buddies, becoming sad that she knows he's gonna eventually die after getting so corrupted from all the cyber energy he's taking in. It sure is a good thing that plot point just goes nowhere. By the time he's fully corrupted, they take care of it within that same cutscene, by having his friends go back into the safe, harmless cyberspace to bring him back. Yeah, sure, that ups the stakes. Remember when people thought this was hyping up a new super form? It's like in Sonic 06. Remember when he dies there, and you had to play a really hard level where you use each of the characters running through the literal end of the world to save his life? How about a cutscene where they hold hands and bring him back to a bright grassy field? That's just as memorable. I think where the game really shines isn't when it comes to the Ancients, but instead how Sonic interacts with his friends throughout the adventure. See, instead of them simply being there, like in all the other recent Sonic games, like I touched on before, each of them are given a mini-arc that starts and ends throughout Sonic's journey to their respective island. Amy becomes distraught after finding out that her Coco was immediately killed after reuniting with their lost love. Knuckles watches the Ancients get wiped out, which causes him to reflect on the fact that he's the last of his kind, and Tails gets insecure about whether or not he's a burden, always relying on Sonic. That one was definitely a response to how much criticism his character's been getting in recent times, for only seeming to have degraded in terms of confidence over the years. They even call attention to it using what happened with Infinite and Sonic Forces. But all of these are a joy to watch, only topped off with the amazing dialogue that reminds me why I liked these characters in the first place. Sonic and Knuckles especially, there's fucking something going on between those two. I wish I could focus on that, but my attention is more so being drawn to how awful his new voice actor is. Nothing against the guy or whatever, but I personally hate his performance. Remember when Knuckles sounded actually kinda gruff and cool?
So what's next for you, Rouge? Off again to find those jewels you love so much?
Yeah, wouldn't you much prefer Surfer Bro Knuckles? Seriously, he sounds like bloody totally Kyle.
Where am I? This isn't my island. Is this another one of your tricks, Eggman? Show yourself!
No, it's not perfect. Because of the fact that these arcs are playing second fiddle to the ancient stuff going on, it means that not a ton of time can be devoted to showing the character's progression. Like, each of them is solved through a single conversation with Sonic, and it feels a bit unearned at times. Like when he tells Knuckles to just go out more. Like, yes, Sonic, that sure would be easy considering Knuckles has no serious responsibilities he has to do. But I love the way they tied it into previous games, referencing Adventure, Lost World, Forces. You can tell Sonic Team are making a genuine effort here to make this all feel like one timeline, even canonizing the classic Sonic games after Forces put that up in the air. Saying that, if there were one thing I started to notice as I kept playing, it's that Ian Flynn seems a little too trigger-happy on the name dropping, which comes off as dangling keys in front of a Sonic fan's face when it serves no real purpose, and just feels like referencing for the sake of referencing. It works in most cases. Sonic using previous examples of Tails rescuing him to build his confidence, Siege trying to justify teaming up with Sonic to Eggman, directly referring to how it worked back on the Ark and against Neo Metal Sonic and Heroes, mentioning to Cal to Knuckles to point out the similarities between their current flashbacks to the Ancients' War, who themselves are directly building off Chaos from Sonic Adventure. But then there are times where Sonic is talking to Amy and is like, "I'll be back before you can do a fortune reading. Amy does that. That's a reference. Did you realize that?" He's talking to Tails all like, "Whoa, that beam must be just as powerful as the one back on the egg carrier from Sonic Adventure." And Tails is all like, "Well, I don't know, Sonic, that seems more akin to the combobulator on the Space Colony Ark, if you ask me. That's from Sonic Adventure 2. And at a certain point, the novelty of it wears off and feels a little cheap. Don't get me wrong, guys, I'm a Sonic fan too. There is a small part of me that gets a slight dopamine rush every time I see them reference 2005's Shadow the Hedgehog. And I was stunned when they confirmed the existence of Tangle the Lemur and Styx the Badger in the Mania universe, characters who've only been seen in spin-off material. But there are a couple moments where it feels a little tacked on.
Parts of this island are really lovely. I should bring Cream here sometime. I bet Tangle would love climbing around these ruins. That is some heavy firepower. Omega would be jealous. I could probably call Yacker all the way on Planet Wisp. Bet Rouge, wonder what Jet's up to.
This looks like an all-nighter at Richard Simmons' house.
At this point, I wouldn't mind Shadow lending me a hand.
Remember when I...
Kinda reminds me of where we found Babylon Garden.
The Eggman memos are especially guilty of this. These things are chocked full of references to the Babylon Rogues, to the Black Arms, even to Dodonpa from Team Sonic Racing. Remember Dodonpa? I don't. But again, that's just a minor complaint, and ultimately I'd take acknowledging its history over not at all. But maybe just calm it down next time, you know? Still though, this is basically an incredibly long-winded way of saying the story for Frontiers has been the best we've seen in a long time. But it's not without its issues, that I think all comes down to how heavily Sega wanted to lean into a specific marketing style, being uncovering a big epic mystery. However, in the game this wasn't done in the best way due to its way of giving you information. I think maybe if the islands were longer or just structured in a different way, a lot more emphasis should have been put on the relationship between Sonic and friends, considering it's the big thing they build up to by the end. But I'm aware that's not what a majority of people are curious about with this game. They wanted to know how this shit played. The trailers all presented us with Sonic roaming around an empty open world, which made it hard to imagine you doing anything substantial here. With Sonic Team ensuring us this would all make sense once you sit down and actually play it. And so is this really the best Sonic has ever been in 3D, to the point where it feels like it earns the title of Evolution? Does it make me feel excited for the next decade of Sonic? Well, if I had a nickel for every issue in Sonic Frontiers gameplay, I wouldn't have to make YouTube videos for a living. Yet, there's a yet, I still had a lot of fun, and I'm the most hopeful I've been towards the series in a long time. Throughout its runtime, Sonic Frontiers follows a very basic formula for how you're going to get through each of the 4/5 Starfall Islands. Run around open zones to collect portal gears, use portal gears to open cyberspace stages, play cyberspace stages to collect vault keys, and collect vault keys to obtain the Chaos Emeralds and fight the boss at the end. The open zone gameplay and cyberspace levels are very different, so for the purpose of making this more coherent, I'm going to focus on each individually, starting with the main chunk of it, the open zone. An open-world Sonic game is something I've been longing for forever. I absolutely love the more linear stages of Unleashed and Generations, and I've played them endlessly over the years. Seriously, I have almost 250 hours logged in Generations on Steam alone. But something that always happened when I was a kid was finding myself trying to break it. Trying to get to those cool background locations that just wasn't possible. With a character as fast and athletic as Sonic, there's just something about him that makes you want to run around a big open space. And it finally seemed like Sega were going to attempt this. And in the end, I met with an experience where I'm more disappointed by the missed opportunities rather than what they actually went with. First of all, can I just say the first hour or so of this game is terribly weak. It drops you into a tutorial where you're running down a linear path that slowly teaches you all Sonic's mechanics that you could just as easily learn through playing the game. Thankfully, there's a way on the options menu to turn off notifications and stuff, but it doesn't prevent all of them. Not to mention, this tutorial segment is mandatory each and every time you play the game. Hell, every time you return to this island at any point in your story, you're dropped back to the beginning of this, forcing you to have to go through it again. I would have much preferred an option to let you spawn where the land begins to open up, because when it does, I think is when Sonic Frontiers gameplay really starts to shine. I saw a lot of complaints about this game being too similar to Breath of the Wild, which I don't exactly agree with. A much more fitting comparison would actually be Mario Odyssey, as these open zones are treated as nothing more than large playgrounds for Sonic to run around in, finding quick little mini challenges sprinkled throughout that help you get closer to where you go. There's quite a bit to do here, but not all of it is necessary to progress through the story. Really, the only thing the game wants from you is the keys. How you get them is up to you. They can be found in cyberspace or by fishing with Big, or sometimes they're just laying around in the open world. So really, all of the cyberspace stages can be considered optional. You don't have to do any of the missions that throw at you, or even engage in combat, which is a feature that I think is very clever in letting you bypass elements you may find annoying or not fun. But if you do decide to complete them, your experience is made much more leisurely, with them each upgrading Sonic or your map in a way that makes progressing more easier. The way I played was basically doing whatever I could in that moment. The emeralds are all spread out well, so on my way to collect certain ones I'd naturally just find myself getting sidetracked by other missions and such, and because of that, where I'm always finding myself getting flung in different directions for rewards, I was glad to see that I never struggled really with needing to grind for collectibles. The open zones are jam-packed with little linear dash panels and rings that send you off into fast-paced set pieces that usually fling you off into the air to collect memory tokens, which are used to allow you to speak to your friends or siege. And they're also short and basic, more often than not playing themselves the majority of the time, that I never find myself being burdened by them. If anything, I just wish it were made a little clearer where each of them will take you. Sometimes I try to get on top of a hill using one of these, and it would end up sending me in the complete opposite direction. Which again is fine and all when I still feel like I'm being rewarded for them with memory tokens and whatnot. But when I'm near the end of collecting everything in an island, and these same collectibles basically become worthless, it gets on my nerves more and more that I'll be running to the Emerald, only to get sent off on a different route from an automated dash panel I couldn't see. The third one, Chaos Island, is especially guilty of this, mainly because a lot of the time you're sent off into a 2D section that you're unable to break freely from, meaning I now have to manage to find a way to get off the track or just say fuck it and run through it again. To repeat, on your first time in these places, it's not a big deal. I loved that I find myself getting sidetracked a lot. It means I actually wanted to see what was going on in the different areas. But the more you play and the less you need to do these sections, it's only further highlighted how intrusive and not very fun they are. Mostly because I feel none of them do a particularly standout job at utilizing Sonic's diverse moveset here. One of the biggest factors that would make or break Frontiers was how Sonic controlled. The initial 3D games give you a Sonic that was very loose. He made quick turns, had a floaty jump that allowed you to correct yourself while platforming, but with the release of Unleashed, we saw them lean way more into a tighter Sonic. He turned much slower, which helped for those games, as they were all about going in a straight line with precise movements, rectifying a big complaint with the adventure games being how unruly Sonic could be, struggling to stay in said straight line. The best way I could describe Frontiers is that it's stuck between these two different styles. Throw in a bit of Lost World with the way his running speed is really slow, but then boosting is basically like the run button in that game. Sonic's ground controls feels much more akin to adventure, which I love. There's this helpful feature in the options menu where you can slightly adjust different attributes for him, such as his turning speed, bounce height, and so on. And I had all that shit cranked up to the max. I love me a sensitive controlling Sonic. But things start to get less fun when you realize that the jump pretty much kills all your momentum. I don't mind them bringing back the boost for this, as especially when you get the unlimited effect from 400 rings, it's pretty exhilarating to see just how fast you can go without hitting anything. But even Generations on Unleashed had slight momentum when you jump after a boost. You carry that speed somewhat, which helps you reach greater heights or go further than you would usually, especially doing so at the top of a ramp. Not to mention, it just fucking feels good. But in Frontiers, it's been made way less noticeable. And it results in so many moments where I'm having a fun time running around and doing tricks off ramps, only to stop in my tracks the second I jump. You're better off not jumping at all, because at least that carries your speed and launches you forward, which is really cool to pull off. When Sonic isn't sticking to the floor, that is. Sonic's collision is terrible in this game. He's got super glue stuck to his feet and sticks to most surfaces he's on, which makes it so I'll try to launch Sonic off the edge of a cliff so I can shoot towards the horizon, only for him to nosedive straight to the ground. I hate it. It's like these two control schemes are constantly fighting against each other, which is shit because I think there's objectively a better option here, and it's that the game needs some sort of momentum set for Sonic's air controls. Now, that's not to say there's none, and I'm not saying I want it in a way that results in them needing to rework the whole game, But I think the most fun move to pull off here is the drop dash added from Sonic Mania, where Sonic instantly spin dashes when he reaches the ground. This move is genuinely the most fun I have running around these islands, and even then, I can't fully enjoy it because you can't even boost out of it. You have to either wait for Sonic to slow down again or jump, which again, slows you down too. Guess I just can't have nice things. But if the game did a better job at flowing moves like that together, while still giving Sonic a little bit of momentum, you know, slowing down when running uphill and gaining speed when going downhill, which fans have already started modding in, I think I would safely call this the greatest Sonic has ever controlled in 3D. It's just not there yet. When you consider all this, though, and how Sonic is so fun to control at times, I have to wonder who decided that boring, easy puzzles was the best way to go about the mission structure. Who needs rushing around lush and varied locales while dodging badniks and engaging with fun gimmicks, all while doing so in style, when you could be walking on panels, and playing Tetris, and walking on panels again. I gotta make it clear that this shit is optional. They're only for the purpose of letting you see more of the map to further help you see portals to cyberspace and Chaos Emeralds. But to avoid these is to skip past a large chunk of gameplay, and it's hard not to see these as basic busy work. The best way I could sum it up is that it's like playing Mario Odyssey, but only by obtaining the shitty moons. The ones like light this flame or jump rope. You know, the ones that aren't fun or engaging at all. Every mission in Sonic Frontiers is like that, except for maybe the time trials, I guess. I thought this was going to be exclusive to the first island. Like, oh, okay, they'll evolve these ideas as the game goes on. But nope. They do the exact same shit from start to finish. Parry one bullet. Great, I sure love holding down the shoulder buttons. Psyloop a flame. Oh boy, circling a non-moving target? I can't wait. Walk up to a pixie and press the square button. Oh, wonderful. Could have easily made this spirit thing a race like in Secret Rings, but no, I guess. And it's not like they're devoid of creative original ideas. In the first island, there's a segment where you have to press lights in order to create your own reel to get to the portal. And I couldn't wait to see how this progresses and gets more challenging as the game goes on. This is the only time the mission is used. I don't mind the idea of having puzzle elements in Sonic, but I still think they should cater to his abilities in some way, shape, or form. Mario can afford to do whatever the fuck it wants because the core idea is so flexible, but Sonic? Not so much. I can't even get this thrill through other means, since, again, all the little floating detours present in the islands are 9 times out of 10 entirely automated, and it's just not engaging. Sonic has this new climbing move, where if you press the run button while doing so, you can run on walls every which way. Like an expanded version of the parkour system in Sonic Lost World. But there is almost no moment in Sonic Frontiers where this is mandatory. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of wall running platforms, but almost each and every one is preceded by a dash panel or a spring, making the scenario entirely automated. Trust me to make my own decisions, goddammit. There were slight moments where I could see glimpses of what could have been, like in the third island where I find these massive structures that allowed you to run on them up and down, but when I got over there and was expecting to find some sort of reward for my curiosity, I met with a single spring to take me back to the mainland. Island 5 has this too. I found this little cave where you could run around the walls, even on the ceiling, which is a really fun mechanic to have, but it just exists here. There's nothing to do with it. There's so much wasted potential of Sonic's control scheme because they're more obsessed with copy-pasting the same 6 or 7 puzzles over and over again. Something we definitely needed more of was story-specific set pieces. There are these moments where your friends will want you to do something for them, but it's the most mindless shit ever. Cut grass with the Psyloop. Push Coco to the goal. Break boxes to get nuts and bolts. Exciting. These examples would be less egregious, but that's all there is. There's such little to do here. The only ones I find interesting at all were Sonic's first encounters with each island's respective Titan, where we play a short segment of them trying to attack you, whether it be homing attacking fallen rubble, running away and dodging its missiles, or running on the pathway created by another enemy to avoid the spinning saw blade it's throwing at you. All of these moments were wonderful additions, and I only wish there were more. Which, now that I think about it, is how I'd sum up the whole game in general. Yep, I'm going there. So, throughout the entire marketing of Frontiers, it was promoted as having 5 Starfall Islands to explore. And while that is technically true, I quickly realized while playing why Sega were so afraid of specifying what the final 2 islands looked like. When I saw that island transition screen, my heart sank. No, there's no way. This seriously couldn't just be reusing the same aesthetics from the first one to save time and money on resources, could they? Then I remembered this was the same Sonic team who split colors up into 6 acts, the last few consisting of originally optional missions that then made mandatory to extend playtime. Oh no. Things got worse when folks went into the files for the game and saw that Island 4 and 5 were both named after the first one, meaning that in a last attempt to make the game seem longer, I can only assume, Sonic Team took the originally massive Kronos Island, split it up into 3, and called it a day. I was wondering why I could see Island 4 just out of my reach beyond the waterfall. I was originally supposed to be able to go there right away. Even then, saying there's 5 islands to explore is a stretch, considering the entirety of the 4th one solely consists of climbing 6 towers in order to get a cutscene so you can move on to the next tower. Really, there's only 4 full islands here, 2 of which have the exact same aesthetic. It's so shameless that when you look at the map, you can literally see where they cut it in half. Same design and everything. Again, it's shameless. I was really hoping for some different worlds to explore here, because grass, desert, and volcano worlds are not what I want to see in my Sonic game. Where are the cities, the casinos? Hell, no mechanical stage? I don't know, other than the ancient ruins, these worlds just look boring. If you want my opinion, I think Sonic Team should have shrunk all the islands here. It's not like there's even much to do beyond the 5-second baby missions. I think instead of having 4 islands that take around 3 to 4 hours to complete, there should have been like 7 that took 2 to 3. Not reusing any fucking designs. It makes returning to these places hard after beating it because there's nothing interesting to look at and there's nothing to do. I could go back and fish with Big. That was something I was excited to see return. But it appears that Sega were so afraid to create a fishing minigame that came off as annoying like in Sonic Adventure that they went out of their way to make it as simple as possible. You press X, then you press X again, and then you press X again. Oh boy, I'm having the time of my life. I know it's meant to be optional and more of a relaxing change of pace where you can cool down, but I still think I should be engaged in some way. Because especially in the last island, they make it way too easy to get a fuck ton of tokens from fishing, and now I can buy a large chunk of the materials I need to get to the end. Where's the fun in that? Where's the cosmetics? At least then there's the replayability and me wanting to unlock a bunch of different outfits for Sonic. The soap shoes are here, which I can only get by signing up for a Sega newsletter. Fuck yeah, this is my favorite part of the game. This was such a missed opportunity. Where's the adventure skin, the rider's outfit, his Black Knight gauntlet? For a game so obsessed with referencing Sonic's past, you'd think they'd want to show more and not just tell. There was even the perfect place to put this store. Put it in the big Eggman ship that's on the islands, instead of just being there for nothing. The only other thing to do here is fight the plethora of new enemies the game features, with their brand new combat system. My big worry about the combat going in is that it would be an incredibly bare-bones feature where you're given a bunch of pointless combos that are nowhere near as useful as spamming the punch button. But I'm happy to say that the combat in fact features a bunch of completely broken mechanics that as a result makes the combat not challenging in the slightest. There are some enemies that require certain moves to take them down. I think the best ones are the ninjas, honestly. But a majority of the regular enemies are just a case of holding down a single button and watching the movie play. There's not much strategy beyond knowing when to dodge. There's this one in Ares Island, where if it catches you, it'll steal your Chaos Emerald, kind of like the bird from Mario 64 who takes your hat. And I wish there were more enemies like that, ones that would just surprise me, you know? The Guardians are a little more involved, who you have to fight to get the portal gears, but even then they're very hit or miss. Some of them can be quite fun, such as the Spider in Chaos Island, whom you have to side-loop the legs of, for it to shoot you up in the air, in which you need to skydive through some hoops, so you can damage its shield, finally being able to attack it. Or the Sumo, where you ricochet off the ring to whack it into an electrical gate. But then there are fights like Azura, where you climb up its legs using these near-broken boost rings that fling you every which way. Or Strider, where you're just on automatic grind rails before it takes you towards its weak point. There are so many Guardians here that look like they should be so much cooler, like Squid in Fortress, where the whole thing just consists of running or grinding towards it, avoiding the occasional attack, and then wheeling on the fucking thing. There's no effort in this, why can't I be challenged at all? After I got all the portal gears, I had no desire to fight any of these guys again, and actively avoided them. Which sure is fun when each of them takes focus of the camera away from you for a while until you run away from them. Like I said before though, these portal gears get you access to the cyberspace levels, which as predicted, are easily the worst part of the game. It's so weird because I've often seen non-active Sonic players call these the best parts, and I can't help but assume that I only hate them so much because of how much of a downgrade it is to other boost formula Sonic games. Forces controls way better, that is no exaggeration. Dude, sit one of these guys down with Generations for an afternoon, it'd blow their fucking mind. The most obvious flaw of cyberspace is how lacking it is in regards to level variety. There's around 30 stages total, all consisting of the same 4 themes, 3 of which have been used ad nauseum in the past decade. Green Hill, Chemical Plant, and Sky Sanctuary. The 4th is nothing more than a boring city with gun tanks and helicopters for some reason. What's worse is that almost all the level design is ripped from Sonic Adventure 2, Generations, and Unleashed. They give some bullshit explanation for why this happens, saying that cyberspace is ripping from Sonic's memories, which is how he was able to escape them so easily, you know, he's running around familiar ground. But that excuse gets thrown out the fucking window when you see there are certain levels that are completely original. What's the reason now, Sega? Now, I'm not opposed to reusing content. I get why it has to be done, but I'm not okay at all with how lazily it's done here, literally just ripping the assets. Sonic Frontiers is alright and all, but why was the game interrupted with a 30-minute QTE of Sonic taking a shit? Because Sonic ate a chili dog earlier in the story, there's a reason for it! People are just looking at him plain God! If you ask me, I think a much more creative approach to this idea could have been done. How about take a bunch of Sonic assets from every game? Sonic Team could even do this thing they appear to be allergic to and make new assets for levels not previously seen in 3D. And how about you mishmash them all together? Seems like it would fit better for Sonic's corrupted cyberspace. What if instead of just Green Hill Zone again, I'm running around a weird combination of entirely different stages aesthetically? Have a casino stage combining with Fuck Forces did that. Have you up in the sky in Flying Battery, before going down a water slide from Water Palace that takes you to the ground, which is covered with elements from Music Plant from Sonic Advance 2. All while fighting badniks from Sonic 06 or some shit. I don't know, that's just off the top of my head, but you know what I mean, right? If you're gonna do this shit I've seen before, at least try to surprise me with it, like Sonic Mania. And what's even worse is how abysmally these controls are for Sonic. This open world control scheme was not built for linear hallways, and so trying to make it fit results in one of the worst controlling Sonics I think in the entire series. Every issue with open world Sonic is present here, but since these were levels that initially relied on a character who played much better, his issues become 100% more prevalent. The sidestep goes too far, the jump halts all your momentum, the light dash and springs are incredibly slow. It's not fun. Unsurprisingly, the best cyberspace stages are the ones that don't rip their level design from previous games. It's almost like they're built around the shit he controls, which is better than the alternative at the very least. The only remotely fun thing about cyberspace is the added missions you have to complete to get the extra keys, being getting all 5 red rings, beating the stage with a certain amount of rings, and the toughest one, getting the goal fast enough to get an S rank. Which is only fun because you have to learn how to work around the jank, more often than not trying to actively avoid the automated segments like springs and dash rings. And the red rings are piss easy. Remember when these things were kinda tough to get in Colors and Generations? Here they just give them to you half the time, like in 2-4 where the stage ends by just throwing you into 2 of them. Yeah, that was tough. All in all, cyberspace is terrible. I don't know why they boast so much about wanting to evolve the Sonic series while still relying on stuff from the past. And doing it worse, might I reiterate. That one random stage where you can suddenly drift from Sonic Unleashed to the fuck off. And given the fact this is the best way to get the keys for the Chaos Emeralds, it's safe to assume Sega thought this was the meat of the game, the big reward for the Portal Gears, and I'm sorry, just no. The last thing I want to discuss with the gameplay, of course, would be the boss fights, where Sonic collects the last of the Chaos Emeralds and becomes Super Sonic, for the first time in the series tackling every single boss in this form. I was happy to see that he was pretty much just a more powerful version of regular Sonic, meaning you don't have to learn some new control scheme or whatever, and visually they're great. But in terms of gameplay, it's pretty easy, and I have to guess they're only seen as the highlight of the game due to the spectacle. They're pure style over substance. It's just a case of endlessly wheeling on the thing, and parrying when necessary, which at first I find tough, trying to perfectly time when I need to press the buttons, but then I find out that Sonic holds his parry infinitely like a shield, meaning anytime you think he's gonna attack, hold the shoulder buttons and wait for him to hit you. No strategy at all. Also, Wild Rush, where you just press one of the shoulder buttons and then the attack button for Sonic to fling around the screen and hit it, does the most damage for some reason. Just keep spamming that, that's what I did. Nothing had me more disappointed though than the final boss. The first 3 are easy but fun. The last one is fucking terrible in my opinion. It mostly upsets me because they hype this shit up. Not only is this supposedly stronger than the previous Titans, but Siege is constantly telling you how futile fighting this thing is gonna be. I did it on my first try in like 2 minutes. I genuinely thought it was so bad and easy that it was a fake out, and that there was some second phase coming. And when Siege takes control of it and they shoot off into space to fight the end, I thought this was when the real boss fight was beginning. I had to press square 3 times. And with that, the boss is defeated. If you're playing on normal mode. Yep, apparently by playing on the hard difficulty setting, you get an extra phase to this fight. Oh boy, here we go. Time to see what it's fucking Galaga! Earlier in the game, there's these hacking games you have to do a couple times as a part of those extra story missions like I was saying. You know, the collecting nuts and bolts or a pinball machine. But I could not fathom that this minigame was basically going to be retextured and used as the final fight. Which is tough, genuinely. Takes a lot of hits and took me like 20 minutes to get through. But it wasn't fun, and most importantly, it wasn't Sonic. What doesn't help is that throughout the whole thing, the end, who is definitely not voiced by Amy's voice actress, keeps telling you how Sonic has fought mechs and gods in the past, but none of that compares to it. While I'm playing a bloody shoot-'em-up who thought this would be a satisfactory ending. Whatever. After the game ends, there's really nothing to go back to. I could play the rest of those shitty 5-second missions, or I could go outside. I can level up Sonic, I guess. Throughout your adventure, you get a bunch of blue and red seeds that power your attack and defense. Or if you collect enough cocoa, you can upgrade your speed and ring count. And for some bizarre reason, the attack and defense are all upgraded in one go. For example, if I have enough to go up 5 levels, it'll just do it automatically all at once. But this fucking old dipshit right here requires you to upgrade 1 at a time for your rings and speed. Which, if you're like me and chose to do this by the end of your adventure, you are going to be sitting for literally 30 fucking minutes standing here and pressing the X button. Which is no different from the 45 minutes you have to spend mashing the X button to complete the big fishing. That's what I get for replayability? Fuck that. If you want to play more Frontiers, you're better off just starting a new save file and going from the beginning again. It's more fun. If I can get back to positives for a bit after discussing all the gameplay, I want to say that in terms of graphics and presentation, I was very impressed with how good Frontiers looks visually. Although much like the rest of the game, it's not without its glaring issues. Graphically, I think it's a pleasure to look at. Up there with Unleashed for best looking Sonic game. I think what might give that one the edge though was the better art design. Frontiers looks so flat and boring. I really don't think these realistic locations work well for Sonic. The problem isn't even that they're realistic. That's worked well in the past in my opinion. But there's just simply nothing at all interesting being done here, beyond the tech of the ancients, I guess. There are these cool spiraling structures in the sky, but that's really the highlight. I can't think of another area that had my jaw drop to the floor in amazement. At least in other realistic games like Adventure 2 or 06, they're taking inspiration from real-life locations to make it more interesting, like Europe in Sonic 06 or San Francisco in Sonic Adventure 2. Which is a real shame because again, on a technical level, Frontiers looks great. The day and night cycle is an amazing addition to finally see implemented in a Sonic game. I especially love how areas like Kronos and Ares Island look when the sun is rising. It does a good job at keeping things visually interesting, even just by a simple change in the day. One thing most can agree on is the abysmal pop-in. It is next level bad. There are times where you can come right up to something only to have it pop in right in front of you. Which isn't a good thing in a game all about fast reaction times and planning your routes across vast open areas. How the fuck am I to know where I'm going if I can't even see it yet? I remember when the game was first shown off and people brought up this issue. It's just an alpha build. The final game will fix it, obviously. Don't bother complaining about this shit. Well, here we are. The game is out and it's not fixed. Suddenly, the method of coping is, well, other games have pop-in too. How does that at all excuse Frontiers? Especially when it easily has it miles worse than the examples used to defend this. Another facet of praise comes from the animation, which I'm really happy to see has seen a slight step up from Force's. It's nowhere near where I want it to be. I still think Crash 4 or Ratchet & Clank should be the standard these days for cartoony platforming mascot animation quality, but for what it is, there are a few good moments in here like Sonic's many conversations with Knuckles or when he's teasing Eggman. I definitely wish all the cutscenes received this treatment, because a majority of them, mainly being the extra ones you see from using your memory tokens on a character, are simply just them standing idly and flapping their mouths, sometimes completely lacking any sort of lip sync.
I searched everywhere I could. I'm out of ideas.
So where is it? Maybe.
Another thing that got on my nerves was how goddamn slow the pacing was in a lot of these cutscenes. There are seconds and seconds between dialogue and actions where nothing is being done or said. Everyone is just blankly waiting around for the next character to read their line, and it makes me more often than not just want to skip the fucking things. But again, it's a step up, which is better than nothing, I guess. That's what we've been reduced to. I was not digging the music at all, though, I have to sadly say. In the open zones, they're fine and fit while playing, but leave my head the moment I'm not in that area. The cyberspace EDM shit just isn't my thing, and the fucking screamo boss fight music also just noise to me. Music is subjective and all, I know. Just wanted to get it out there. And with that, we've covered just about all the major things I've had to say about Sonic Frontiers. I hear they want to do DLC at some point in the future. Who knows what that entails, probably something cheap. But Sega, if you want my idea, you can have it for free. Make it so you can play through the entire campaign as Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. You can leave out the story, I know that would be a nightmare to redo for each of them. But the only real time that the game utilizes Sonic's moves is during those automated detours, which are just floating in the sky using the same 3 or 4 assets. So how about you keep the base of each island the same, which already cuts out a lot of work, and just make new little detour stuff that plays into the other characters' movesets. Easy work and easy money from Sonic fans who just want more Sonic no matter what. That's not an insult, I'm one of them. Ultimately though, would I recommend Sonic Frontiers for $60? It depends. If you already like Sonic, then yeah, this will most likely please you. But if you've never experienced the series before and aren't sure if this one's for you or not, I'd honestly wait for a price drop. Views have been so mixed already that it's not a guarantee you'll like it, but in my opinion, I think Sonic Frontiers is a good step in the right direction for the series. Although that's both a positive and a negative thing. Positive because I can't wait to see how they expand upon this idea in the future, and iron out all the stuff that just didn't work here, making a game that feels like it's fully realized its true potential. And the game itself can be a lot of fun, but negative because, you know, I didn't wait half a decade for this could someday be great. Laying a solid groundwork is nice and all, but that doesn't translate to Frontiers getting a free pass. We waited 5 years for this, plain and simple. And with the lackluster missions, lack of replayability, and shameless reuse of assets to make the game feel long enough to be considered AAA, I can't help but think this isn't a game that reflects a completed development cycle. It feels like there's more here under the surface that they didn't have the time or money to bring to light, and it sucks because I see it, I really do. Brings me back to the start of the video, wondering if Sega are truly focusing on quality over quantity. I mean, Frontier's whole island structure is literally the antithesis of that, splitting one giant island into 3 for the sake of padding. Still though, like I said before, I'd rather a good game with potential to improve than a shitty game that I don't want to see revisited again. So I'd consider Frontiers a win overall. Now that the game has been released, we can cue the response from fans. And oh boy, is it just the same as every other recent 3D Sonic game. I feel like Sonic fans have been so battered and bruised over the years that it's made them hyper defensive. It's something I talked about over on my Sonic channel, SplashDash. Also, if you're wondering why this video is on here and not there, it's mainly because I want to keep that channel for more general discussions and not necessarily reviews and such. So go subscribe. But it's resulted in any time somebody voices their opinion or concern on the franchise, the fan bias, only a loud minority I'm aware, will fucking ravage that person for just giving their opinion online. People seriously have started treating Sega and Sonic Team like they're little babies who need to be coddled about everything. You're paying $60 for this game, it's fine to be critical. Oh, the game has terrible pop-in? Well, don't worry, other games have it too, you'll get it right the next time. The goalposts get moved more and more to the point where the argument isn't even about your opinion at a certain point, and more about your right to even say it. I get it, I used to be like that too. I know it's not a nice feeling to have your favorite thing be slammed for reasons you deem unfair, and I'm all for correcting people when they're wrong, but I did not know what a digital trans was until they released their Sonic Frontiers review, and I think that highlights how counterproductive it is to give so much attention to these critics. Enjoy the game. If you like it, I'm glad. I enjoyed it too. Despite the mixed critical response, general audiences are appearing to have loved Frontiers, so it should sell really well over word of mouth alone. But you can't say that Frontiers is a good game because it's gotten all these good reviews, but then when someone says they don't like it, you claim that reviews don't even matter. It doesn't work like that. The cycle for Frontiers has been painful to say the least. I think this whole hype culture around it sort of hurt it in the end, not helped it. People praised every little thing, no matter how trivial, and set expectations for this to be a 10 out of 10. And when it came out and wasn't, I think a lot of folks didn't want to see that. It's that thing where they show Supersonic and it's like, oh my god guys, it's Supersonic, holy shit, this is awesome! Without even considering how he plays or, what the fuck, they referenced this thing I know? Without stopping to question if it's actually in service of anything. I know a lot of people don't want to view media like this, and that's fair, although sometimes it does come off like engagement farming, like how many tweets there have been about Sonic fans eating so good, while mostly showing media that wasn't even out yet, so we don't even know if said things were gonna be anything special. Because I think for a lot of people, that quality doesn't matter. Sonic fans just simply want to have more Sonic, and as long as his face is slapped on it, that's good enough. And honestly, do that. Again, that's fine. I just wish we could get to a point where both of these ideas can coexist, where someone can be both critical about a thing, while at the same time being excited over all these little things, and they're not called either a nitpicking loser or a corporate shill for having that view. I don't know, just food for thought. I used to be like this. I would freak out about every little thing this series had to offer, and engage in the same conversations day after day on Twitter, and I think at this point I'm just sorta done with it. Sonic still means a lot to me. I'm gonna keep up with the series, collect the merch, make videos about it, actively follow it. I'm still a fan. But maybe next game I'll take a less involved approach until it's out. Because the past year has been tiring, and I think the older I get, the more pointless it all feels to me to stand by a fictional character so much. I got adult shit to do, like watching Big Mouth. Ultimately though, Frontiers at least makes me hopeful for the future of Sonic. The time has been spent making a Sonic that's fun to control in 3D. And now that that's finally done, maybe next game, they can spend that development time giving me actually fun things to do with those controls that aren't reliant on automation or stop-and-go puzzles. I'm especially excited to see what modders are going to do with this thing. They've already fixed a lot of the physics problems, added in characters. I wonder how long till people take the Green Hill assets and try to create a giant open world with it using Sonic aesthetics. That'd be cool. Sonic Frontiers leaves me wanting more, and I guess I can only really see that as a good thing. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog has had a pretty rocky history when it comes to downloadable content. With its games for the most part being simple single-player platformers, there really isn't that much need to have the players spend more money on extra items or levels or characters. They would be appreciated though. Of course, we've seen that change, however, with the release of Sonic Frontiers, which by far has had the most ambitious set of DLC packs out of any previous Sonic game. But I'd argue this DLC is being treated more like an extra year of development time. I would honestly say that nothing introduced throughout this year of added content has felt like anything that shouldn't have been in the base game. Not that I mind that much, I'd rather have it added later for free than not at all, but it does make me feel like we missed out on so much extra content Frontiers could have had. If they didn't have to spend this entire year adding in things that don't just come off like Sega gave them the extra time to actually, finish the game. And then it got me thinking, has any Sonic game had truly good DLC? And the answer is, yeah. Although for every downloadable Legend of Zelda map, we've also got pre-order to receive 25 extra lives. I mean, they're practically giving it away. How could I not jump on this? And that's to say that Sonic has had a pretty rocky history when it comes to DLC over the years. Sega were actually pretty ahead of their time releasing DLC for Sonic games as far back as Adventure in the goddamn Dreamcast. But they've had their ups and downs. There are Sonic games out there that didn't really need DLC that got it, and others that felt like fans would happily allow themselves to be milked for everything in their wallets, but nothing ever came. So today let's take a look through every case of DLC in Sonic games, and see which one offered the most to the consumer. Yeah, this might be surprising to some of you out there, but Sega was actually extremely ahead of the game when it came to utilizing the internet for downloadable content. Hell, you could even consider Sonic and Knuckles an early case of DLC if you wanted to. I mean, I don't, but I wouldn't blame you. Sadly, there isn't a whole lot to say about its DLC. Again, it was very early. I think Sega were mainly just experimenting with different ways to bring players back to a game after a while, or even using it to bring in extra revenue. In Christmas of 1998, you could find Christmas trees around Station Square that played various Christmas songs like Jingly Bells, Joy to the Lost World, and Silent Forest. There we go. Similarly, there were New Year's and Halloween events too. Twinkle Park would get filled up with jack-o'-lanterns and various other Halloween-y items and such. You could make a good guess for what most of these were. Just simple visual additions throughout hub worlds. There was also some gameplay DLC too though. Like one where you had to locate 6 cards that had the face of the Dreamcast's director on it. Famitsu magazine hid 5 Hedgehog pictures around Station Square. They had a bunch of banners and balloons to celebrate the Dreamcast's launch in different regions. They had a Y2K event where you could find hidden rings and stages that if hit would play Palm Tree Panic, strangely enough. And the most interesting ones I want to mention are with the sponsors, particularly Reebok and AT&T of all companies. The Reebok one would hide Eggman containers around Emerald Coast, and the top 50 players to complete this challenge would win prizes. I would hope the actual shoes they were promoting with billboards around Station Square. And the AT&T one would mainly just plaster their logo around Speed Highway, Sand Hill, and some Knuckles digging event. If there's something to gauge from this, it's that Sega wanted to do DLC but didn't have the time or resources to actually do much of anything interesting. The only cool one here is the Reebok thing. Next. Sonic Adventure 2 actually had some pretty cool DLC, which is a shame because it rarely, if ever, is ported to the new versions of the game. When was the newest one, like 10 years ago? Oh, cool. What is most definitely a shame, however, is that the only gameplay additions here are for the karting mode, which, like, Is anyone ever playing that? Get some friends over to play Sonic Adventure 2 karting. They had an egg robo course and kart, similar one based off Fantasy Zone, and a new kart for Sonic. Wonderful. What I think's way cooler are the Christmas and Halloween costumes for the 2-player mode. We got some cool designs here like Pumpkin Sonic, Santa Sonic, Skeleton, and Santa Shadow. You could probably just fill in the blanks for the other characters. I'm sure all folks care about here is seeing the Rouge costumes. Have at it. Overall though, Sonic Adventure 2, pretty solid DLC. I'm stunned it has more unlockable costumes than Frontiers. Yeah, you might be surprised to hear this, but Sonic 06 did in fact have DLC in the form of a super hard mode for every single stage and boss fight, which the game was barely finished as is. Did you really need to go out of your way to revamp every single level? Jesus. The other bit they had was actually pretty cool, being Team Attack Amigo. That has to be a bad Japanese translation they never bothered fixing. Because they designed 06 to have like 9 playable characters, 6 of which you would play for about 10 minutes of total gameplay, if even, they decided they would make a little gauntlet where you have to go through a mini level as one of the Amigos. It's really just the end of the world part 2. This would be cool and all, but it's still Sonic 06. I don't need more of it. Okay, Sonic Unleashed I think might actually have the best DLC of any Sonic game out there, no joke. So Sonic Team designed Extra X, day and night, for almost every single continent, which could either be hard modes of existing stages or completely new ones. If there's one thing you know about these stages, it's that they're incredibly difficult, with bottomless pits and spike balls galore. You have no idea what my reaction was upon seeing that many of the awkward design choices here that take you out of the game's immersion by just shoving various random objects around the level immediately reminded me of Sonic Frontier's regular level design, oh god. Either way, if Sega ever wants to print money from Sonic fans through DLC, this is the way to do it. Just reuse all the assets you've already made for the base game, and design new feeling levels out of it. It really is that simple. Boy, if only we had a Sonic game with a super loose plot and an incredibly diverse set of assets from all over the franchise that they could endlessly update with bonus acts and possibly even entirely new ones. Good thing that game doesn't exist or I would be extremely pissed off. If you had both Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2 on the same console, then you'd unlock Episode Metal. Well, I don't even want to call it a game. You're basically just playing Sonic 4, but it's even shorter and in reverse order, but now that I think about it, Sonic 4 let you play through any level in any order you wanted to, so you're just playing 4X of the game again, with Metal Sonic, who is just a skin of Sonic. Perfect. I had this game in the Wii, even had that shitty little Mario Kart wheel ripoff that tried doing, and so I never knew All-Star Racing had DLC, but it did apparently. Metal Sonic again, neat. Also a new track, the Egg Hanger, which was put in the next racing game, so there is literally no reason to go back to this one. Great. I don't know, this is cool and all, but if you're gonna bother to do this, then why not make more than one track? Was this really bringing that many people back to this thing? Boy, if only we had a Sonic game with a super loose plot and an incredibly diverse set of assets from all over the franchise. Fuck off. Okay, no, for real. You want to know what the DLC for Sonic Generations is? Casino Night Zone from Sonic 2. Not a level, mind you, but a pinball table. It's a nice pinball table, but it's a pinball table. I remember as a kid hoping they would release DLC for Generations that had, like, Windy Hill and shit like that as a way of promoting Lost World when it was coming out. Or maybe they could have went back and added the Secret Rings and Black Knight stages that were rumored to be cut from the game. Hell, I don't know, why not fucking remake Sonic 1 in the Generations engine, sell it for $20, I don't know, I would have bought it. They could have done anything here and Sonic fans would have eaten it up. I'll never not be mad about this. What the fuck is a Yogscast? Sonic Lost World has simultaneously the best and worst DLC of any Sonic game. Best because of the Nintendo integration. This being the first part of their 3-game exclusivity deal, Nintendo allowed them to design a couple DLC levels based off Yoshi's Island and Legend of Zelda, and they're both fun. Yoshi 1 takes you through a side-scrolling level where you can collect Yoshi eggs that when carried to the end of the stage would give you 1-ups. And the Zelda stage had you running through Hyrule and then inside a Key of Dressed in Link's tunic where you could collect rupees, that then translated into a shit ton of flickies. Basically, these were the grinding levels and they were great. Also, if you pre-ordered the game, you got the Deadly 6 bonus edition. I remember scrambling to pre-order this thing thinking it would be extremely rare, but every time I see this game in a secondhand store now, it's always the Deadly 6 edition. It just gives you a boss rush with a Nights into Dreams reskin. And the bosses are not the highlight of Lost World, let's just leave it at that. But I forgot to mention, it's also the worst for extra content. Did you know they had a special deal with Amazon going on for its release? Yeah, if you pre-ordered the game through their website, you were gifted 25 lives, just what I needed. This was around the time companies were really desperate to give you anything extra to warrant pre-ordering a game you don't even know is any good yet, and so their way of convincing you with Boom was glowing outfits. I was genuinely pissed off as a kid that this wasn't available in Europe. I think Sonic Mania was the first bit of truly great Sonic DLC in my opinion, coming in the form of Sonic Mania Plus. For a measly $5, not only could you get playable Mighty and Ray, characters who hadn't been playable or even seen in decades, that alone would have made the price worth it, but also an entirely revamped campaign with slightly different graphics to give each stage a new vibe, as well as a new team-up mechanic similar to Knuckles Chaotix where you cycle out through all 5 playable characters, allowing you to switch on the fly. I know some folks are pretty miffy on the Encore mode, but personally, it gave me another reason to replay through Mania without it being the exact same experience, and for that, I think it goes to the top. Even if I do wish Sega let Christian Whitehead and friends truly fulfill their vision on what they wanted Encore mode to be, but I guess we'll never know. In stark contrast, Sonic Team were flopping around trying to squeeze whatever extra minutes they could out of Forces, like with Episode Shadow, a 3-act prelude to the game's story that gives us no real extra bits other than Shadow knew Infinite before, I guess. Gives us no fun stages, just taking existing ones and filling them with terrible asset reuse, and it was over in 10 minutes, thanks for wasting development time on it. Although you can now play Shadow in any of the 7 or so boost stages you want. You know, as long as they don't have any QuickTime events, which is most of them, great. And finally, shortly after the game was released, they announced Super Sonic would be returning as downloadable content for $2. People were not happy. Making folks pay for a feature that was free in Sonic Generations 6 years prior, unlockable by just playing the game, what a novel concept. I mean, at least if the game was good and there were more levels to play than the pitiful amount there are, I could understand. Sega got bullied so hard for this they backtracked and gave it away for free. Too bad some people had already paid for it, but alas, I think if you willingly spent $2 just to play a Super Sonic, then maybe every once in a while you deserve a reminder that maybe you shouldn't be trusted with a credit card. Oh yeah, sorry, I can't forget about the Sonic shirts. Because Sonic. I am so happy we're out of this era. Now we enter our current era for Sonic DLC, what I like to call, oh god, please figure out something to make them buy, please! In Colors Ultimate's case, we got music that you can pay to listen to. Every other stage has 3 remix tracks, but if you want to listen to Planet Wisps, then fork it over, dickhead. The worst part is, the remixes are infinitely worse than the originals. You are quite literally paying Sega for a worse experience. Oh yeah, and also gold and silver shoes, I guess, and an electric movie aura effect. Shut up and take my money. Oh god, I gotta go over this mess. Whose decision was this, and why do we still get them? Is this appealing to anybody? Does this give them comfort that Sega sees them as anything more than a blind consumer? You can pay extra to listen to music from games that aren't in the collection. Boy, wait till Sega finds out about YouTube. You can get a couple hard missions, that's fine. Some backgrounds for when playing in 4x3, and coolest of all, the ability to zoom in on those 3D islands. I think I'd rather spend $5 for a kick in the dick. Then, the Plus DLC came out this year for Amy Rose, Knuckles and Sonic CD, and 16 bonus Game Gear titles. Otherwise known as Not Worth It, Should Have Been in the Base Game, and Who the Fuck is Playing Teal Sky Patrol. I really hate that they locked off all the costumes to DLC. Monster Hunter, Santa Sonic, boots and gloves, the soap shoes. The game should have had all these baked into an in-game store, along with way more. So this doesn't really do much for me when I remember that they aren't even part of the base. Sorry. Of course, we gotta mention the 1-year roadmap of free DLC Sega recently just concluded for the game. And sadly, my thoughts don't go much beyond, should have been in the base game, should have been in the base game, and fun, but very flawed. I appreciate the effort though, Sega, nice work. Might save my in-depth thoughts for a bigger video sometime, but I would still take Unleashed or Mania's DLC any day of the week. Those came off like expansions, this comes off like an apology. The most recent Sonic game, Superstars, has more interesting costumes than Frontiers, and I think that's kinda sad. For an absurd amount of money, you can have LEGO skins for every character, including Eggman, although they all use the modern designs. The scrapped rabbit design Sega were floating around in the 90s, a Mecha Sonic for the multiplayer mode nobody plays, and finally, an art book that on my Switch they consider a separate application. Oh yeah, can't forget menu backgrounds. We're in a weird place with DLC these days. It seems like Sega at many points truly understood how to make DLC that was worth the price of admission, and then other times it seems like they view it as a way to nickel and dime the consumer out of all their pocket money. Either way, I'm hoping that the next Sonic game actually releases in a finished state, so whatever DLC it gets actually feels like new content. Jesus, what a sad conclusion. One of the top requests Sonic fans continuously see being shot down by Sega is the want for Hypersonic to return in Sonic games. Everybody for some reason thought he was gonna appear in Frontiers while somehow forgetting that 50 billion times Takashi Iizuka has said, no. Got so pissed he straight up said Hypersonic was never canon, period. See, this is why we can't have nice things. I think this is mainly because for the past 15 or so years, we've been met with Supersonic transformation after Supersonic transformation. It became pretty much tradition that ever since Sonic 3 and Knuckles, if you had a Sonic game, it needed to end with a big ol' epic fight where you play as Super Sonic taking on whatever big bad had been hyped up throughout the adventure. I think Sega got tired of how repetitive this was getting, and with the 2010 Sonic games rarely having the main antagonist be anyone other than Dr. Eggman, I guess they didn't feel much need to really power Sonic up at all. Colors, Lost World Forces, none of these really seem grand enough to warrant going super. I think that's why everybody was so excited seeing him be used for every boss fight in Frontiers. Not only because playing as him throughout the whole game is much less jarring than being swung into this new control scheme at the last minute, but also because it's Supersonic, he's just cool. A sad result of this, however, is that seeing and playing as Supersonic so much kinda runs your dopamine thin. The final boss doesn't seem as epic when you take him down the same way you would any other. And I think that's why most were shocked to see Sega didn't just give him a new form at the end. Even if just aesthetically, it would make all the difference. Especially with how much they were hyping up his cyber corruption throughout the game. Well, it seems that Sega had the same thought, as we recently got the trailer for Sonic Frontiers' third DLC update, which shows Sonic turning super, and then going one step beyond and channeling his cyber energy into becoming a Supersonic with blue eyes. I really hope this isn't the only design difference. By God, that would be lame. But either way, it got me thinking about that weird rule Sega's had recently, that Sonic can't transform beyond being super. Because even if that were the case, the franchise has had plenty of different Sonic forms he would be able to turn into in the past. All of which I think elevated their respective story beats and became iconic with the series in its own right. So today I figured I'd go through every transformation we've seen Sonic go through in the series. From the Werehog to Dark Sonic to that weird Prime form I now gotta look into. Wait a second, do the Wisps count as transformations? Well, if so, then we already know who's gonna be at the top of the list. Obviously, we gotta begin this with the main man who started it all. Super Sonic, whose first appearance was of course in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 after collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds. I'm not sure if it's been flat out confirmed anywhere, but it's been widely accepted for decades at this point that Super Sonic is a direct homage to Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan. But I don't know, Super Sonic is just kinda cooler. Look at that smile. Something worth noting, considering he's the only form here to transcend the classic and modern series, appearing with almost every iteration of the character, are the design differences between all versions. For example, in Sonic 2 he's got the design you'd expect from classic Super Sonic. He's just Sonic with the yellow fur and raised spikes. However, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, due to a visual glitch I believe, Super Sonic is given green eyes, which is some amazing unintentional foreshadowing if I've ever seen it. With Sonic Adventure though, he was of course given an updated look, which was then further updated again with Heroes. First of all, I like that they gave him red eyes. Makes him look way more intimidating and highlights how powerful his form is. However, in Adventure 1 and 2, his spikes went more out instead of up, if that makes sense. Except for his top one, which stayed in place. But then I think as a way to differentiate his spikes from Shadow, they decided to instead just have all his quills going upwards. It doesn't bother me that much, honestly. I only ever noticed it once it was pointed out to me, so I could go either way. But I do like when they occasionally show his quills move with Sonic's momentum. I wish they did that more. One aspect I can certainly take a side on is the gold versus yellow debate. Summed up, yellow is better in 2D artwork, but gold is better in 3D. It's not a huge deal or anything, but I always loved how shiny he looked in the first 2 adventure games and Heroes. Made him look way more like he's being powered up by a magical force rather than, well, he was peed on. On that note, I remember as a kid it really bothered me in Sonic 06 that his muzzle and arms also had a yellow glow to them, but he looks great either way. It only really stuck out to me because it's like the only time they've tried that. Really, what else can I say? I think everyone can agree that Super Sonic is badass in just about every canon. It even made movie Sonic come off a little bit cooler. I love that it's tied to his maturity in that story. I wish that more games had Super Sonic built into the narrative a bit more, like in Adventure 1, where he absorbs all the positive energy from the emeralds after Chaos channels the negative. How in Adventure 2, with the story putting such an emphasis on Chaos control and Sonic and Shadow being equals, them taking down the final boss in their super forms is like the culmination of all that. Or even in Frontiers, where you spend the entire adventure trying to unlock them from the vaults. Much better compared to something like Sonic Heroes, where you run through the entire game normally, then by the end, Eggman is like, "Ah!"
If only we had the 7 Chaos Emeralds! What's this? But how?
Like, sir, this is the first time they've been brought up the entire game. You sure are lucky. Either way, Supersonic has rightfully earned a spot near the top of the list. I'm curious to see if I think anything is going to surpass it. I'm thinking that maybe because we saw him so much in Frontiers, it might have turned on the cool factor a little bit for me from so much exposure, but we'll see. Sorry, editor. I think you put up Supersonic twice instead of the next entry. You know, it's okay, I'm not mad or anything, just don't let it happen again. Oh, okay, I get it now. Joke's on me. Let's stall the video for a while as a funny prank. I get it, but, you know, for real, let's get on with it. I wrote for this part to go on for like another 2 minutes, but I'm just gonna save us the time and get straight to the point. Supersonic! Fleetway Edition. Now, generally, I'm trying not to count different iterations of the same super form as separate entries, like classic, modern, and movie Supersonic are all the same to me, but I'm willing to make an exception this one time because Fleetway Supersonic is drastically different when compared to what you'd expect from the character. Most notably, he's evil.
Are you a real villain?
Yeah, so in the UK comics, apparently whenever Sonic is exposed to too much chaos energy, it results in him turning into this weird demon, with it eventually splitting off and becoming its own being. Now, I haven't read any of these comics. I actually recently bought like 200 of them, so when I go back home to Ireland, I gotta catch up for sure, but I know that by the time the Sonic Adventure adaptation rolled around, they had Super Sonic get reintegrated back into regular Sonic, but the comics didn't go much further beyond that, I think. It's when they started just repackaging older issues as newer ones. A whole bunch of info. Either way, this is a great idea. Maybe not for Supersonic, but I wouldn't mind them trying something similar with this in the future with a different form that turns him evil. But he's gonna go under normal Supersonic for now. I love his red spiraling eyes though. Gonna be honest here, I don't know why there's so much demand for Hypersonic to come back. When Sonic 3 gets locked onto Sonic and Knuckles, I guess Sega wanted a different reward for getting all the Chaos Emeralds again, and so it results in this upgraded form of Supersonic, where he's radiating a flurry of colors all at once and gets way more abilities. For example, not only is he invincible like normal Supersonic, but also he can breathe underwater, which is apparently something that still affects the former. But you can also perform a double jump, which is extremely useful. And on top of all of that, when performing the double jump, it causes a screen nuke, killing any badnik in your way. I love playing as Hypersonic in 3 and Knuckles, but that's his only appearance. Sega has been very adamant about never wanting to bring him back, even refusing to allow the Mania team to bring him back after the word Hyper was found in the game's files in the special stage results screen. And even Ian Flynn apparently pitched for Hypersonic to appear at the end of Frontiers for the final boss, which, of course, was rejected. I don't know, I like Hypersonic and all, really, I have nothing against it, but it was only a part of this franchise for such a short part of its history so long ago that I don't even really care enough that it hasn't been brought back. I just accept the fan theory that after using it to defeat Dr. Robotnik at the end of 3 and Knuckles, it caused all the Super Emeralds to shatter. I'm more so eager to see them experiment with new forms. Like? So I've never seen Sonic X before, so this was a complete shock to me after seeing it for the first time as a kid. I always thought this came from fan edits and stuff, but no. Apparently in the 3rd season to Sonic X, Sonic has a brief moment where he turns into Dark Sonic.
I'm eager to see if they're powerful enough to defeat you! Alright then, let's test them out!
So the 3rd season of Sonic X takes place in space or something, and so Sonic breaks into the Meta-Rexes. He's the villain.
Actually, he's not the villain. The Meta-Rex are a clan. The guy you're thinking of is Dark Oak, which isn't even the guy in this episode. Campaign for Mark to review Sonic X.
His BS. He sees a bunch of fake Chaos Emeralds along with an unconscious Chris Thorndike, and instead of thanking the Meta-Rex for this, he starts to channel all that dark energy from the fake emeralds to turn into Dark Sonic, who destroys his 2 robots in a second flat. Oh, that's it. That's his only appearance ever. Dr. Eggman bursts in and basically scoffs at Sonic for letting himself get so angry, which... okay. And so Sonic powers down back to normal. I always liked when Sonic would get really fucking pissed. Not in a baby way like, those rotten, sneaky... No, I mean when he gets fucking angry and is out for blood. Dark Sonic has a cool design, just being a completely black Sonic with no pupils. But if anything, I think his brief cameo is a testament to how cool of a concept he is, considering fans still don't shut up about him to this day. Who knows, maybe if Sonic X got a 4th season they would have went into this a little more, but as of now, Dark Sonic is super cool. Made a great first and, as of now, only impression. Also, I'm not counting Nazo in this list because apparently that was just supposed to be Supersonic, but they gave him a different design. Continuing this theme of evil versions of Sonic with no pupil and has dark in the name, Dark Spine Sonic. He appears at the end of Secret Rings with Sonic throughout the game having to acquire all 7 of the world rings, but after the genie Shara double-crosses him and wants to give them all to the Eraser Djinn, and then proceeding to get killed by the Eraser Djinn, Sonic goes crazy and accidentally absorbs the power of only 3 world rings, red, purple, and green, which represents the emotions of rage, sadness, and hatred respectively. I wish Secret Rings was a bigger budgeted, longer game, so they could actually show us all the different combinations of what Sonic would look like with certain rings, because Dark Spine Sonic looks freaking cool. His skin is all purple, he loses his gloves and shoes with gold inhibitor rings around his hands and feet, again, has no pupils, and they added this racing stripe, which I feel is pretty sharp. It's a weird design. Like, really weird. But I think that's why I like it. I can't imagine Sega doing something like this now, which is why I'm really hoping that Cybersonic in the Frontiers update has at least somewhat of an interesting design and not just Super with blue eyes. He can perform all the moves in the game like Time Break and Speed Break, and you can do this weird mid-air spin to build up your soul gauge. I feel like in a better game, Dark Spine Sonic would have been a really hyped up finale. But as is, I'd probably put him above Hypersonic, but under Dark Sonic. The Werehog is without a doubt one of the most controversial additions in Sonic lore. Being initially called Evil Sonic, he was designed to be a lot more beastly in early versions. The story for Unleashed hadn't been finalized at that point, and so the designer tried their hand at a variety of different looks for this new form, with my favorite being this guy covered in cool chins. It's possible he was just unleashed? Thank you. The whole gimmick of this game is that when night comes around, Sonic turns into a werewolf, due to some Dr. Eggman shenanigans. This was constantly mocked and shit on for years in the gaming community, but I'm glad we as a society are finally able to come together and admit that the Werehog is pretty fucking cool from a conceptual standpoint. His design is great, I love the more feral look for Sonic, him being covered in fur, the more pronounced fangs, giant hands with claws, and goddamn cleats. Makes me wish Sega were more willing to give Sonic new forms that weren't just some variation on Super Sonic. Okay, no, the wisps don't count. The Werehog also opens us up to a lot of great moments in Unleash's story, which is definitely one of the best stories out of any game in the series. I love when Amy runs up to him only to not notice who he is, which in any other scenario from around this time would make him overjoyed, but here he gets a little sad. That not even his biggest fangirl is able to recognize him and causes him to worry that maybe he's losing himself a bit, before being later reminded that his outer appearance isn't what makes him Sonic, it's what's on the inside. I love it, I wish we could get that kind of plot out of the Sonic game again. Frontiers was getting there. I'm not that big a fan of Sonic now being presented as some perfect character. I like him influencing and inspiring those around him, but I just wish he wasn't such a goody two-shoes. Give me some of that edge back. And the Werehog has edge and speeds. After Sega started becoming ashamed of their lesser titles, straight up removing them from certain retailers if they have a low Metacritic score, Sonic Unleashed and therefore the Werehog seemed to get locked away in Sonic Team's vault. Considering it came right after 06, people were not kind to the franchise, certain sites even giving Unleashed a lower score than it. It was like some kind of contest to see who could make the most scathing review, and that lasted until around Generations. But as of Sonic Runners in 2015, we saw Sega start to embrace the Werehog again, which was nice to see. And since then, he's continued to appear consistently in mobile games. Fuck, I went in a tangent again. The Werehog's cool, I like the stretchy arms. Notice how so far every one of these Sonic forms are fucking cool? Yeah, no, Excalibur Sonic is no exception. As of now, it's actually unique in that it's the only Sonic transformation to not involve Sonic actually transforming into something. I literally think it's just a magical suit of armor. Excalibur Sonic was yet another that was bashed for a while, along with the entire premise of Sonic and the Black Knight. But as a kid, I thought this was peak gaming. I thought it was badass. Sonic being surrounded by this suit of golden armor, the way the spines shoot out the back, his little red cape, I love it. He doesn't get that much attention in the story, he really just appears for that one brief boss fight and is never seen outside of mobile games like the Werehog, but he makes a strong first impression. The aesthetic of that whole boss fight in general is just peak Sonic in my opinion. I don't have a bunch to say about him because, again, he's only around for like 5 minutes in the entirety of the franchise, but I at least wanted to say I really miss the theme the storybook series was setting up, where every Sonic game would end in a new super form. I know the games weren't the best, but maybe if they brought back the idea on the Switch or something so they'd stop having to downgrade the PS5 and Xbox mainline stuff, I would be down for that. Okay, so I have actually not seen the second season of Sonic Prime yet. I binged it all the first night it came out, and while initially I considered it the best Sonic show,
Yeah, no, Boom took the crown again in my heart. I watched the first episode of Season 2 when it came out and completely forgot how much of it was just exposition and flashbacks and horrible pacing, and in my opinion, a pretty bad Sonic characterization. I don't really like Sonic when he's running around hugging his friends and telling him how much he loves them. I always liked the Sonic who trusted his friends to know he cared about them without needing to say it. The Sonic who was able to have an attitude towards people other than Eggman. Prime just leans too far into a Sonic that I don't find interesting. So yeah, I don't think Prime is bad or anything, and the animation itself is great. I just don't personally think it's my ideal version of Sonic or his universe. Why is Rouge a part of Team Sonic? Why? So obviously, I can't give the most detailed description of the story since I've only seen half of it, but generally, Sonic broke the multiverse and needs to gather Prism Shards to restore it back before the multiverse is taken over by unfunny Eggman Council, I guess. By the end of Season 2, Sonic gets his first transformation since Black Knight, where he gets to use the power of 4 prisms to turn into Prismatic Sonic, who has this purple highlight to his quills and eyes, with glowing gloves and shoes. He looks alright. I definitely think they're using it to build up to a Sonic that's collected all the Prism Shards. You know, unless this is all the shards. Again, I haven't seen it. Where in that case, alright, look kinda lame. It just kinda makes him faster and stronger. Almost no different to Super Sonic, other than the lack of flight. Also, they'll lean a lot more into the after effects he creates with this, which is a fun idea. Either way, going at the bottom of the list. Not because he's bad, but instead because when your competition is all these guys, you're in for a bad time. So, there we have it. Until Frontier's third update, this is currently all the Sonic transformations out there. So for now, let's rank them. Starting with Super Sonic, Dark Sonic, Super Sonic, Fleetway Edition, the Hedgehog, Excalibur Sonic, Darkspine Sonic, Hyper Sonic, and Prismatic Sonic. And, if the wisps count, then, okay, you have everything else there, but under that, Laser, Hover, Spike, Drill, Rocket, Frenzy, Void, Fire, Lightning, Eagle, Ghost, Rock, Stone, I don't know, Asteroid, Cube, Rhythm, and Bomb. Honestly, my main takeaway with this video was, every time Sega lets Sonic transform beyond Super Sonic, it more often than not results in the most hype moments of the entire franchise, so let him do it more. There was no Sonic game in recent memory that I had more confidence in being good than Sonic Superstars. While growing up, the Sonic games I was most cognitive with the release cycle for were Lost World, Boom, Forces. Not a great track record. And while most of my worries came from seeing pre-release stuff that contained an abundance of strange visuals, lacking gameplay, or whatever the hell Lost World was trying to do, from the beginning, I thought Superstars would be a slam dunk, which made it the perfect opportunity for them to burn me again. Sonic Superstars is not a Sonic Boom, it is not a Sonic Forces, it is not an experience devoid of fun. However, I think it is a joke that this game was released in the state it was, with the content it contained, all sold to you with a price tag of $60. Could have bought me like, well, okay, it doesn't get you much, but that's still a lot of money. That's a bold start to a video. Would you be shocked to then hear I don't even think this game is that bad? But I think it is a travesty that this was Sega's attempt at another 2D classic Sonic game, especially after how fantastic of an experience Mania was. In a lot of ways, it feels like a devolution, a confusing mess of a game that doesn't even really know what it wants to be. Is it a follow-up to the classics of yesteryear? A continuation from the renaissance started by Mania? Something entirely new focusing its attention on a multiplayer experience aimed at families? Sonic Superstars has an identity problem that should have been figured out any time before its release. Again, there are good qualities to it, many aspects I love a lot. I don't even feel that strongly about my dislike towards it, but at the same time, it doesn't make me feel much of anything, and I think that's worse in a way than if it were another train wreck. And it's not due to a lack of trying, more so a lack of focus and intent behind their decisions and a willingness to go all in with any given direction. And so today I felt it appropriate to finally get to the bottom of how I feel towards Sonic Superstars, to describe why I think it is so fundamentally flawed, to its core, and how I think it is criminal that Sega felt as if they could get away with selling this for the price they did. The same price as Sonic Frontiers, no less. This is Sonic Superstars. Insert final title here, oh god damn it. Also, to address why the game looks like it's running on a microwave, I'm gonna be talking exclusively about the Switch version. Why? Because it's the one I bought. As far as I'm aware, the graphical downgrade is the only difference between it and the others, and I really did not feel like spending another $60 on this game. If you want to argue I can't speak on it due to not playing the highest quality version, I would like to retort that Sega still released this for the same price. I guess let's start with that. This game looks abysmal on Nintendo Switch. Usually I can accept a graphical downgrade for lower grade consoles. Frontiers had the same thing. So does literally every multi-platform game put in the Switch.
But Jesus, it really seems like some developers struggle when it comes to porting their shit over, not having the time or budget to optimize it as best they can. Because my god, sometimes Superstars looks inexcusable for having come out in 2023. The year of our Lord and Savior, no less. Especially considering we're having Generations re-released on the console later this year, and the classic Sonic graphics in that compared to this are night and day. Golden Capital, Press Factory, Amy's Act in Lagoon City, all particularly bad. Especially when it comes to the background. Seems like the issue comes from them not adding the blur to background elements, a feature I'd argue they use as a crutch in the other versions to disguise how barren and ugly they look. But again, even if that's not present in other versions, I have to say it's still very telling that they're willing to put out the game looking like this on a platform that not only hosts a vast majority of Sonic fans, but also a platform hosting its biggest piece of competition for the time frame it came out in. It's pretty laughable. The models are incredibly pixelated, stages vary from packed with detail and vibrant to empty and dull. I don't mind them going back to this more simple aesthetic. I know a lot of folks aren't happy with classic Sonic being treated as Sonic for babies with the Fisher-Price badniks with those big ol' eyes. With them hoping the return of series creator Naoto Oshima would bring the franchise back to its roots of the abstract realism most present in Sonic 1 and Sonic CD. But I think in Superstars, it's like, fine. The absolute bare minimum for me. I think this is the way a classic Sonic game should have been looking when Sonic 4 was coming out, but having it 13 years later works just as well, I suppose. Maybe a decade from now we can finally get to Nintendo's level. It doesn't go too far in one direction, but even then I believe that contributes further to the greater overall problem with the game. Not having a clear goal in mind. I think that most of all is what makes me feel so bored and uninvested while playing. Frontiers goes too far in the realistic direction, but it at the very least commits to it. Whereas Superstars comes off like it doesn't know what it's aiming aesthetically for. And so it ends up appearing very safe and corporate. There's no style. What does it look like? Well, a classic Sonic game. The most basic definition of classic Sonic possible. And for some, that's good enough. There are a few zones in here that I think look good. Great even. Bridge Island, Speed Jungle, Cyber Station all come to mind. But not only are the first two of those at the very beginning of the game, but even they feel extremely hindered by the hardware. I think if Sega wants to continue with their goal of making Sonic a AAA franchise again, that can stand toe-to-toe with the big dogs, then they're gonna have to adopt some serious quality control measurements to ensure something this graphically low quality doesn't release in a state like this ever again. Also, why is the art book a separate application? Yeah, friends, let's all come over to my place and play some Sonic Superstars art book. The presentation all around is just lackluster. Special shoutouts to the sound mixing, I don't know what the fuck happened there. It's a bizarre hodgepodge of new and old. Some sounds are ripped directly from the classics, the menu and stage clear effects are taken from Mania. Some sound as if they're coming straight from freesoundeffects.com, with no consideration as to how all of these would blend together. Some levels like Golden Capital Act 1 or Frozen Base Act 2 are completely ruined because of the terrible sound mixing. This is an overall issue with the game's soundtrack as well, but we'll leave that for later. As I want to ask a question for those of you who have actually played Sonic Superstars. Could you describe to me its story? Like, the things that happen? Because I don't even think that Sega knew what the hell was going on here. Based on all the marketing, you would assume they were going for something a lot more ambitious than the Genesis games or even Mania. Releasing prequel comics, an entire animation that looks better than the actual intro to the thing. But if you were to try and attempt to dissect the story of Sonic Superstars to me, and I do say attempt because it's not something that's made very clear throughout the game despite, again, the animated cutscenes and prologue short on YouTube trying to convince you that it's something worth paying attention to, then you would come to discover that it's next to non-existent. Now, is the story of a classic Sonic game that important? No. But I believe it to be emblematic of a bigger problem Superstars has. And it's that this entire game feels underbaked, like they had just enough laid out to put out a functional game, but not enough for any of it to feel fleshed out, that it was given the time to actually develop beyond the base. The game opens fine. You get a short little animation giving you everything you need to know. This adventure sees Dr. Robotnik searching for an elusive dragon thing, having enlisted the help of Fang the Hunter, along with a newcomer, Trip the Sun Geezer. And also, Sonic and Tails are chasing after Eggman, even though we don't really know what he plans on doing with this unnamed beast. You know, usually with these Monster of the Week plots in Sonic, we've gotten some kind of idea as to what this creature is and what its power holds. You know, it's Chaos, the god of destruction! Or we see Dark Gaia fucking split the entire world into pieces and he goes, "It's just as the Gaia manuscripts foretold." We even get a quick little line about Eggman's motivation, you know, Robotnik/Eggman land being the end goal. Here, I don't know, something to do with giant inflated animals, I guess. One thing I will give them is that I appreciate the added details that when you're starting your campaign exclusively as Knuckles or Amy, each of them get their own short intro showcasing how they get caught up in all this. Doesn't really go much beyond they see Sonic and Tails and decide to tag along, but hey, they didn't need to do that, so thanks. From there, the story occasionally progresses through these small vignettes that showcase some sort of development happening. Except there's never really any development. The only thing you could call progression in this story is showcasing Trip getting abused by Fang more and more until a boss fight with him way later causes her to switch sides, absorbing the Chaos Emeralds and turning into the assumed dragon Eggman has been hunting for. However, in the main campaign, this has no real ending. Once you get to the final boss and put a stop to Eggman, things just unceremoniously end, cut to credits. And that's where you realize they've adopted this Sonic Adventure era story structure where you now unlock Trip's campaign, which aims to expand on what came before. Instead of showing us her side of events working alongside Eggman, this takes the Sonic 3 approach, where we get to see Trip get caught up in her own adventure directly after the events of the game, with Eggman similarly being replaced by Egg Robos and even ending in a one-on-one fight with Fang. Talk about you later. After beating this story, we're then given the last campaign, which randomly has this giant-ass purple dragon erupt from the ocean to, I guess, destroy the planet. Again, they were never very explicit about this. At this point, Sonic goes super, defeats the thing solo in this cooperative adventure, and that's it. Great. Overall, the elements are here for an, at the very least, decent Sonic story. But my biggest issue is that they're still attempting to get away with the same presentation they were doing back in 1994. Superstars doesn't feel like any sort of evolution on classic Sonic for the modern age. There's no attempt to do anything that isn't considered the bare minimum. Like, sure, the presentation isn't far off from the classics, but they did that out of necessity. This was considered groundbreaking at the time. Not to mention, the Sonic 3 and Knuckles plot was simply way more easy to grasp. You had 3 heroes and 1 bad guy versus the 4 heroes and 3, plus surprise bad guy as superstars. It's just too much for what they were willing to do. It wasn't even thought through very well. Like, they clearly wrote this part in where Trip uses all the Chaos Emeralds to turn into this dumb dragon form. However, they forgot to realize that their game mechanics revolve around gathering the Chaos Emeralds. There's no telling how many the player could have at this point, so how do they get around it? Well, they just fucking give them to you, but only in an optional side mission as Knuckles. If you skipped right past this level, which is very easy to do, you would never know that he found your missing emeralds just sitting in a pot or something. But then, because again, their gameplay puts a lot of focus on getting these emerald powers, they just take the ones you find back from you next level. They didn't even attempt to have a story reason for this either, they're just suddenly gone again. Apparently, there's way more to Superstar's story that lies between the lips of Ian Flynn, who's been getting gradually more and more involved in bigger Sonic projects like this. But I guess Sega just won't let him elaborate on it. Why? I don't know. But it sure as hell mustn't be that important if they didn't even bother putting it in the game. There must have been some serious time or budget constraints here because it really is unacceptable to try and pass off something like this today. Mania got away with it because of its bare bones plot and relying on the fact that it was a throwback. Also, Mania was $20. But such a major focus in Superstars seems to be taking classic Sonic out of that pixelated, so retro lens he's looked at as. Make him stand on his own away from the nostalgia. But ironically, I think that's the main thing holding the game back. And that can be seen nowhere more than with the gameplay, where, again, it seems as if they couldn't make up their mind on what they wanted this to be before, well, they shipped it. A major selling point for a lot of people was the controls, you know, how would it compare to the originals? That shouldn't be a selling point, but it seems to be something Sega frequently struggles with. But after porting over the Mania physics, everyone was happy to report that it's pretty one-to-one. With most bad Sonic games, you can usually see the nugget of a good idea buried beneath the rushed development and mismanagement by Sega, but Superstars doesn't have that same problem, it's relatively polished. I think its worst trait just might be the sound mixing and multiplayer mechanics. Nothing too egregious, if they didn't advertise this as a multiplayer game, but what later. If anything though, I think they play it too safe here. There's an idea here for a super fun and engaging 2D Sonic game buried beneath Sega's fear of diverting too much from what people expect out of classic Sonic, even if what they expect directly clashes with their game's concept. And it sucks because I actually think Sonic Superstars has a great opening, fantastic even. I really love the first couple zones in this game, and if they kept up that kinda Momentum. Wink. I think I would have came out of this at least thinking it was better than Sonic 1 at least. It's not hard to do. But when looking at the overall package, I think Superstars suffers from a death from 1,000 paper cuts. Too many little things building up over time that make this a pain to revisit after the first few opening acts. So let's talk about them. Bridge Island is one of the most fun opening acts to any classic Sonic game in my opinion. It is wonderful. Not only do I love the aesthetic, being a more beachy take on Green Hill, feeling like a combination between it and Neo Green Hill from Sonic Advance. And even better, they went through the trouble of giving its second act something unique to stand out, that being it takes place at sunset, which looks fantastic. I think what I like so much about the look of this place is how jam-packed it all feels. There's always so much going on, and that's completely reflected in the level design. Fun gimmicks like short segments of wall running, and it's very vertical oriented. It's one of those levels where I feel as if I can play it 10 times over and have each one of those be a unique experience. One of the most underutilized features of Superstars would have to be these platforms that shoot you off into the background. It's visually cool and offers way more opportunities for varied levels, like an expanded take on Metallic Madness from Mania. But it almost never comes into play in an interesting way, and is more often than not here to offer a burst of short spectacle before getting back into the action. Something you may notice when running through a couple acts in this game are these fruit things. Just what are they for? Well, after beating the stage you can choose to go to an elusive Act Fruit, which boxes you into an enclosed area and has you go through a set path collecting rings and medals. The medals are for the multiplayer battle feature nobody plays, and the rings are shiny, I guess? There is next to no reason to try and access these. The game gives you plenty of other opportunities to earn medals. My first sign of grief, however, comes from the boss fight that takes place in Act 2. Most Act 1 mini-bosses in Superstars range from alright to decent, nothing too bad. But the Act 2 fights, however, that's a different story. Also, I'd like to quickly highlight here that I was sitting there for like a minute going, sign of grief, is that a real expression or am I making that up? So I looked it up and my Google autocorrect immediately gave me this. I mean, it's not wrong. In Bridge Island's case, everything looks fine. Just a basic Eggman mech that you bonk a few times and hooray, you're done. But boy, is it a sign of things to come with how fucking long it takes. His invincibility frames between hits last way too long. Clearly because they don't want you spamming hits on this guy in co-op mode to breeze through it with no challenge. But they keep that exact same timing for single player too, meaning between every hit you have to sit around for like 10 seconds waiting for your chance to hit him again. It makes replaying any stage a slog. Not to mention it's the last thing you do in a level before moving on, meaning it just puts a bad taste in my mouth and makes me not want to revisit any of these places. Speaking of, places, it's not as strong as the opening, but still remains a fun time with a theme not seen very often in classic Sonic. I think Jungle Zone from 8-bit Sonic 1 is all you can really compare it to. Another thing worth praising about Superstars is that I appreciate them going back to giving each individual act its own gimmick. Sure, they're not all going to be winners, and believe me, there are some cases of it later that seriously hinder the experience, but I like the vision. I always preferred it when Sonic gimmicks were in relation to the level design and not his moveset. For example, here we have the vine bouncing, pole swinging. There's a couple segments in the dark with a butterfly illuminating your surroundings, and it wasn't very good. There's just one big complaint I have with the game that unfortunately starts here. We see it upon finishing the first act. Yeah, that's right, we now have the option of going to Act 2, or Act Sonic. A side level that is only completable as Sonic, locking you into a single player experience for a bit. Again, multiplayer game. This does not matter at all when you're playing alone, but again, from all the marketing, that is not the intended playstyle. They want you to have 4 friends here, so why have exclusive levels for certain characters? Does New Super Mario Bros. Go, whoa, only Blue Toad can play this stage? Fuck off. I just think about the arguments between siblings this is going to result in. You really think a 3-year-old kid is going to have the patience to sit back and watch their brother or sister play through an entire stage alone? Some of these go on for like 6 or 7 minutes. And it's not even like these are all that common. The game is so short that there's only 4 instances of them locking you off like this, 1 per character. So I have to wonder what the purpose of even putting them here was, because again, it's like they have a neat idea and begin implementing it without even considering if this all comes together to create a cohesive experience. Made even worse because there are certain zones here that only have 1 act. It's as if we have to sacrifice every zone having 2 acts in favor of others getting 3. It makes no sense. And don't assume the game is going to let you know about any of this, by the way. Figure it out for yourself. Because my main question when getting this prompt was, okay, so what's the right order? Do Act 2 first or go through Act Sonic, then get sent to Act 2. I don't really like going to hub worlds in my 2D Sonic, sorta takes you out of the immersion. And it's not even like this is a one and done thing, like I figure out the order and know how to react the next time. Because in Speed Jungle I went through Act 2 first and then did Act Sonic, perfect, it all flowed nicely. But in the penultimate zone, Frozen Beast, I tried the same thing, went through Act 2 first, but then it just sent me to the final zone. How am I meant to guess this? Now if I want to experience the entire game, I gotta quit the level and go back to the hub world and run backwards towards the previous world. It's not even that big a deal, I'm more so just baffled as to why they set it up this way. Or just don't have character-specific stages at all, god! This is one of the levels that only contains a single act, so I usually forget about this one entirely. It's fine. I think it looks pretty dull and the way the fans are placed seem pretty haphazard, so I guess I'll use this as a moment to go over the special stages. There are two kinds in Superstars. The first are for medals and are pretty much just a worse version of Sonic 1's special stages. I don't hate them, but they drop you like a brick. I wish it were more floaty, and the rewards being a measly 5 medals doesn't result in me going for them at all. The second is the real meat, the reward being a Chaos Emerald. I also like that you can't get more than one per zone. In Sonic 3 I often find myself spending like 20 minutes in the first couple acts trying to get as many giant rings as I can, which disrupts the pacing a lot. I really enjoy the special stages here in concept, using momentum to swing yourself closer and closer towards the emerald. But in execution it is super clunky, the physics here suck and there's no way of directing what you want to latch onto. Just aim in the general direction and hope for the best. You know what they should have looked at? Crumble, really good indie game. Don't even need to do anything else, just look at this gameplay. I imagine if that were Sonic. Pretty sweet, right? Oh yeah, sometimes also a little wormhole thing will open up in a level where if you run back and jump in it, it'll take you to this short free-falling segment where you can get rings. Again, they don't get you anything. The reward for obtaining a Chaos Emerald is one of 7 Emerald powers. And for the sake of simplicity, I'm just gonna rapid fire through all of them now because they're ultimately not that important. Glorified wisps that range from incredibly broken to, well, vision. Lets you see shit that's not there. Every time I remembered this power existed, I would equip it, never find anything, then proceed to forget about it for the next half an hour. Sweet. Water is super situational, letting you swim or ride up waterfalls. But when it's useful, it is fucking useful. I like this one. Bullet's great if not a tad broken, letting you shoot off in any direction you desire for like 15 seconds. Slow slows down time, which is only really useful for the final boss. Avatar would be a much better screen nuke if these bosses didn't have an eternity of invincibility frames between hits. Vine is the one you use when you've already used up your bullet. And finally, each character gets an extra move for getting all 7. Creatively titled, Extra. Knuckles, Tails, and Amy all get a near useless hit, and Sonic gets the homing attack. Cool. You also get Super Sonic for this, with the other characters becoming super powered. They're still allergic to the super forms. Not a huge deal, but again, if you want this to be a co-op game for kids, you can't be playing Favorite Sega. You think the kid that got stuck with Tails is gonna have a good time next to Super Sonic when all he gets is Tails, but more slightly yellow? I don't think so. Our mandatory casino level, given a bit more individuality through its second act, which focuses more on haunted houses. It's decent, definitely the last solid world in the game. It's a cute detail to give all the enemies little ghost blankets here too. Wish they did more stuff like this throughout. But overall, I don't have much to say, it's fine. Has the Tails doll too. Cool seeing him again, see in my nightmares, buddy. Despite looking atrocious, there's a lot to enjoy about Lagoon City. It feels like a Sonic Rush level. I mainly think it's drawn back by the horrible Act Amy. It's strange, I saw people say this was the best stage in the entire thing, but I couldn't disagree more. Amy lands a hand to Trip, which is meant to build their relationship for that eventual Eggman betrayal, but it's just held back by not being very fun. The fruit mechanic makes no sense. I don't know why they keep this tally here. I don't believe it goes towards anything. And all you do with Trip is jump. Amazing. They didn't even bother assigning a jump animation here, they just float up in the air. Which is bizarre because when you jump off water they have an animation that could have worked just fine. Why? Really just our mix and match names at this point, aren't we? Let's predict the next Sonic game, guys. We got Green Brain Zone, Starlight Battery, Twinkle Fortress. Another one-act zone, so it sort of comes and goes. Definitely wish that snake mechanic got more use. It really just works as a glorified escalator here. The only thing I even remember about this level is that I never want to replay it because of how terrible the boss fight is. I haven't talked about it much here, but the bosses fucking suck so hard. Again, they're all designed around the multiplayer, so sometimes these things can go on for as long as the stages. To me, Sonic bosses, especially in the classic games, should be simple to understand and quick if you know what you're doing. But here, someone could be the best frickin' gamer on planet Earth, yet they're still gonna have to wait a minute for Eggman to come into the foreground. How exciting! The Titan fights in Sonic Frontiers are shorter than this. To me, this is where Sonic Superstars falls off. Press Factory is hideous, has a terrible theme and just not very fun gimmicks. Act 1 has this giant contraption in the background that when raised up fully will then quickly hit the ground, launching everything into the air for a second. It's to encourage you to be more conscious of your surroundings to ensure if you get thrown up in the air you won't get hit by anything. But that's so tedious! More often than not, I'm just getting sent up to an area that leads to a dead end, and so now I need to run all the way back and make sure I run at the exact right time, or else I'm gonna miss it again. The second is even worse somehow, with a constant looming threat chasing you in the background. Once this meter gets filled up, it self-destructs the entire factory. Not a bad idea, basically just a more threatening Sandopolis. But certain areas space out these reset buttons way too far. I constantly find myself getting stuck on these rotating platforms trying to wrestle the controls to make sure I'm actually reaching where I need to go. But if you mess up just one time, then you may as well just stand still and get it over with because the timing on this shit is tight. Terrible level. Sucks. This is the worst looking level to me. What is the theme here? A golden city is a cool idea, but there's no sign of life. Just mystic ruins and foliage. What is this the capital of? My dick? Yes, I like the sun on the loop-de-loop from the Sonic 1 concept art. But did you need to be as a whole stage around it? There's this neat anti-gravity mechanic I like, but it's extremely underutilized aside from the Act 1 boss. Then by Act 2 it just turns into an underground lava stage where you auto-scroll while riding a floating platform, leading you into a boss fight with Thang that goes on forever. You hit him twice and then you have to watch this whole recharging sequence over and over, it's so slow. I like that you can see him getting his ride modified for the following stage, but when you come back to this level, you just wish you could skip the fucking thing. Why would I ever want to replay this stage, especially with these grating as fuck sound effects? Our final one-act zone sees us randomly inserted into a cyber station, where by God, the game regains a spark of energy. You turn into these neat vortex versions of the characters along with all the enemies. They switch up the gameplay now and then too, which can be fun. It's like you play up until Pinball Carnival, black out for an hour, then come back to life for 5 minutes. It's only brought down by, again, the boss fight. It's too long. I love that the robot you build inside the battle mode is what's represented here, meaning you could have fights here with Metal Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, hell even Knights. But I don't want to play the battle mode. So it becomes this 4-minute marathon of endlessly running and waiting for the next phase. I don't want this. Take it back. I always forget this zone exists. It's okay. But word of advice, choose Actiles first. If you don't, you're skipping right past that shit. Which is a shame because it ain't a bad stage. Also contains a neat reference where depending on who you're playing as, the Eggmobile you use in Act 2 will reflect the game the character first appeared in. Why couldn't we have more fun shit like that? Also, now seems like a fine time to highlight the music in Sonic Superstars, which, like poetry, also reflects the overall state of the game. Extremely unfocused. The game has like 20 composers, and the fact that the demo shown just months before release still had Sonic 4 placeholder music leads me to believe there was some serious crunching going on here with the soundtrack. Some stages sound great. Some stages sound alright. Some sound like fucking baby toys. And some just speak for themselves. Kill me. What a terrible final level. It goes on forever, consistently taking me around 8 minutes to beat. And it having 2 acts is a fucking lie. After the first one, Eggman uses some time control machine that I guess was his goal here? to send everything in reverse. Damn. So Act 2 is just Act 1 again, but backwards. You have to do the entire thing over again. It's not good enough to warrant an immediate replay. It's quite unfun as a matter of fact, filled with bottomless pits and crushing platforms. Fuck you. The boss here also is just truly atrocious. Anytime I for some reason want to replay this game, I stop after Act 1. Nothing from that point is worth playing. It's just this gauntlet that goes on forever. He cycles through the same 2 or 3 moves for minutes on end. And you're just running in circles and circles until he goes into his second phase where he's chasing after you, breaking all the platforms, which are very easy to fall down, by the way. And if you fuck up at all in this 7-minute slogfest, then you are sent back to the very beginning to do it all again. Fuck this fight. If anything, I would say I prefer the Trip campaign over the main. At least it doesn't offer me the ability to have 4 characters on screen. It's a lot more focused because of their ability to predict how many players there are going to be at any given moment. 1. The only thing that trips me up about her campaign is that she has her own final boss in a similar vein. And it's somehow worse. This shit can go on for 10 fucking minutes. It's basically a clone of the Eggman fight, except you're on a curved terrain, making your jump constantly unwieldy, with various insta-kill attacks that can blindside you at any point. God, I don't even want to look at this thing. I'm getting damn PTSD flashbacks. I cannot tell you how many times I fucked up on that final insta-kill fake out. Fuck this shit. And after all this, you're met with the aforementioned big dumb purple dragon fight, which may be, by far, the worst final boss of any Sonic game ever. This took me 3 hours on my first attempt. I can beat it in one try now, but that's because I will never forget how much I had to ingrain this fucker's attacks into my memory. You're flying around the ocean constantly bleeding rings, which you are given just enough of to beat him. 1 or 2 screw-ups and you're done, just restart. You can dash, but it costs 5 rings, so don't do it. He's got plenty of moves that trap you until you dash out of them, so there's no point in doing it anywhere else, just save them. Occasionally Tails and Knuckles come in to aid you with rings, but there's no telling when or where it's gonna happen, so hope for your best, I guess. Did you know that if you touch them, they give you a ring bonus? Figured that out an hour too. I also heard Amy and Trip can appear here to give you some rings as well, but I've never seen it. This is a horrible fight. Give me 20 more rings, would have been fine. But by God, this shit is a nightmare, not fun in the slightest. And your last impression of the game is the Fang boss, and this one back to back. Talk about a horrible finale. I saw a lot of people defending this, saying it's just a challenge, isn't that what everyone wanted? But someone not liking something because it's too hard doesn't make that take invalid. It just means it's designed poorly. What a nosedive. Things started so promising, and believe you me, the last thing I wanted here was to call this game bad. I was so sure I was gonna love it. And again, there are worse games out there, especially Sonic games, but this shit is bad, dude. There's no excuse for any of this. Sometimes it can be fun, but select moments are so poorly designed that it doesn't make it worth the hassle. What's worse is, this is a multiplayer game, and not like Sonic 2 or 3 where it's an afterthought, something there but not encouraged. Superstars is being advertised as if it were designed around the multiplayer when that's just not true. What is classic Sonic based around? Momentum, speed, and exploration, I'd say. Every single one of these, in the way they were handled throughout Sonic 1 to 3, directly goes against a cooperative multiplayer experience. The biggest comparison everyone drew in the time leading up to this release was New Super Mario Bros. A Sonic version of that sounds like a money printer. Until you remember that the learning curve between 2D Mario and 2D Sonic is entirely different. Mario is the definition of pick up and play. There is no concern about giving your 3-year-old sibling a remote and saying, have at it. You run, and you jump, not that complicated. But with Sonic, there's so much more to consider. So much thought already has to go into a Sonic game. Now do all that while ensuring 4 players can have a fun time simultaneously. I'm serious, please do, because our Zest sure as hell didn't. And again, it's due to their unwillingness to deviate from the classic Sonic formula, even on the most fundamental level, like the controls. None of this meshes well. Sonic can drop dash, immediately making him faster than everyone else, with Tails and Knuckles getting their usual abilities that Sonic doesn't, and Amy being gifted a double jump. All of these moves are constantly at odds with each other, the level design trying to accommodate everyone. But if you get even the slightest bit off screen, you're getting despawned. Time to call back in and hope I don't immediately go off screen. Okay, bye. Everyone's moveset should have been simplified. You can give them all something unique, sure, but they can't all be sending the characters in different directions like this. And that's just the controls. The level design is what sets its feet. everything is veering you in different directions. There's so many alternate paths here, which would be good in any other Sonic game, but here, no! It's way too easy for you and your friends to get stuck on different roads, like that background and foreground mechanic I was telling you about earlier. It is so easy for someone to get stuck in the back while you're in the front, and so everything is just messed up from there. Your options are either to keep running and let someone go off screen just to respawn back in, or stop and slowly walk backwards to get on the same track again, only for the same thing to happen 5 seconds later. Doesn't that sound fun? As a way around this, they oftentimes try to lock you all in the same place, but this is through different gameplay styles that have nothing to do with Sonic. Sky Temple has random breakout detours, Cyber Station has its rockets and mice. They desperately want to keep you all together, but nobody took a step back to realize that if they're having to try so hard to do this, then why make it multiplayer? Because it's a gimmick they can market the game around to try and make it seem more interesting. Who said that? If you want my opinion, a game like this can work if you simply restrict everyone's movesets to being more similar, simple the level design to ensure you can easily keep track of all players, and just slow things down a little. Fortunately for me, this game already came out. It's called Rayman Legends. It is a much better Sonic Superstars, and it released like 10 years ago. That game is super fast and fun, focusing on bite-sized stages that revolve around a certain gimmick. Sure, you won't be going as fast as Sonic, but if you can get good, you can pull off some super satisfying speedruns here. There is no doubt in my mind that the multiplayer aspect of this thing was implemented halfway through development. Arzest thought they were making the next mainline classic Sonic game before it had to have this 4-player co-op crap tacked on, ruining the entire experience. And because of that, nobody wins. If they focused more on single player, that could have been a more focused and cohesive experience. If they focused on the multiplayer full on, it could have been good. We could have had something actually playable with 4 people. You cannot convince me this isn't the case, because otherwise, why would they have an entire campaign here restricted to 1 character? Why would they design a final boss that only Sonic can play? If I were Tails right now, I would be pissed. Does Wonder end by only letting Mario fight Bowser? Don't think so. In the end, what is the point of all this? Why spend all this time bitching about a Sonic game that realistically is the most 6 out of 10 thing I've ever played in my life? Well, I don't know. I guess it's less that I'm mad and more disappointed. This seemed so promising, and Sega charging $60 for it before release at least gave me the idea that this was something they were confident in, something worth the price of its competition. But it appears reality has set in, and Sega has had to unfortunately learn the lesson that you can have a hit film series, you can even make a best-selling game the year prior, but Sonic is not gonna sell on name alone. You still gotta make the thing good. Sonic Superstars didn't even underperform, it sold like 2 million copies. I think that's way more than this shit deserves. It just flopped in relation to Sega's expectations, undoubtedly inflated from the success of the Sonic movies and Frontiers. But at the end of the day, that's not because of the price tag or because it came out at the same time as Mario Wonder. People will buy a good game, and Sonic Superstars just isn't. Around a month ago, I released a video on Sonic Superstars. I didn't like it very much, and while a vast majority of viewers out there agreed with me, there were quite a few that didn't. And that's perfectly fine, I wouldn't expect everyone out there to conform to my takes. Heroes is the best game in the series. As I was writing this, a Heroes remake has been all but officially announced. I win again. But among the respectful criticisms towards what I had to say and the folks giving their own input as to what they'd like/dislike about Superstars, I began to notice one frequent comment. Well, Superstars isn't great or anything, but hey, at least it's miles better than Sonic Mania. And I'm just sat there thinking, what? We don't like Mania now? Sonic Mania, the highest rated Sonic game in 25 years that everybody absolutely adored? That's Sonic Mania? Now, this is not a new phenomenon when it comes to Sonic games. Everyone has joked about it at this point, but it's because it reigns true. A Sonic game will come out and fail to meet expectations, people will rag on it, enough time will pass for folks to forget about or not experience the disappointment that came with its release, and so we'll see an uptick in defenders for it. Now, on the flip side, a Sonic game will come out and, albeit rarely, completely meet expectations with flying colors. Everyone will praise it for months and months, until eventually folks get tired of seeing the same example being used to detract from other Sonic stuff and start to take it as a sign of said example being overrated. This is the scenario we find ourselves in with Mania and Superstars, with it being used as the main comparison and Superstars obviously not being able to hold a candle to it. in my opinion. It means now we have to nitpick Mania to hell and back to provide reasoning for why the current Sonic stuff is better because I have to defend my purchases for some reason. The funniest part is, I can remember when Mania came out and everyone joked about that trend by saying stuff like, can't wait for 5 years from now when people start to say Mania actually sucked. And now here we are, we're living it. Now let me be real here. I ain't the biggest Mania head out there. I was so starved for new good Sonic stuff back when it released that I couldn't put it down. I would play it consistently every day for weeks, filling out every save file for it on every console I owned. I played it so much that honestly, I got a little burnt out. And so I haven't played it in years. And then for a while, also started to be of the belief that Mania isn't anything all that amazing. But then I played it yesterday and I'm a fucking idiot. Mania is fantastic. Sometimes when revisiting a game, I'll be shocked to see how much my opinion differs. Sonic Adventure 2 blew my mind as a kid, but then I played it a couple years later and could not stand it. But Mania is the opposite case, where I really loved it when it came out, started to get sick of it, yet upon putting it down for a while and revisiting it, I've been able to once again appreciate it for what it is. A good game. It's not perfect, and I'll be sure to point out its flaws later, but today, even just as a reminder to myself, I wanted to take some time to talk about Sonic Mania. The good, the bad, why opinions of it have changed so much, but ultimately, why I think at the end of the day it's just fundamentally fun. Possibly the biggest critique you'll find towards Sonic Mania out there is its lack of innovation, and nothing displays that greater in my opinion than the story. I won't lie, I was incredibly disappointed to watch that leaked livestream someone did a couple days before the game came out, only to see it open in a near identical way as Sonic 3, for no other reason than, remember Sonic 3. Throughout the game, there's a variety of charming level transitions and a bunch of personality packed into the animation. However, it can't save the fact that some of the stuff just makes little to no sense. You get no reason for why any of this is really happening when looking at the game on its own. I don't really count manual descriptions or YouTube shorts. This is the future, dude. You don't need all these external explanations. Just do it in the game. And so for a majority of it, you're just kind of watching stuff happen. I'm in Press Garden Zone. Oh, there's Eggman looking at Little Planet from Sonic CD. Okay, oh I'm there, okay. Now I'm running into the future. Suddenly Metal Sonic. Alright, pretty sure they used to try and innovate on the mechanical rivals, not just copy the existing one, but okay, I'll deal with it. No, it's a rendition of the final boss of Knuckles Chaotix, and well, no, I'm just back to Sonic 3. Am I still in the future, or whatever, this music rocks. It's a tad sloppy. I'm aware the blame here lies squarely on Sega and not the talented developers at Headcanon or Christian Whitehead Studios, through forcing them to stick to this revisiting classic location shtick they've been obsessed with for over a decade now. But it still sucks, there's no way around it. They clearly gave it their all, but there was most likely not enough time to make something coherent out of this, especially with the scrapped concept of Eggman being depressed and his egg robos running amok, being swapped out in favor of a plotline that easily allows them to integrate the story with the 3D release at the time, Sonic Forces, with the Phantom Ruby being the end-all be-all explanation for why we're flung all over the place. But I digress, this is bad. But at the same time, none of this bothers me that much. Why? Because the story is a mere footnote in this game. Similarly to Generations, it's nothing more than an excuse to have you revisit these disparate locations. And so in that regard, I think it's fine, harmless, you know? The game, at the very least, doesn't frequently stop to have the characters stand around, waving their arms in the air, pantomiming different actions and phrases. It's short and to the point. Now, I would rather that than if it were to try and attempt to explain something more ambitious through bizarrely, easily avoidable optional stages, yet will still act as if you've played them later on, even if you skipped it, and okay, I apologize, but get ready for some comparisons here and there. I'm not going to be able to help myself. I think what I like most about Mania is something that might confuse some of you out there. A common discussion with Sonic games is the level of ambition present. A mediocre game can be lifted up in the eyes of the fandom, depending on how many good ideas it contains, allowing people to almost envision a game that isn't really there. I understand this mindset a lot. It's hard not to look at games like 06 and see the potential. But Mania is one of the only Sonic games out there, in my opinion, that sets its goal low, and because of that, has no problem in absolutely crushing it. That's not to say Mania isn't a feat, however. I feel like saying it sets its goals low implies an inherent lower quality, but that's not what I'm saying at all. For example, I would rather a Sonic game feature, let's say 18 levels that are all incredibly fun, with a couple neat boss fights and a story that at the very least isn't intrusive at all, over a Sonic game with, let's say, 30 levels that are all jarringly simple and underbaked, basic bosses that feel more like Temple Run than an actual Sonic game, and a story that's too ambitious for its own good, and therefore doesn't really get to explore any of its interesting ideas. My pull up the curtain editor, there we go. And it really is a marvel that Mania managed to come out when it did. The Sonic drought, as fans dubbed it, was in full effect. It had been 4 long years since the last mainline Sonic game, 6 years since the last good one. And after 3 years of the boom experiment, it was as if Sega were apologizing for letting the series go so far astray. The trailer hyping people up with the promise to go back and try to rediscover what made Sonic so successful in the first place. And at that point in time, that was important and reassuring. Because of that, I see some folks out there claim that to be where a majority of Mania's praise comes from, the fact that it came out at a time when expectations could not have been lower, and therefore it was much easier for people to look past its glaring issues. Now looking back and claiming that the game wasn't really anything special. But I could not disagree more with that assessment. Everything with Sonic Mania just clicks. Right off the bat, there's an incredibly fun vibe to it that just screams confidence. It's infectious. The charming opening animation, the smooth and well-animated title cutscene, the menu design, the music. It's made loud and clear that this was an evolution on classic Sonic, not a retread. But of course you don't fix what ain't broke. And so I love the approach of keeping what worked about Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and instead of trying to do something drastically different, it instead aims to refine and improve upon it. For example, it keeps the 2 acts per zone with a boss after each act, the first being more quick and simple, usually facing off against a mindless badnik or one of the newly introduced hard-boiled heavies, and the second act being a battle with Eggman. It sticks to that structure all the way to the very end, where it then chooses to combine these elements together, the final boss having you switch between fighting Robotnik and the Egg Robos, and a final boss showcasing a fight in which you're stuck in the middle of a war between these two foes. That boss kinda sucks, admittedly, but we'll get to it. The zones are all vibrant and colorful. There's a clear effort on the team's part to not just simply take the aesthetics of old and slap them together haphazardly, with every single pixel being completely remade from the ground up, which not only allows for them to improve the visuals in comparison to their original counterparts, but also incorporate many scrapped features that were cut from the classics. For example, Green Hill Act 1 is a fairly faithful recreation of the aesthetic present in Sonic 1, whereas Act 2 begins by starting you in the caverns only ever really explored before in Generations' rendition of the level, before launching you up in the air, allowing you to get a look at the distant mountains and hills, which before had only ever really been seen in the lost prototype for the original game. There's such a level of love and care for the source material that has been meticulously poured into this adventure, and because of that, it's hard for me to look at this as a soulless rework of previous zones solely for the purpose of saving time, money, and banking on nostalgia. To me, the goal of Sonic Mania from a design standpoint was clearly subverting longtime fans' expectations, roping them in with something familiar, and then wham! You're fighting the Death Egg robot as fucking boss number 1. But it's like people have stopped seeing that subversion now that things have settled and everybody knows this game like the back of their hand. I can understand that with the game being, oh my god, 7 years old, a lot of that initial shock and awe and seeing stuff like the Hooligans return or the Puyo Puyo boss fight might have worn off a little. But I don't think that discredits the game at all. These are still solid and fun subversions. The only real point I can somewhat agree with here is the idea that with the game reusing so much aesthetically from other Sonic games, and not explicitly being for any celebratory purpose like in Generations, it causes it to become one of the lesser memorable classic Sonic outings, compared to the ones that are solely original. But I don't think that makes Mania any less good. And if anything, from my experience, it's made it more fun and surprising to revisit, to rediscover just how much of this game is new content, and elevates the source material to be, what genuinely might be, the best classic Sonic game purely from a gameplay standpoint. Now what does that mean? Obviously, if you think it's the best classic Sonic, of course that would be from a gameplay standpoint. And that's where things get a little tricky. See, I've always been of the belief that there's more to a game than just how it plays, graphics, story, music. A game can have none of that and still be good, but those other aspects have the ability to raise my perception on something, either for better or worse. I'm gonna view an okay game with stellar presentation of music at a higher level than an okay game with mediocre presentation and forgettable music. Perfect example my mind always jumps to, Generations versus Unleashed. Which has the better gameplay? Well, Generations, of course. It's much more polished, focused, and in all honesty, it's just a more refined take on the gameplay of Unleashed. But which is the better game? Now that is a little more up for interpretation. Generations undoubtedly has better gameplay, however, I'd argue that Unleashed is the better overall experience. Sega has always struggled when it comes to how much they want to incorporate their arcade roots into their games, and this comparison is the prime case of that. When I play Generations, it's to intake the levels and nothing more, try to get a better time. You won't catch me clawing to replay those bonus missions. I'm not gonna bother restarting from the beginning because I just want to have a fun time, quickly going in and out of my favorite stages. Nothing more. However, when I play Unleashed, I'm in it for the long haul. I want to start from the beginning and get the opportunity again to take it all in, explore the hub worlds, talk to the town folk, play the extra acts, watch the cutscenes. It's why simply just modding the Unleashed data levels into Generations, while cool, will never replace the feeling of playing that game as a package. And the trade-off with that is of course having to deal with those more annoying bits. With Mania, it's the exact same thing. It's the most polished classic Sonic game with the least amount of levels that I would deem unfun. It's why it was so addicting for me to replay it from start to finish over and over again when it came out. It is, in my opinion, the best classic Sonic game. But there's just something that can't be replicated when it comes to putting in Sonic 3 and Knuckles and getting the chance to re-experience that again. Watching the cool vignettes that tried to tell what was, at the time, an incredibly ambitious story for a sprite-based 2D platformer in the 90s. Listening to the amazing soundtrack, seeing how much effort went into making each stage feel coherent, part of one massive world. Exploring pretty much the entirety of Angel Island. It's fantastic. But then you get to Sandopolis and have to deal with the annoying ghost gimmick. You have to deal with Flying Battery in general, just not being very fun. Same with Carnival Night, I kinda hate that stage, honestly. There's a bunch of annoying aspects to that game, but when I stand back and look at the overall package, it's an amazing game that I would play any day of the week over Sonic Mania. But I still think Mania is the better game, if that makes sense. I think that's the unfortunate place it's landed itself in. It is so solid at what it tries to do that I'm sure for a lot of people out there, it's kind of sad that there isn't more to say about it beyond, I wish it had all original stages. It's why you don't see very many dedicated Mario tubers meticulously picking apart every aspect of the franchise's history. Because with quite a few Sonic games out there, the discussion is more fun than the game itself. I played Mario Wonder back when it was released, 100% of the entire thing in 2 days, said, that was fantastic, and I haven't thought about it until right now. Yet I still find myself occasionally nodding off and imagining a world in which Sonic and the Black Knight could have reached its full potential. Sorry, I'm aware I'm spending a lot of this Mania video not talking about Mania, but that almost proves my point in a way. Do I need to sit and tell you why this is a good game? Anyways, here's why Sonic Mania is a good game. You know that part of every Sonic game, hell, most games in general, where you get to that part, where you groan in boredom or tedium knowing what's about to come. Again, I think of Sandopolis Zone in Sonic 3 or Sky Chase from 2. Poor old Sonic 1 has that as soon as the second zone. Yeah, well, Mania doesn't have that moment. Sure, there's the occasional bullshittery. Honestly, my biggest critique towards Mania would have to be the hit detection when it comes to getting crushed that happens way too often in places it shouldn't. But there's no singular moment in Sonic Mania that I can point to and go, that sucks. Some may argue the Oil Ocean Act 2 boss, with it being incredibly long and forcing you to sit through drawn-out attack sequences. Boy, it sure would suck if every boss were like this. But other than that minute-long fight, Mania is basically flawless in my opinion, perfecting what worked well about what came before and cleverly not playing favorites when it comes to which game to pull inspiration from. Except for Sonic 1, get fucked. It's the perfect culmination of the classic tetralogy, there we go. It features the heavily vertical focused platforming a CD with layers upon layers of level to explore, constantly weaving in and out of each other. The special stage and boss system of 3 along with the elemental shields, with the occasional breather most prominent in Sonic 2 where they send you through endless spectacles zipping from dashpad to dashpad for a bit. I also think this is one of the only Sonic games that really perfected that 3-lane level design. You know, the top path is harder to stay on, but way more rewarding. The middle path is neutral, and the bottom is slower and more full of hazards. So many levels in this game start by presenting you with those 3 different pathways. You know, my mind immediately jumps to Stardust Speedway Act 2, or Chemical Plant, or Hydro City Act 1. If you just do nothing and go forward, you're gonna hit the middle thing right here, taking you to the neutral pathway. But if you make more of an effort to jump to the next one before that other one pulls you away, you'll get sent up to the top pathway. And if you for some reason fuck up at doing nothing basically, you'll get sent in the lower one, where it's obviously more easy to draw in. That's Sonic level design at its best to me, and it's so deceptively simple. But where I think Mania really shines is in the gimmicks. Like I said in my Superstars video, my favorite kind of Sonic gimmick is the one that's integrated into the level, usually eating towards a greater sense of movement. And Mania is, I think, the best at doing this out of the history of the franchise. Not just each zone, each act has a plethora of unique and fun mechanics that are all designed around Sonic speed, eating your flow. If it wasn't easy enough to already tell that was their goal with the newly added drop dash ability, letting you spin dash as soon as you hit the grind after jumping, this was clearly such an ingenious and obvious extension of Sonic's moveset that it's since then managed to appear in every single mainline Sonic game. That's only like 3 games, but it's evidently here to stay. I'm not going to sit and go over every level like I did with Superstars, mainly because this game is so consistently good that there's no need to, but I want to take a moment to highlight some of my favorite stages and moments from the game that stick out to me. And it would be easy to say, oh, just all the original levels. But if I'm being quite honest, some of my favorite stages in this game are the reused ones, because of this team's ability to subvert my expectations and leave me almost in a way of viewing it as a completely different zone compared to its original counterparts, with new ideas and gimmicks galore. I love the second act of Chemical Plant just for how kinetic everything is. Kinetic is the word I'd use to describe Mania the best. Everything just fits, and a stage like this is the perfect example of it. Immediately introducing you to the new syringe mechanic. That sounds weird out of context. There's these large syringes that upon standing on top of will inject the infamous Mega Muck, yes that's really what it's called, turning it into a green goopy trampoline, allowing you to traverse higher up in the level, carrying your momentum as you do so. Metallic Madness focuses on a concept that wasn't really seen in classic Sonic games before then, with certain seesaws shooting you off into the background to run around what's basically a completely alternate route, with further seesaws trying to shoot you back into the foreground, and the further you get while avoiding them, the more the level you end up getting to skip. Stardust Speedway is incredibly fun, both acts, but I think I enjoy Act 2 a lot more just because of their willingness to go all out and throw springs and automated tunnels sending you all over the place. It all feels intentional in a way where, in any other Sonic game, it could run the risk of seeming lazy, just slapping shit together. But everything is designed to constantly keep you moving. You can be running down a slope to whack your face only to get caught in a bungee cord and be launched back up in the air, with the potential to land on a firework that once again shoots you off into the sky where you're greeted with fireworks and fun constellations. It's incredibly exhilarating. My favorite stage by far though would have to be Mirage Saloon Act 2. It just might be my top level in all of classic Sonic. It's not terribly challenging and I wish it were longer, but everything feels as if it's just effortlessly working together, with what feels like an endless amount of unique and cool mechanics. Loop-de-loops made out of sand so when you run through them they dissolve, pinball bumpers you can use to whack off light bulbs for added height, seltzer bottles you can step on to create alternate terrain to traverse, all with little bar stools you can hop on that launch you in a certain direction. This is a stage that feels lived in, an actual world that you're running through and not just a video game level. Mania is filled with acts like this, too many to name all of them, but you can tell this was made by a team who just knew what was cool. This theme of subversion is only further exemplified through the boss fights, which are not only immensely creative, but also fun. Of course, I've mentioned the Mean Bean Machine fight and the Death Egg robot, but you've got the hard-boiled heavy battles, special shoutouts to the first appearance of Beanbark and Fang in ages, you've got the cool spider boss from Flying Battery where you have to use physics to whack the thing into spikes, or the simple yet incredibly charming switcheroo in Hydro City. They're not all winners, and again, I really wish that final boss didn't have to be rushed so hard, with added assets spawned in the game files implying something much bigger had been planned. But the worst a boss ever is in Mania is too easy, gone in 10 seconds, and I would take that any day of the week against a tedious fight that can go on for an upwards of 3 minutes. And on top of all that, it boasts one of the greatest soundtracks in the franchise's history. Just about every track is so incredibly memorable and catchy, more often than not being infinitely greater than the originals. It's almost hard to appreciate, there's too much. Get this, all of this for $20. Wow, what a steal. And if that wasn't enough bang for your britches, they've only added a whole expansion for a measly $5 extra. People were quite harsh towards Mania Plus, which was bizarre to me because again, $5. But it was evident the team had something much bigger planned here that wasn't able to be achieved due to Sega most likely rushing them. I remember when IGN gave this thing a 7 out of 10 and people threw a fit. Wait, no, that is fucking dumb as 7. Not only do you get what's, in a sense, an expanded version of the Knuckles story from Sonic 3 where you get to see a brief, almost epilogue in a way to the events that transpired after the main adventure, just a massive coincidence that they always end up having to go through the whole thing again in the exact same order. If I was Sonic, I would be pissed. But for what's here for $5, what more could you want? Every level has been slightly redesigned with different level design in a lot of places, usually to accommodate the unique abilities of newcomers Ray and Mighty in their first playable appearance in over 2 decades, both of which are seriously fun to use, with Ray being an absolute highlight. There's also a few new mechanics, such as the pinball table and the player system, where instead of having lives, you simply gather up characters to swap through either on the fly or cycling one out after getting killed, allowing you to further keep the flow going without having to go back to a checkpoint. But honestly, I think Encore mode is better than the main game, purely for keeping everything that worked and tossing out what didn't. Biggest example of that is them getting rid of the original Mirage Saloon Act 1, which in the main is a neat but ultimately weak homage to the already not very fun Sky Chase Zone from Sonic 2. But here they replace it with an entire new act, going through areas that were previously only visited by Knuckles in his playthrough of the game. You know, Sega, if you really wanted to make a cool new 2D Sonic game, you should expand upon this idea, honing more in on every playable character going through their own unique zones, or at the very least different level design that focuses on their unique strengths, more like the 3D games. I know you tried that, just don't make it optional. And only 4 in the whole fucking thing. And I know what you're thinking. But where's the Lego skin? But all this is to say, ultimately, Sonic Mania is a fun game, and I like it. Sure, it loses a bit of its own identity due to sharing many of its aesthetics with games that came before, but Mania does something not a lot of Sonic games managed to do, and that's evolve on what worked before while scrapping what didn't. It was a stylish home run that features some of the best levels in the franchise, and in 9 cases out of 10 surpasses the levels they're paying respect to. It came out at a very depressing time to be a Sonic fan, and I'm not denying that undoubtedly contributed to so much of the praise it got. But no matter what state the franchise was or ever will be in, one thing is never going to change in my eyes, and it's that Sonic Mania is a masterpiece that at this point in time hasn't been topped.